All right, hello everybody. We are back for the COTS 18 for 2025. I'm your host, Sir Snarf. I'm the NA Community Manager. Thank you everybody who's tuning in early. I'm joined by the one and only Blood Legend. How you doing today, Blood Legend?
I'm doing very good. We had a very fun cast yesterday. Hoping to continue that into today, yeah.
Yes, so he's going to be providing all the expert analysis, and I'm here to kind of just ask the questions for all of you that might want to know kind of what the heck is going on, because I'm in the same shoes as you guys. But we had some phenomenal gameplay yesterday, casted by the one and only Sailing Robin.
Everyone, thank you for tuning in this stream. I am Robin, aka the Selling Robin. I'm a content producer for World of Warships Legends and relatively veteran player in World of Warships. And I will be casting the games today with Kilabin right here with me.
Hello, good day everyone. I'm Kilabin, currently English Language Community Manager for the EU server, soon to move over to Historical Research. Also long-time veteran player and I, so will I will also be joining in the casting live in matches. As Blood Legend said, we had some fascinating games yesterday and we hope to see many more today.
We'll hopefully find out. So everybody who is tuning in right now, you are eligible for the drops that are dropping today. I know yesterday we had the mystery drop, so best of luck to all of you who were able to snag that elusive Marceau. I hope if you had it in chat, please let us know, because that's awesome. But today we have arguably even cooler skin, which is the Sand and Stone skin for Colombo. So by watching this broadcast this afternoon, you are going to be eligible for a mission. If you complete that mission in game, then you will get this fabulous skin that the team has been working on for the past year. So again, lots of Greek architecture. I guess more Mediterranean is the right word for kind of the Italian theme of the line. This is certainly going to be one of the next lines I need to grind out. I just finished up grinding the Napoli line, but now I have to venture back into the battleship side of things. I hear she has some pretty nasty SAP to be putting into broadsides. So that is the drop for today, and of course the other big part of tuning in is to see who is going to claim the King of the Sea title. We had some I think we had to look at some rule books because we had really exciting gameplay yesterday, some draws from some of the top teams in the world. So I'm really excited to see what happens when we narrow it down to the really top two. But first we're going to start with the quarterfinals and then move our way past that. Speaking of the prizes for becoming the King of the Sea, we are looking at a total of $50,000 split amongst the top 4 teams. So that first place is securing the big pot of $25,000, followed by $12,500 for the runner-up in USD, and then third place, which we also will see today, is going to get that 7.5K and the 5K for that fourth place slot. So a lot of money on the ride, probably adds to the amount of pressure that everybody's feeling, but really excited to see who's going to be able to claim that. I don't know, it's arguable, is the money or is the reputation, more desirable. So we're going to do that. Speaking of the brackets today, let's take a peek at what has happened thus far and what we're going to see here into the future. So the first game that we're really going to be watching is going to be the CL versus Aris. We're actually pretty cool, and we're able to go back in time, and we didn't see it live in the action, unfortunately, but we can get the eye in the sky replay render of what happened in those two games. So we'll be going off of that a little earlier before we get into the matches themselves. So keep an eye on that. But then we are going to be watching the third place finisher, and then the grand finale. We're going to be able to find out who is going to be the King of the Sea in that finals match. So that's the itinerary for today. It is best of 5. So buckle in for hopefully some really exciting matches where we are going to be going 2 to 3. If luck, maybe we'll have a repeat of yesterday, and we might even see an elusive 6th game. Who knows? But that's the plan for today. I want to say probably ready to jump into a few of those renders that we had from yesterday's. I think the first one we're going to show is Throw versus CL, which is one of the teams we're going to see coming up here in just a second. So I'll hand it over to our expert as he's going to walk us through kind of what happened.
Absolutely. So I already took a look at those teams yesterday a little bit and prepared for today. So just picked out 2 replays from each of the teams on the same map, actually, so we can kind of compare these teams as best as possible to each other. Just gonna let it run through here in the beginning. yeah, some standard opening stuff here, as we usually see on this north map. People running fast DDs towards the E-cap here, down the opposition side from throw, choosing for more control style with the Petropavlovsk and the Ragnar here respectively. But we can already kind of make out that there's a very different kind of commitment to the west side of the map. Home cap pushes maybe coming from CL here. So also some of the stuff pretty standard here. Radar, cruisers, just parking in the center, just preparing for initial control, potentially driving opportunities later. So yeah.
I think we might have a slight desync on it. Do you want to refresh yours? I think it will pop up the live sync for everybody else.
Sure, I can restart it real quick.
Just refresh the. There we go. There we go.
All right.
It should be good to go now.
We good?
Yep. There we
Okay, perfect. So hopefully you guys didn't miss everything that I just said. But again, I'll just let it run until I was explaining things earlier. So just again, we have very different commitments on the home cap side of things, right? So this is what will happen a little bit later in the replay here. CL kind of setting up this home cap push on the B side of things here, while also trying to be a little bit cheeky with the Salem here in the center. Might not be the best idea. We will see how that will end up in a second here. So just running it through a little bit, he already got chunked quite significantly by the William here. Obviously the bombs just sitting in the center here, just providing some really nice coverage for these island positions where people usually are a bit more stationary, right? So right off the bat, didn't really work out the way CL wanted to in the center of the map.
I think this might be the first time I've seen a Lushun, which is one of the new dockyard ships, put into an actual competitive match, which is interesting. Not a lot of utility you get out of that, but definitely survivable.
Yeah, I mean, survivable also comes with the Hydro, right? So it's obviously good for contesting a DD like this. But yeah, just letting it run through a little bit further, we can see what CL is up to, right? They're trying to deploy smoke screen radar combination here with the Brisbane, and just trying to force throw off of this home cap as best as possible, because they're realizing, hey, center of the map doesn't really look too great for us at this moment in time, so they're gonna need to balance it off somehow, right? So just running through a little bit further, we can see this Libertard here already suffering quite significantly. He took an earlier turn here towards the center, just really suffering from that decision now. And yeah, CL kind of clawing back a little bit when it comes to the damage resistance center here.
So if you had to say right now, like, who do you think has a lead? Because I'm seeing maybe a line kind of around here as far as like the warring line, but who do you think has the lead at this current stage?
At the moment, I mean, there's going to be an interesting thing happening here soon, but at the moment, I'd say CL is in a slightly better position, just because of them being able to just control the 1-2 line really well with the smoke radar combination. I mean, they are in a 2 versus 3 situation on the home cap, so that is to be expected, I guess. Okay. But if we just continue this replay a little bit further, we see, of course, Libertard now gets killed. And Throw is really trying to find a way to sort of equalize the situation in the center of the map here. So letting it run a little bit further, pay attention to this Petropavlovsk, because he is about to do a very unconventional move that will sort of break open the center for them here. Okay. So he did previously radar to check if there's anything that might be of potential danger, like torpedoes rushing, or like DDs rushing with torpedoes and stuff like this. And now he just really has one idea, and that is trying to get behind enemy lines, right?
Almost reminds me of like a flank as like a rogue or something like that in a different type of
game.
Yeah,
absolutely. So just running it through a little bit further here, we can see how difficult this situation now becomes, right? We've got these DDs currently dealing with the situation of the E-cap push. Obviously, CL again realizing, look, something is not really working in the center, immediately trying to put pressure on them on the 9-10 line, getting this kill here on the 10 line, and just putting pressure on the different maps. So it's really difficult for these teams in such close situations to manage correctly, right? So this,
Well, they did take one down,
this
yeah.
Salem just went down, right? Just face tanking the battleship here is obviously not something that you can do very well in a Salem.
If you're a betting man in this position, which you've already seen the whole thing, but if St. Vincent, what are the chances that they're going to be able to survive being?
I mean,
flanked by
Vincent is
two
a tricky ship to get rid of because it has front-facing torpedoes, so the Petro can't just drive out on him, right? Obviously, the angle the Petro would be able to drive out on him is not very nice, so he would probably get nuked by the torpedoes or just a heavy AP salvo. At the same time, Vincent has a super heal, right? So it might seem as if he's on low health, but if the heal is off cooldown, right, he'll be able to easily print up like 20 to 25k HP in no time, right? So that's just something that you have to be aware of when pushing a St. Vincent like this in this situation. Even more of a reason for this Petro to just come around here and just put extra trouble onto that Vincent position.
Okay.
All right, so letting it run a little bit further. Now this Kremlin joins the party.
But he's
Vincent
facing down the barrel of 3 different ships, it looks like.
Yeah. So Vincent does get killed, actually. He tries to rush around the corner himself because he realizes the situation is quite doomed, wanting to get the trade kill onto this Petro here. Doesn't manage to do so because the William does pay attention. And now this Kremlin, sadly, is facing a lot of guns, though.
Yeah.
So not in a great spot for him. On the other side of the map, though, we see that Brisbane and Somers are actively fighting for this ACAP here. Already killing the DD. No, not killing the DD, I'm sorry. The Ragnar rotated off just because of the Brisbane having such a dangerous 12-kilometer radar circle. So him being on such low HP, he just really has to respect it. They can't lose another ship, so therefore he veers off, leaving the defense only to the Petro. And obviously that can only go one way. So just running it through a little bit further here, we see the Kremlin does eventually get killed. And just looking at the point situation right now, Throw is still in the lead, but very troublesome is the fact
Timer,
that
though, is only at 145.
timer is at 145, and that gives something away. And that is CL actually has a lot of control over the capture zones, right? They still have E ticking, they have B ticking. They are about to have A ticking here, a little spoiler, but that's exactly what's going to happen. And the Monmouth is on its way towards Charlie Cap. And that's not a good thing for Thorough.
So if you're in this position right now, as you've done a lot of competitive play, would your mindset be like, hey, we just need to get people on those points to stop it ticking, or do we need to go kill the ships to basically just end the game right here and there? What would you try to do?
It's a tricky situation. Everything kind of depends on how the A-cap goes for CL here. The C-cap, obviously, the cruiser will just try to run into the C-cap here as quickly as possible to try and claw some points back, right? And in the situation on the east side of the map here, it's all about survivability now, because obviously they're outnumbered 4 versus 2, right? So in this situation, it becomes all about the capture zones because the points are still so close, but also CL can't lose another ship, right? Yeah. So it's full survival mode. At the same time, still need to grab some capture zones. And if we're just going to let it run through, obviously that Petro does get killed. That is a very important thing for CL to happen here. So not only do they get the cap, but also they get the kill. C-cap has been flipped by Monmouth here in the center. And now the Salem is kind of in a pickle, because obviously with that amount of HP, Ragnar running down on him, Willem coming up, probably also bombing him. It's a really tricky situation. But
he survived.
He survived. Either way, though, even if it would have flipped the points, I believe CL had this just based off of the amount of capture control that they were.
Nothing really they could get back over there.
Yeah,
they still
no,
need
exactly.
3-2 ideally, right?
So really close game, lots of back and forth, and I think that's going to be a little bit of a sneak peek of what we can expect from CL here in the upcoming series.
So in summary, who do you say was more the aggressive and who is the more kind of analytical of the teams here?
Really difficult to say. I mean, North is a map where stuff like this can happen all the time, right? It's a map where crazy things happen, like in rapid succession. I mean, we had a game yesterday in between TWA and Rain where there was like a crazy double BB push through the center of the map. And North is just one of those maps, especially also with the 5 capture zones, where there's just lots and lots of action happening at the same time. So both of the teams kind of have to manage really quickly how they go about things that happen.
Okay, yeah, especially when there's the extra 5th point where kind of you need to have control of as many of them as possible, and we can see right there that clock really does put a lot of pressure on your back.
Yeah.
So while we still have time, let's jump into our other replay that we've prepared for everyone. So this is the TSYMQ versus Aris. So Aris, we do know, spoiler, is going to come out on top here, but we'd love to see kind of how they did so.
Yeah, exactly. So as I said, it's on the same map, right? Also north. Aris is also playing from the south side of the map north here. So yeah, really going to be an interesting match to also compare to maybe the different styles of Aris and CL. So yeah, just starting off, looking
same
at
map, interesting.
Yeah, same map. So looking at the initial deployments, again, classic opening, fast DD going towards E here. CL did the same thing, right? So already some similarities in between the teams here.
I think you mentioned yesterday that's kind of the advantage of those French DDs, is just how quick you can get in the cap.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This time though, we have a 3 versus 3 ship commitment.
Interesting.
Vermont possibly joining them here in the south. But yeah, it's Minotaur, Harugumo, and Delny. And on the other side, Napoli, Minotaur, and Delny as well. So a little bit more smoke heavy from TSYMQ here. But let's see how that pans out. So initially, Aris does get the cap, but TSYMQ going for a little bit slower of an opening, but just a little bit more longevity, right? Because the Z42 is really designed here to just stay on the E cap. It has already popped the Hydro. Hydro has, a really good range of 6 kilometers ship spotting, right? So it's just a good DD to just plug into.
Is it would it have been too dangerous for the Marceau to be like hiding out behind his island here? Or is that too aggressive? Do you think this is the right play backing out?
It's a good question, because usually what you want to do is, with these fast DDs, you go on a flank, you grab early cap control, right? But afterwards, you don't really want to get stuck into these capture zones, because one of the advantages of having like a super fast DDs is being able to rotate fairly quickly. So usually in this situation, the DD gets the camp for the team, rotates off to a different position, and then there's likely going to be a cruiser coming up and just basically trying to at least retain control or block the cap flip.
Okay.
So that's exactly what we see happening here as well.
Seems like maybe it's TSYMQ has a more of a presence on that C and D line as well, until the Marceau moves around.
Yeah,
very clever.
Exactly.
Okay,
so
that's one
he
advantage.
just rotates from A to D here, tries to grab the capture zone. There's probably going to be radars coming out. No, actually, there's already a radar coming out, right? So obviously there's a defense for these center cap zones, as it always is. It's just about trying to burn as many of these radars to maybe get a chance to actually flip the cap in center.
Yep.
So continuing here a little bit further, and now we see initial engagements here on the A and B side of things, right? So obviously TSYMQ is setting up a bit more defensively with Harugumo and Minotaur, and on the other side, Aris, like, interestingly, is doing kind of an interesting push here. They are putting the Napoli in front, obviously that has crawling smokescreen, right? And putting the Minotaur behind it. So really kind of trying to aggressively catch out the smoke deployment strat from TSYMQ here. So letting it run through a little bit further.
The Marceau was able to survive that initial volley from the Sibir and Moskva and sneak into that little alcove.
Also gets the capture, so that's obviously good success for Aris here. But more interestingly, again, on this one line. So they're really not stopping. They're putting a lot of firepower onto this Harugumo here, really trying to break this very cautious or defensive setup from TSYMQ here. Usually, you go to a flank, you set up like a first smoke screen, right? And then the position is more or less a little bit stationary. And obviously Aris has thought about this and thought about a way of how they can potentially break it. And yeah, just basically having a radar attached to the Napoli smokescreen here in order to just put a lot of pressure down onto the DD itself. is just a great way of going about it. And we can see here that the Harugumo is getting focus fired down quite hard. So just going further and further here into the replay. Some initial engagements starting to happen here on the decap, obviously trying to break the stalemate. What usually happens is people just sit on opposite side of the islands, and then eventually as the match goes on, they will have to figure out a way of trying to gain points from the E-cap here. So we can see kind of already what TSYMQ's idea here is. This Z42's idea here is to try and rush the Napoli from behind, right?
Yeah.
Which honestly isn't a very easy thing to do, because Napoli has lots of SAP secondaries, has the torp launchers all the way at the back, so it's quite easy for him to launch torpedoes to the right side there.
As a DD main, going up against a Napoli is never a
no, not at all.
The other direction.
Yeah, DD's arch nemesis if you want to rush a target.
Yeah.
All right, so Sibir does touch the cap here in order to at least stop some points gain. But we can see on the A side, this push has really worked greatly, right? They were even able to use the smoke of the Harugumo that the TSYMQ laid down in a defensive manner, right? So this has really just backfired for them, this A-cap idea of having a smoke screen.
It's got to be kind of scary. I mean, Minotaur, we both know, is made of paper. So both a Napoli coming with SAP and then also the penetration of the Minotaur at that fight, high DPM with a Delny, has got to be pretty terrifying for these guys.
Yeah, and one thing to point out here is that obviously they don't really have a battleship crossfire, right? Yeah. So usually if someone does these kind of pushes here on the 1 and 2 line, the one thing that kind of still could break this push a little bit is battleship crossfires from here or here, right? Yep. But because of TSYMQ's idea of having a CB here, the other battleship being on the 9-10 line of things, it was good from Aris to realize this, and they just, they just used the situation that they were given pretty well. So yeah, they're flipping the A-cap here, and hold on, let me go back a little bit. We can see this rush happening here. So this rush, really tricky to do. You usually don't want to rush from behind, just because you're giving the cruiser or whoever is getting rushed a chance of getting away from you, right? And usually these rushes should happen from the front. Maybe the Sibir crossfire was too much of a thing to worry about, so he decided to go from behind here. And we can see this guy is not gonna have a lot of fun here. Gets chunked down significantly. I think he also ate torpedoes, so he does go down, trying to pull off this rush. But
does go down too.
Thankfully, the Napoli does go down too. Obviously, Salem providing some crossfire, Moskva over here shooting as well, and Libertad continuing the push. But now we just look at the map, and we are seeing a lot of red circles, right?
Yeah.
So it's not a good time for TSYMQ. Even though they have just successfully pushed the
one question I have is, what do you think in this position is better for the Minnow and the Harugumo to basically try to draw these forces out and away versus potentially drawing them and kind of getting themselves flanked?
So in this situation, I previously had already answered this question in a different way, right? In that game, when we talked about like San Martin and stuff, I said maybe it's better to bait them into A1. But in this situation, TSYMQ is already on the back foot, and going towards A1 here, turning around completely, is most likely going to get them killed. And this is exactly what they don't want to happen. They need to have ships alive to get a chance of even trying to claw this bad situation that they're facing now. Basically back, right?
Okay.
So, yeah, they are pushing heavily in the decap here, have now flipped the decap as well. But on the other side, like I said here, Minotaur and the Napoli just not stopping, right? They really want to get those kills. They really want to get an even bigger points lead.
Yeah. And even that smoke, that Minotaur probably has their, it doesn't even need their radar.
Yeah, exactly. So he just goes down, right? The Napoli is just pushing behind him. Harugumo has trouble staying alive as well. I do believe that he does stay alive
at this point.
Sorry?
I think they might both have full health at this point too, right?
Or are they we can't see right now because the person who provided the replay is too far away from these ships right now. But I mean, they won't be full health.
Yeah.
Yeah, TSYMQ just trying some last-ditch efforts here, but it really isn't enough, right? They are trying their absolute hardest to still convert some kills here in the center. They do successfully kill the battleship, but in the end, the points difference that Aris has worked towards in the mid-game is pretty big still, even after those kills. And therefore, even though they will collect this Moskva again, trying to collect the Stalin here as well, the points difference is so high that Aris does come out victorious.
Wow, yeah. So again, the clock getting both those teams here, but still a progressive push on that left-hand flank. We'll see if they're able to pull together for this upcoming match, or if they're just going to be countered and it's going to be more of a standoff. Excellent. Well, hey, that leaves us about 5 minutes before we get live into this upcoming match, but I do want to cover a little bit of kind of these teams' backgrounds. So what can you tell me about CL and Aris? I believe it is the Chinese team and the Asia team, but are they known for any particular styles?
Both of them are fairly reactive in their playstyle, right? They aren't shying away from pushes, as we've just seen. CL is number 8 from Asia coming into this tournament, and Aris is number 4 from Asia. CL has some typical picks here. They really like Northern Waters. They also do have a 100% track record on this map. So
really
picking Northern Waters because obviously they're great on it. A couple of ship picks that they usually go for is Vincent, Petra, and Ragnar. Obviously, if those don't get banned by the opposing team, which they might. I'm pretty sure Aris is also looking at exactly the same numbers. Typical bans for CL.
Well, let's take a look. I think we might actually have them.
Yeah, it's a hotspot in Utrecht. So that's just CL, right? So bans did come in, right? Obviously, these teams have finished their picks and bans. So let's just take a look at what we have live instead.
So it looks like we have, from Aris, we have Brisbane, Des Moines, Kleber, and the Petropaslov. So a lot of ships that we've been seeing consistently through this tournament so far. Is that fairly standard, or is there anything surprising you from that?
No, not really surprising. Although CL did ban Hotspot a decent amount of times, but Aris is now doing this for them. So yeah, good for them. CL also banning the Utrecht again, which they have been doing basically all the time. So that doesn't surprise me at all. Just standard, just take away your control ships with radar, like Des Moines gone, Moskva's gone, Stalingrad, Petros. So just removing also Brisbane, right? So they've basically gone and said, hey, we're just completely going to remove all the 12 km radars in the game, and therefore we won't have to deal with that.
Yeah. One thing to note for everybody who's just tuning in for this final day, it is blind bans. So it is possible that both teams do pick the same ships, and therefore it could be a minimum of 4 ships. But in this case, it looks like we do have unique bans across the board. Also cool to see. I'm excited that we get the fun maps, is like I like to call them. So the Northern Waters, where we're going to have the asymmetric spawns and north, is going to be cool to see. So aside from that, I do want to get our casters' opinions involved. Before we jump over to them, though, what do you think this first game going into it on the north map with that weird kind of 5 spawns or 5 capture points they can go into? Who do you think is going to be pulling it out if you had to bet your money?
Very difficult to say because both teams, as we have just seen in those replays, have shown that they can be very reactive to whatever is happening on the battlefield, right? So I think we're just going to have another nail biter here on north. So difficult to say to which exact team the victory is going to go. Overall prediction for this entire matchup from me is probably that Aris does have the upper hand, but it's really difficult to say. It probably will go to a 3-1 or 3-2 here.
Okay, well, hey, that's good news to me. I'm excited to see more games and learn as much as I can from it. How about you, Robin? What are you thinking?
Well, one of the interesting points about these two teams is that they are now, they are kind of underdogs in their own servers. Like CL is number 8, China, Aris is number 4, and on the both replays we just seen, both of these best of 5 ended up 3-1. 3-1 for CL, 3-1 for Aris, and they were playing against QTDD, which is number 3, China, and TSYMQ, which is number 2. So both of these underdog teams actually beat teams which were technically superiors in their own regions, and they beat them 3-1. So I would say that it's actually really impressive from this team, so that they're just climbing the ladder a little bit more. So I'm looking forward to see what these teams can do against each other. But technically speaking, Aris did beat number 2 China, so
That is
I guess they
something to
have
say.
also a little bit of a tactical superiority. But we never know. This tournament has proven that anything can happen, aka a draw between TWA and Rain. for
1,000
example.
happening at the same time.
So we're about to find out. How about you, Killian?
No, yes, I would agree that I said both of these teams were underdogs going into the matches that led them to this point. Obviously, one team sort of had a more difficult game to win. So I think perhaps I would give it to them. But again, both these teams have proved that they can punch above their weight, at least as it would look like on paper.
Especially in marathons, like
Yeah.
best of 5.
So-
So yeah.
I can see this probably going 3-2, but with these teams both being underdogs, I'm not quite yet confident to say which side.
I hope we will see some unusual stuff compared to higher teams like TWA or Rain. Like I'm hoping to see some interesting comps which they will bring against each other. See how they can just break each other's spirits with the most random lineup and strats. Looking forward to this. But yeah, I would expect maybe 3-2 for Aris.
Okay, I would generally agree with that.
Okay. Well, hey, it sounds like everybody kind of across the board is saying that it's going to be some close matches across the board, so not expecting any sweeps. One thing to cover is covered. This entire tournament has been formatted with the pseudo Swiss, which typically, at least in the experience I've had from yesterday, does cause for some pretty strong matchups. So how that works is the teams that are facing each other have the same track record, so to speak. So the teams that go into this winning 3-0 are going to face another team that went 3-0. Same if they went 1-1 or 2-1 or whatever it might be. They're always kind of matched up and paired against the same kind of difficulty or track record of the previous game. So that has been an interesting way of running the tournament right now. The hard part about it was, I think, yesterday when we saw Rain versus TWA, when they both were incredibly talented at their gameplay. But one of them did have to get knocked out with that single elimination. So at least we do get the best of 5. So we are giving each of the teams a fair chance if they stumble on the first match to bring it back on the second and third, potentially 5th. So I think we do need another minute or two before we jump into the games themselves, as the teams are getting ready and in position. But I do want to know, because the International is one of the few times that we have both the East and the West coming together, and NA still fighting in it. That's unfortunately the game we won't be able to cover in the quarters, I believe. But how often would you say CL or Aris would potentially go up against TWA or another team?
Not very often. It also depends heavily on the bracket, right? The way these teams go through the pseudo-cis, right, kind of heavily dictates how the bracket's going to look. So this time around, a lot of EU teams, for instance, were on the left side of the bracket, whereas a lot more Asia teams and NA teams were on the right side of the bracket. They don't really face each other often. Of course, in these regions, they usually stay pretty close to their own servers. They have like internal tournaments and stuff like this, and only really for these occasions, WM or King of the Sea, they get to fight each other.
Would you say that there's like particular metas that establish from the different regions, or is it all kind of become the same sort of meta across the different teams?
Yeah, I mean, there's different metas for sure. I think talking about Asia teams, they are usually the ones, or at least they did start off with very explosive DD gameplay, right? We saw lots of them at the early stages of their introduction to international scene, just really going with Marceaus, Klebers, Delnys, Kaparovsks, right? But obviously now that these teams, especially like Asia, EU cluster, NA cluster, have met more and more times, you can kind of see teams are picking ideas off of each other. So the meta is just basically shifting towards a similar state, but that's not saying that these teams don't have like aces up their sleeves. Cool. So interesting to see.
All right, well, we just got the thumbs up. The teams are ready, so let's take a peek at the map they're going to be going into. So North is kind of special in the regards that we're going to have those 5 capture points that they're all fighting over. And we've just saw in the last replays how important that could be to getting those early advantages and let that timer start to tick down. So let's take a peek at the North map, and let's see how this first session of the day gets off to a start.
The rocky shores of the North Sea comprise the setting for a titanic clash of enemy fleets. These tall evergreens and mossy rocks will soon bear witness to the deafening sounds of battle as two teams vie for dominance of the ocean. This is North. North is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 5 cap points running from west to east. The A and B cap are on the left, C is in the center, D is located on the 7-8 line, and E is on the right. In this new variant, the spawn points for the teams have been moved from a central position to a north and southeastern position on the map. Cap A and B on the left are the most open and accessible on the board, although located the furthest away from the spawns. There are plenty of ways in and out for destroyers, and there aren't many places for radar cruisers to hide nearby. As the smallest capture area on the board, the most common access to Cap C comes from due north or south, but there is a small access via a channel between the islands on the eastern edge. Radar cruisers can sit on the islands to the north or south of the cap and deny the claiming of this cap until the mid to late game. Cap D provides a challenge for both teams. The islands around the capture point allow cruisers to sit on nearby islands with relative safety, and will likely require teams to position ships to the far east or to push down the channel between the C and D caps to dislodge ships stationed on the islands surrounding D. In this iteration, further to the east, Cap E is shifted to the edge of the map, featuring multiple islands that provide cover. Typically, teams can be seen pushing battleships or cruisers up the line to try to claim domination over the cap. However, the many islands within the E cap provide plenty of cover for cruisers to sit inside of the cap and become an anchor point for both teams. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play North.
So right, okay, and here we are with the initial deployments going in. CL bringing sort of a conventional lineup, another good number of bongos we've seen today, Kremlin and such, Oranje, Marseille, Delny, Salem, Vermont, which we haven't seen a lot of.
Aris bringing a triple Marseille from the get-go here.
Yes.
And considering their deployment, are they splitting them or not? They're kind of splitting them. They're sending 2 of them on the home push AB with a Shima providing informations for them. And they're sending the rest of their forces, the Prince, the Marseille, the Delny, the Kremlin, and the Salem towards E and D, with a Vermont in the middle, which I think is going to be kind of very interesting because a battleship in the middle can have so many crossfire opportunities.
Yes, and I mean, it's interesting that there are Shimmer and 2 Marseilles on a flank. That, to me, implies that they're going to want to try and push that.
It is a little bit scary. Shimakazi, of course, having the spotting advantage on destroyers. And remember, most of the 10-kilometer radar cruisers were banned.
Yes.
But Minotaur is in the play. Minotaur, of course, having a scary 10-kilometer stealth radar.
But obviously, Aris don't currently know that just how many of the enemy team they will be facing.
Exactly, yeah. I mean, Marseilles are pretty good. They can, like, out of all the super cruisers on the French lineup, they are the easiest to disengage with. You can just make a risky turn and use your engine boost to get the hell out of the
They're outnumbered 2-1 on this flank.
Slightly, yes, a little bit. Meaning that they have to make some work as well on the DE side of things.
What makes it very interesting is that the middle of the map is completely open.
For now, at least. But yeah, maybe they are just wanting to wrap around the enemy team by just having a really strong flank push.
Could we see a Vermont quick cap?
I mean, imagine that. Vermont does have the concealment for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, meanwhile, both CL and Aris are contesting the caps here. The Marceau is kind of dipping out, so kind of leaving the cap to the Delny here on Aris' side. They're going to get the cap advantage, at least the first cap starting to tick for them. But from CL, it's kind of a smart move because they're going to have a Marseille here with some Hydro getting in there eventually and making sure that E is going to be capped and secured.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see sort of a kiting Salem. Des Moines hull, Salem hull isn't usually that great at kiting, I guess.
Against the Kremlin?
Against against Marseille, Oranje, or a Kremlin. So maybe that's an interesting pick.
It is.
Maybe something like Goliath might have been better if they're not trying to use the radar or anything. Obviously, Salem has the weaker radar of the 2 Des Moines we have in game.
That's fair. In the 1-2 line, however, both Marseille is already in the kiting position. There is a Gdansk with a radar, so that Shimakaze has to be really careful, because if she's spotted, she'll have so many barrels pointing her way. It won't really be. It won't really be fun to deal with that.
That would be an unpleasant situation to be found
and
in.
the Shimakaze is actually in the radar range of the Gdansk. So the moment the Gdansk gets spotted, which I believe is around 7 or 8 kilometers, that Shimakaze is in a bit of a pickle here. It's a short radar duration, but it's enough to maybe not kill her, but do severe damage to it.
Well, it looks like the Vermont is positioned to provide supporting crossfire for the two Marseille.
Shimakaze is spotted by the radar from the Gdansk. Here we go. Let's see how many shells are going to be in the air. Is the Gdansk going to fire or just remain?
I think he's just having a look.
Yeah, because both the Marseille are also spotted.
Yes.
Here comes the Salvos, the Prince and the Bungo, both engaging on the Shima. Shimakaze doing a great job just cutting the engine, and the shells, of course, not landing.
A surprisingly effective strategy when spotted is to just stop.
Yeah. Which is kind of, it can be hit or miss. Predictions coming in on the screen right now. Actually quite a tide, 53% versus 47% on CL side and Aris respectively.
Okay.
So quite an interesting way. But look at what's going on at E right now. The Salem, as you said, kiting, not really in the best position. It seems CL will kind of be on the back foot. At E, they are basically just retreating, even the Kremlin.
Yeah, it looks like the Salem will try and take D. The Vermont didn't go for C.
Not yet, but the Salem will go for D, as you said.
Yeah.
I think the Vermont is just waiting for some nice broadside shots from the incoming CL push on the 1-2 line right now.
The only major problem he'll have is that being a Shimakaze, there's not going to be any radar spotting.
No, not really.
So he's not going to be catching ships thinking they're safe in a smokescreen.
But this is going to be tricky for Aris to deal with, because there's a lot of forces on that home cap, and they might just have to sacrifice A for the sake of getting both D and E at this point.
Yeah, exactly. The situation we have here is both teams have the same problem on different flanks.
Yes, Marceau in trouble here with a few fires burning, proximity spotted by the Delny. I think Aris is easily going to be able to back that Marceau kill. I think the Delny still spots it. Yeah, he's 6.5 kilometers away, just a few more shells, and here we go, down he goes. Marceau kind of cuts in a retreating way here, a little bit too close to that push and getting caught out by the Delny.
It looks like Salem's going to make his final stand.
Salem is going to have to make his final stand against the Marseille and the Prince van Oranje. That's actually sort of rough.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bungo and Vermont are exchanging salvos. Sim has taken a bit of damage. One of the Marseille is down a bit, but they are going to. CL will take the A cap.
Yeah, and they are moving the Bungo and the Prince van Oranje back towards the C side of things to really start to put some pain on the Vermont.
Interesting that the Salem of Aris took D, and I think it looks like he's doing a 3-point turn to sort of back up the Vermont.
Perhaps he will try to do the same as CL Salem is doing. Salem will have to contend with the Prince van Oranje's bomb,
but
and a pretty aggressive Marseille push.
Because like the Delny's is getting shots on him. If he backs up any more, the Vermont will have his broadside.
It's tricky as well.
So he's got to try and pick this island and hold on to it. But
the Marseille is going to rush the Salem, but he has to be careful because the Kremlin still has guns here. He is rotating his turret on the left side.
And the Salem might attempt to go for the ram. But
I think
it's interesting. The Oranje is held back.
I think a ram has to happen here.
He's going for it.
He's going for it. Yeah. I mean,
is it enough?
It is. Of course, it is enough.
So that is a trade. Obviously, there are still 2 ships down for 1.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at this point, everybody is running a ram flag
Gdansk
in this
from CL making the play for the Charlie cap, with the Oranje and Bungo sort of dropping back in support. I can only assume the team's comms, the Kremlin, is calling for help.
Perhaps. I mean, the Kremlin eventually will just go down from CL. It's just a matter of time. He's healthy and he will delay it for a while, but there is no way that the Kremlin survives here with the Prince just spamming HE and bombs to him.
And the Vermont just out-trading the Bungo in this fight.
I mean, I would not be surprised. The Vermont has exceptional guns and much better armor than the Bungo does.
Yes.
So even at range, the Vermont is a superior battleship, at least with armor piercing.
We might be seeing the close encounters of the Gdansk sort. If the Salem decides to commit into C, should just be able to directly hard spot him in this situation.
That's true, and if he tries to smoke up, he'll actually be deep into... Yeah, the radar is burned, he's visible. Oh, okay,
Can he get that? Gdansk radar's back. So
I don't think in this situation the Gdansk has to try and get behind cover.
Vermont
the question is,
maybe...
Oh, yeah, Vermont salvo on the Gdansk as well.
Yeah, but it's enough to get him out of the cap.
It is, yeah. And I don't think killed, but basically low enough to be
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, meanwhile,
useless for the
Kremlin
rest of the battle.
pushed to the border, just being slowly chipped down.
Another
Like-
nice salvo from the Vermont, landing on the Gdansk, doing
Yeah.
another 5 or 6k here. The Gdansk might survive this. He's still on 12k, but he lost basically 2/3 of his HP and maybe even more.
And it means that CL cannot get the C cap at this
No,
point.
which is okay. The Salem taking some pretty decent damage from the Prince van Oranje's bomb here.
Yep.
Stationary Salem
Well,
suffering half of
Obviously,
the HP
at the
for
moment,
this.
Aris are down in terms of points, so they do
Oh.
need to start making some getting butts on seats, as it were. But the
Yeah.
Kremlin does go down, so it
Kremlin
buys them a
eventually
bit
goes
more
down, as we
time.
mentioned. What I like to point
Yeah.
out is the Shimakaze from Aris, even facing radar Minotaur and then the Gdansk, is still kind of providing as much vision as possible on A. He
Yes.
is radared now by the Minotaur, so he will have to basically angle his ship not to get chunked down by this AP. And these torpedoes are not going to hit anything.
Looks like the Marseilles, now that the situation is sort of more developed, there's no more battleship threat and such, they're now turning back to make a counterattack.
I think so, and this Minotaur's gonna have to be careful. Once the summer smoke goes down, which still has a couple of minutes on it, I'm sure, the Marseille can just run that Minotaur down, and of
Yeah.
course overmatch her basically everywhere.
But CL are now sort of trapped in this sort of D, from D1 to D4 down to the J line.
Yeah.
CL, so Aris have completely just enveloped them at this point.
No, not fully enveloped because there is still this situation happening on the 1, 2, 3 line, but considering how healthy the Marseilles are and that they are starting their pushback, yes, it's gonna start
it
looking a little bit dire for
Yes,
CL.
it doesn't. I don't see a breakout.
No, not really. I mean, the points are equalized, and Aris is looking to get the C cap back, but with the bungo from CL coming back into the fray, they might try to throw the bungo at C, to be honest.
That would be
That would
very
be a bad
risky.
idea, of course, with the Salem and the Vermont together, but at the same time, they have to make something happen, chase a kill or something, because this double Marseille from Aris is going to be painful. It's going to be really painful quite
Yes.
soon. Yeah, spotted the Darling here from CL, so it's going to be a 2v1, and they're just looking to get the Minotaur eventually. It's interesting that this very aggressive home push from CL didn't really yield what they wanted.
It
Sure,
yielded
they
the
pushed
cap.
Aris away, but
But Aris were very quick to recognise that they were outnumbered,
yeah.
and so these two Marseilles were ready to drop back. They weren't going to risk themselves, and also because the bungo moved off, there wasn't a huge damage threat to them.
Yeah, I mean they're putting the bungo into C. Sorry, this is the only thing that they can do with 50 seconds left on the timer here. It's not going to
And
block the
he's-
points from Aris
He's
anyway.
just in an awful crossfire.
Just melting down from the Prince van Oranje, the
Vermont
Delny.
to the left, Salem to the front,
yeah.
Delny, Kremlin, Oranje to the right.
It looks like this game is
Bungo
easily
can
taken
do
away by Aris.
many things, but it cannot take a hit.
No. So it looks like a pretty decisive win from Aris in 30 seconds here. They'll just take away this first best of
Whether the points or the
5.
kill takes it.
Yeah, plus the Marseilles. The Marseilles still being so healthy. Kind of a really nice control play here on
Yeah.
this very aggressive 9-10 line E-push, and basically just having Marseille and Shima do
And
exactly
down
as they were
goes the
supposed
bungo,
to do.
and there's the game. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I just think CL's BA push just lacked firepower. They couldn't actually put down the ship that they had, despite at the start outnumbering them 2-1.
Yeah, but at the same time, it's a Shimakaze and 2 Marseilles which can
Yeah.
kite. And the Minotaur, even if you're a destroyer and you get read out by a Minotaur, you kind of just angle your ship,
Yes,
or you
the
just
sh-
go
the
completely
Shimmer-
neutral, and you survive for a long, long time.
Yeah, the Shimmer handled the threat very well.
Exactly. If it's a Des Moines or a Worcester, then high explosive will ruin you. But a Minotaur is dangerous, sure, but it's not the worst radar
No.
you can face as a destroyer. So
Indeed,
yeah, really
indeed.
well done by Aris. Really strong control plays and a lot of discipline, I would say, in
Yes.
this battle.
Well played.
Yeah. I gotta say that's probably one of the faster games that we've seen, at least the ones that we've casted thus far. It was crazy to see like the two giant blobs on either side of the maps with basically no contestant. I know the Salem was able to sneak in for that decap eventually, but there's basically nobody there until kind of later game, which is a unique approach. I think we've been really seeing a lot of games where people at least try to dip into 1 or 2 of those points before making a concentrated push with maybe 3 ships versus like
Yeah,
a whole
100%.
armada.
Was not really expected, no. So previously we thought these two teams would have a clash in the center because that's kind of what they have been doing in the past. Maybe just CL obviously deciding for something completely different here, maybe trying to catch Aris off guard. Didn't really work the way they wanted to. There are also a couple of things that I'm going to point out in the replay render that probably weren't really so well thought out, but we will get into that shortly.
Cool. Yeah, I'm excited to see. So as far as trying to go back to the predictions, did anyone expect the Aris to be taking this first game out?
I mean, I expected it because I still believe Aris is the slightly better team here. Obviously, the power gradient in this particular match was a little bit higher than expected, but I mean, it's a best of 5 after all, right? So CL has all the chances to still come back from this.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember exactly what the predictions from chat were. I'm going to keep a better eye on that for this next round coming up. But it typically signs like if the winning takes the first one, it pretty heavily skews. Yeah. So I'm going to guess probably you're all going to be around the 76% on the next round. But then if they do climb back, it always goes back to that 50-50.
Yeah, I think it was fairly equal already. Yeah. The predictions like. I think 53 to 47 or something like this. Nice. So yeah,
we'll see what the hive mind of chat comes up with. But the render will be coming here just a moment, but it is really cool. I do like this map in particular. Did you happen to see what in the order the other the asymmetric, so the Northern Waters, which order is that going to be?
Northern Waters is going to be the third match, so we're definitely going to see that, even if Aris might pull like a 3-0. Sure. So that'll definitely come up. Second match will be played on the map Sleeping Giant, so one of the maps we have already seen, not a lot of, but we have already seen that. Yep. Yeah, Land of Fire, Loop being the last 2 maps in the series here. I mean, Loop, tell me about Loop, man. I mean, that was an interesting game that we could watch on Loop, TWA versus Rain. So if we do get to that, it's potentially going to be more chaos down the line.
We'll see. I mean, we got to survive to it. I'm just glad to see that Northern Waters is in the first 3, so it's a guaranteed show match, just because I feel like that's, something different that the teams have really had to come up with their own new strategies too, and that's kind of what we saw right here, was just like, hey, we're just going to have a huge push on one side of the map. But I think the renders did just come through, so let's pop over and take a peek of the bird's eye view, so to speak, of what happened, and maybe you can give me some insights as to why some of these teams made the choices they did.
Yeah, of course. We will just start again with initial deployments here, letting it run a little bit further. We see both of these teams, as they've shown in previous renders and previous games, both of these teams really like their fast destroyers, sending them towards ECAP here. Aris just putting a little bit more oomph behind that initial DD. Yep. That obviously will turn out in a positive way for them there.
But they are holding back at least some of their assets towards the center, whereas it looks like everything's heading out on the west and east flank for CL, which is interesting.
Yeah, exactly, which is one, interesting, and two, obviously later down in the replay we will see that this is one of the issues that CL had to deal with, right? So just continuing, also just actually wanting to mention, it's a fairly uncommon lineup here, right? Both of these teams have previously shown they like their Minotaurs, they like the smoke screens, right? And Aris all of a sudden coming out with a double Marseille defensively, not aggressively, so that's a big change up here.
It was cool that we saw the renders of this map in particular, so we could see both the strategies. Because last time it was Aris was on the bottom, and they flanked up with 3 ships. But again, as you said, very different type of ship that they're bringing to that battle.
Of course,
and they weren't facing an armada on the other side of the map.
No, that's quite the armada. That's for sure. So yeah, we see Marceau obviously has to pull away from this cap quite quickly, realizing that there's a lot of ships heading his way. He chooses to not contest the cap here. Obviously, he doesn't want to lose his ship entirely already in the first 2 to 3 minutes. So these 3 ships are already kind of on their back foot, realizing that there's quite the push coming towards them. On the other side, obviously, it takes a little bit longer to fully develop a home cap push here. So we're just going to let it run a little bit further here.
Would you say that the Aris has more of like kind of a traditional layout and more of like a meta lineup on the side of the map, and CL's kind of being a bit more inventive with this layout? Or have you seen this strategy before where you just kind of dedicate all to one side and just have like a little bit of presence on the other side of the map.
It's definitely an interesting strategy from CL here. It's very uncommon. Usually teams at this level try to spread out a little bit more in the hopes of not losing the ability to especially contest C and D capture zones, right? But I've seen stuff like this in the past. I would just add that home cap pushes on north are usually a very tricky thing to pull off, especially when Aris has this crossfire ready with the Vermont, right? We have previously seen in the replays of these teams that when the crossfire didn't exist, the home cap pushes were more successful. But now that Aris does have this Vermont, obviously, even though there's a lot of ships coming to the home cap, as long as they are not able to kill off the ships on A cap, this is usually not worth it.
Yeah, and I think that's something we were mentioning on the last match when they were being chased around. There wasn't that kind of anchor of a battleship being able to punish anybody who was pushing into here. So they actually do have it on this time.
Exactly. So let's just continue to watch a little bit here. Obviously, we do see this pickup, right? Yeah. I mean, Delny just basically not stopping, kind of catching this Marceau off guard. Something that, again, shouldn't have really happened since they kind of knew what was coming, so kind of a mistake by the Marceau, I should say. Just watching further, obviously Marceau gets killed. Now the Salem is in a really tricky position. He does recover well as he can in this situation, and does still get the trade kill on the Marseille, right? A 1-4-0 could have been obviously way worse, but he does get the kill and the ram on the Marseille, which is fair enough.
So my key takeaways from what I'm seeing right now is, so kind of equal push. So we had a push on this side from the CL. We had a push on this side on Aris. So fairly similar strategies in that regard, except Aris was able to stay alive for the most part, where we're getting some losses on CL. But I think this is a pretty critical play right now that the Salem did. It's like, hey, I noticed
100%.
that nobody's really here. I'm just going to sneak in, get this thing. Maybe I can pop over and chop into the sea. And while this is doing it, you're already making a huge difference on the shot climber, which is interesting.
Yeah, we talked about the time it takes for a home cap push like this, right? And even though caps are equal right now, points are not, right? Aris has a much bigger lead. Obviously, they have already killed the ship as well. But they are about to pick up even more kills, right? And one thing that I also wanted to mention is it doesn't really make too much sense for me personally to pick Kremlin in this position, having only 3 ships committed to the east side of things, while having all the other ships on the home cap push side. I would have thought that they would just pick a battleship that is a little bit better when just in a kiting situation, a more defensive situation. Kremlin is usually used in a very explosive, pushy way, right? So a little bit of an odd pick here by CL as well.
All right, well, let's see how the rest of this runs out before we get into the next game.
So Salem obviously gets killed out. Kremlin running away here at the bottom.
They look like they're just getting encapsulated.
Exactly. We had this interesting situation here with the Gdansk trying to grab the cap. In the hopes of getting some more points taken for them.
Which he did survive, to his credit. I thought he was going to get melted by that Salem. And the Vermont was even being cheeky and throwing a couple shells in there.
Yeah, exactly. When I did see the Salem coming up here in this position, I thought the Gdansk was surely done for. Still not a good situation for him.
Good done, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. So again, Shimakaze surviving here on the A cap is just really super good for Aris, right? He's just constantly being annoying, torping the smoke screen. Minotaur is not really able to do a lot of damage to an angling Shimakaze, because obviously Minotaur only has AP shells, right?
Which is surprising, though. I mean, as a Shima player myself, going up as a minnow, that is not necessarily a battle I want to do. But as long as you're running away, typically you can dodge them.
Yeah, exactly. And we just see that the point situation here is just ticking away for Aris right there. And now they're trying some last-ditch efforts. The Bongo is sending himself in here, but it's all game over. Unconventional push from CL here didn't really work out the way they wanted to. Aris reacting really well, staying alive, and hopefully we will see interesting games in the future now.
Agreed. All right, so this is a bit more of a traditional layout that we're going to be seeing on Sleeping Giant. So again, popular map. I think you've mentioned that's seen already quite a bit of competitive play. So let's jump in there and find out if CL is ready to play and kind of even the match, or if Aris is going to continue this momentum. Let's pop into this next map, Sleeping Giant.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, C and D are on the right. In this iteration, both teams' spawns have moved from a central position to a north and southwestern spawn position, offering a wealth of new strategies for teams to execute. Cap A on the left is fraught with danger, shifted from its previous position inside the Thunderdome to being centered on the tip of the island on the 1-2 line. A daring destroyer player can hug the island to take the cap quickly, but will face a treacherous journey to escape afterwards. In the center, capture Area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of spaces for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Caps C and D on the right provide an intriguing choice to teams. Pick up just their home cap, deploying radar and kiting ships to protect it, or risk it all on a push down the 9-10 line to gain control over both caps and the potential win. Sleeping Giant has a long history in COT S since its return in COT S13. Many tightly contested and challenging matches have been fought on this map, which begs the question, who will be the victor this time? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sleeping Giant.
And here we go, CL versus Aris, round 2 in the semifinals of King of the Sea. In terms of lineup, let's get right into it. What do you see, Kilabin?
I have the first Cerberus.
Oh, that's right. Indeed.
Commonwealth Tier 10 heavy cruiser, crawling smoke, 12 203s. A very good ship if you can actually get into a position where you can just sort of out-kite something.
Extremely squishy and
She's
not very survivable.
Soft-sided, yes, but looking at how the teams are deploying, she won't get much of an opportunity.
Wow, some really aggressive plays going on already. Sorry, CL sending the Marceau straight into the big cap, getting caught, basically practice spotted by Aris's Delny. Aris's Delny actually suffering a lot,
yes.
Already half HP here. It's like a double Marceau Gdansk.
4 DDs and a Mino, Prince Van Oranje.
Khabarovsk, the Harugumo,
Like Gdansk and Mino of Aris are not firing in support because they know that they are in too much of a risk.
Indeed, and Marceau from CL still reversing into the cap. They really want to get that cap done. Here comes the Gdansk radar. So
Mino's now in smoke. So we might see some attempts at a decap here, but the Marceau has left the cap.
It's a really short duration radar on the Gdansk, remember?
Spotted.
So yeah, I think CL is just trying to get that B cap straight at the bat.
But
and
CL's Gdansk has also run aground. Marceau is now attempting to get into the cap. Maybe we'll see the Mino try to radar again.
that was the Minotaur. Yeah.
Yes, there he
Here
goes.
he goes. All right, so a lot of action already going on in that B side of things.
This game might be decided pretty quickly.
I'm not sure. The Marceau is angled against the Minotaur. The Minotaur's basically doing no damage to it, just pushing him away. But with the Conqueror salvo incoming, however, this might be a different story if these shells land,
We've got so many ships fighting over a single grid square.
This is very interesting. Meanwhile, however, Harugumo from CL capturing D, Shimakaze from Aris capturing C. Double... Oh!
And Mino goes down full
Minotaur.
health. Death
Wow!
strike.
Was this a blind fire? It had to be a blind fire.
I believe it was.
He was
yes.
not into radar range. That's a CL blind fire at
That is the
17 kilometers.
Yes, that is the power of Bungo. But and now, well, there's a bunch of torpedoes in the water. That Marceau has to be careful.
Marceau has to be. Oh, that's a really nasty cross drop as well. The Minotaur has good acceleration, so he'll be able to get out of it, no problem.
The torps just run out, so he's
be
safe.
just
But
fine.
it looks like CL can take advantage of that Minotaur kill right at the start of the game.
That's a huge. That is a huge start for them, getting rid of that long duration radar
Yes.
from the Minnow, and not only have to be contending with the Gdansk, which is kind of alone now, to be honest. However, they are rotating the Minotaur towards D instead. They see the Marseilles and the Shimmers.
They probably think that now that they've killed that Mino off, they can free up several ships because they no longer have to contend with it.
They can leave Gdansk and Marceau to
Yeah.
deal with B, but it's weird because CL was so adamant on trying to get B, and now they're more like, okay, we gotta kill. You know what? Let's not.
Yeah,
Let's not risk our
the
advantage
kill is
here.
an instant point injection, whereas the cap is obviously more of a time.
Well, speaking of
Yeah.
cap, Aris is about to
Yes.
get A for
Yes.
free, basically.
Aris is, well, yeah, like the Downey that was battered at the start of the game. He's now attempting to take the cap,
Yeah.
but he is being forced out due to the San Martin, and I think the Sabir is just going to start pushing.
Sibir is kind of stuck here on CL's side.
But-
He's spotted by the Delny and
But
kind
the
of farmed by the
Cerberus
Cerberus.
is in a good position here to just work him over.
Yeah, exactly. And again, like these 2 or 3s don't have the HE penetrations of, say, a Goliath against this Russian
no, but
deck.
good fire chance,
But
good
really good
rate of
fire chance, yeah,
good
and
rate
really
of
good
fire,
DPM.
and he can just smoke.
Reminder, however, that Sibir has a really strong heal, but it's a time-based heal. It's a
Yes.
one-trick pony. But he can print basically 50 or 60k on demand if he wants to.
Yes.
But Marceau, however, yeah, okay. So
Yeah,
they're rotating
yep.
the Marceau to A.
Yeah, Sabir has damage controlled, so this is now where the Delny will start putting the damage in. Looks like Aris is also redeploying their Sabir over to the A side.
Blind fire from the Sibir on the Cerberus.
And
Does
it-
it land?
Yes, and now it's just Gdansk trading at B. They're just staring at each other over that wall.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a stalemate in the meantime at B right now.
Yeah.
They are both on the same HP as well, so it's going to be down to their own aiming skills. Marceau from Kitalkui here having to be a little bit careful because that Cerberus is going to be in smoke for a long time, and he cannot really risk it too much. With the Aris' Sibir also going
Yes.
towards A as well.
It's more a question like, do they want to push the San Martin up closer to the island to maybe try and get some radar pressure on the
Ooh,
Cerberus?
That's actually going to be
But it
one
looks-
torpedo for
It
Emanon here.
looks like the Marceau is just going to contest the cap.
Yeah, one
Sibir's-
torpedo on the Sibir, so a lot of damage being put on Emanon already.
And his
here.
damage control is on cooldown. That is,
So he's gonna burn and flood.
he's going to burn and flood for a while.
That's a double fire. Yeah, a lot of damage being poured on Emanon here.
Yeah.
And with the Aris' Sibir coming in the fray, this 1v1 Sibir is gonna be pretty one-sided at this point. Predictions coming in on the screen. We have 79% from Aris, 21% from CL. You know, like when
mean,
someone wins, the prediction instantly go towards them.
But Aris are definitely on the back foot at the start of this game, given they lost the Minotaur so quickly.
Indeed, CL having flipped that cap
Like-
advantage now, getting A right from the jaws of Aris. Torpedoes from the Marceau might hit the Sibir.
Cerberus smoke is down, but he is still engaging.
That is a beautiful dodge from BOF here.
Oh, very nice.
No, he dodges it. I mean, the Marceau torpedoes aren't critically
Yep.
bad,
No,
but yeah.
but it looks like he's just going to go in the cap.
I think Aris is gonna try to brawl the other Sibir and finish him off, because if they do, they kind of have
That is a risky move though, because he's got the Marceau, obviously second
San
set of
Martin,
torps are in
yeah.
the way. San Martin's also in play.
San Martin here can just farm his combat instructions
Yep.
on that Sibir fairly easy. He has to be careful not to get completely massacred by these 400,
But obviously
457
also
guns.
Sibir's combat instruction will be charging at the same time.
It's secondaries only, is it?
And some potential damage.
Oh, potential damage.
Yes.
All right.
So like, okay, granted, San Martin's not a huge damage dealer, but it will potentially lead to BY getting a charge
Indeed.
sooner than expected. And as tanky as San Martin is through her heal, she's not that well armored.
Not
And
really,
we-
no.
and
She's a
Delny-
light cruiser.
Delny and
Oh, Delny
Marceau-
Marceau
yep.
brawl here. The Marceau having a bit of an advantage on the DPM versus a Delny, and the Cerberus being a little bit too far to make some accurate
Yep.
shots on
Sibir
here.
is attempting to help as well. Torpedoes have been avoided, but
Ooh,
Delny
yeah.
is suffering.
Delny is suffering heavily. The San Martin trying to add his guns to the fray as well. Delny on 5,000. Reminder, these Soviet destroyers have heals. The
Yes,
Marceau doesn't.
He
so
is healing as we speak.
Ooh, but the secondaries from the Sibir
Sibir's-
kind of hurting Marceau
Yes,
here.
yes,
he has
they
to go
are.
dark.
Oh, and good volley from the Cerberus. That looks like it was a solid hit.
So many secondaries pouring onto this
so
Marceau.
now the HP is equal.
The HP is equal. I would say even less, because Delny can heal. All
Yeah.
the damage Marceau loses is permanent, and that's
but,
a huge
but
advantage.
BY's position isn't that great. Emanon of CL looks like he was trying to see if he could catch BY if he ran aground.
I don't think so. Oh, we have a kill!
And Kaba of CL takes down the Gdansk.
Yeah, we
So-
had a rotation actually from CL, bringing the Khabarovsk back into B
Yes.
to help the Gdansk getting rid of that 2v1 situation.
I think we're about to see we might see a torpedo rush against
Khabarovsk versus Sibir in the
BY
Thunderdome?
Quite possibly.
That would be fun, wouldn't it be?
Yeah.
All
because-
right, so advantage is on CL this time. They have the point advantage, even though the caps are now stabilized. But however, Aris is bringing Marseille and Shimakaze directly into D, kind of pulling the trigger on a double Marseille Conqueror Shimakaze push on the home
There are
cap
torps
here.
in the water though. Marseille takes one
Takes
from
one.
the first volley.
Yeah, and Marseille has to be really careful because the Bungo easily overmatches their armor. Incoming
Yes.
salvo here. He had to turn a little bit to dodge these torpedoes, and he's going to take a little bit more damage from
10K.
this. But look at the Khabarovsk rotation from CL actually opened up D at this point. Unfortunately.
Gdansk managed a torpedo hit on the Sibir, so both Sibirs ain't doing too hot. Prince van Oranje is now moving up into position. Trying to reposition so we can get some good airstrike angles on the Sibir.
Yeah, meanwhile this Marseille Shima push here, the Shimakaze unable to smoke up the Marseille.
I think we're also going to see a back cap by CL's Gdansk taking Charlie.
That's interesting, yes, that's a really smart play on CL side, reading this. The
Bungo
oh yeah, the
of
Bungo
CL
goes
goes
down, of course. Can they pick up the Marseille here? It's only a Harugumo and a Minotaur, so to be honest, the Marseille can just tuck itself next to the island and just be just fine.
It looks like this push is now, we're seeing some kill trades, some cap trades. Interesting that the team that CL didn't go for the Sibir kill.
Not yet, but at least CL is pushing assets, as you said, into A. They're pushing the Marceau again, they're pushing the Prince van Oranje with Hydro running to try and root out this Delny.
Yep.
This Delny has nowhere to run. He is stuck here. If he goes forward, Sibir. If he goes backward, Oranje, San Martin and Marceau.
I mean, obviously, the Delny can basically has to rely on the Sibir and the Thunderdome managing to catch out the Oranje.
Yeah, but the Sibir, he's focused on other things. Does he has the guns ready for this? Yeah, his guns are pointed backwards,
Yeah.
so he can actually try to catch the Prince. But the Delny is
The Delny
spotted.
is making a run for it.
Sibir's secondaries pouring through him.
There are the torps as well. So, like, is taking A worth losing the Sibir?
I think so, to be fully honest. Delny will go down, so in the end it will be
Shots
a trade.
out from the Sibir and the Thunderdome against the Oranje.
Oranje
There
survives
is a
this.
Citadel.
That's a lot of damage, but he survives this. Delny goes down.
Yeah, and
The Gdansk actually on CL side decides not to actually go to C because he has the Conqueror and the Marseille just running straight back to this.
but like he's pulled 2 ships off.
He did, yes. Sibir, of course, going down from
Yeah.
CL, burning.
The Mino and the Haragumo now have some breathing space.
One more salvo, however, on the Cerberus. Ooh, down to 8k here, Usangi.
Okay.
The Sibir goes down, but did a massive damage to the Cerberus on the way
Looks like
out.
Kaba is now going to go for the Sibir.
The Kaba is gonna go through the Thunderdome and try to get him.
He's got to go somewhere.
That's gonna be really tricky. Sibir has really strong secondaries. That would be a tricky, especially because the Sibir is in a kiting position, so the Khabarovsk would have to sacrifice so much.
Otherwise, the Kaba is currently kind of stuck between the Sibir and a Shimmer,
Yeah.
with a Conch and Marseille in support.
Aris actually rotating the Shimakaze into B here with the spotting advantage
Yep.
over the Khabarovsk, pushing
Yep.
that Khabarovsk away,
Kaba
facing that
Kaba
Sibir.
is making that run.
Oh, it's gonna be awfully tricky. The Shimakaze even opening up with his
Yep.
guns to
So-
try and get that Khabarovsk as low as possible for
Yep,
the Sibir
the
to finish
Sibir
off.
is guns at the ready. He knows what's coming. Both
Khabarovsk doesn't see the Sibir coming out. He's gone. He just exploded at this point. 12k HP down to 5, down to 3. The secondaries can maybe back
Where's
the
the
kill.
torps? Where's the torps? Where's the torps?
Torpedoes have to go out now. Here they are, but they are really slow, so the Sibir can just turn in.
That Kaba's 50mm belt protecting him from the bulk of those secondary hits, so he actually somehow survives that engagement.
I think Sibir takes. I think
think
Sibir
that's
takes
enough.
torpedoes. Yeah, Sibir goes down from Aris. That's actually a really bad trade
Ooh, and
because the Khabarovsk survives, and now the
Yes.
Shimakaze has to be the only one trying to finish off this kill, and he's still shooting, meaning he can't get the cap.
Yep, there is the decap.
Can the Shimakaze bag a
1500.
Khabarovsk kill by herself? Down to
100%.
100. The couple more shells. Come on, Aris.
Where's the heal? Does he have the?
He
No, there he
goes
goes.
down.
Okay, so Kaba traded for the Sibir and kept the B cap, D cap for a while. Prince van Oranje dealing with the Cerberus over there.
Points are really tight right now, but look at what's
Yep.
going on. Shimakaze in B is going to get a 3-point advantage for Aris, but there's still a Harugumo and a Gdansk kind of hawking around the C and D cap, ready to
Yeah.
just get into it if needs be.
Looks like the call is kill the La La La.
Kill
of
the Marseille, yeah,
and that
all guns on the Marseille.
and
He's
that
on 50.
opens up 2 caps.
Yeah, that's actually Harugumo, Minotaur, and long range Gdansk just pouring it on the Marseille. He's down to 19k HP. I think he'll be able to survive this.
I think he'll get away with it, but he'll be in no state to
Nah,
contest.
12k HP and burning with even more Minotaur shells going down. He's not slowing down, meaning he's eventually going to bleed out of the island.
Yep, Prince Van Oranje is also engaging the Marseille. He's the lowest target. Let's kill him. Let's take him out.
Yeah, that's some long-range crossfires as well.
He's still burning. That's one fire left burning on him. He's probably going to survive it, but...
But eventually the Prince might, like, he's basically completely surrounded here.
Yes.
I see, and look at the Gdansk and look at the Harugumo. The points right now are taking in Aris' favor, but with basically CL, with the Harugumo and the Gdansk, moving directly back towards D.
Mino just hit his radar. Looks like they are going to try and take out the Marseille.
Yep. They did put the Conqueror into the middle of Bravo, which will kind of block the Prince Van Oranje from just pushing straight in. But yeah, they really want to kill this Marseille. They really want to put as much damage as they can on the Marseille here.
Because like they kill him, it means they can take D.
Not really, because Shikishima from Aris here in the Marseille is kind of pointed bow on towards C, so if Gdansk gets into it, he can just push forward and spot him with Hydro. However, he's doing it a little bit too soon, and he's maybe going to eat some really fast Gdansk torpedoes here.
Yep, okay.
Marseille finally goes down. Harugumo does take a little bit of damage here, but he can get the cap for free.
Yes, the torpedoes, one torpedo.
That's two torpedoes on the
torpedoes
Marseille.
on Marseille of Shikishima.
Yeah, he has a heal, but DCP is on cooldown now, and with the Harugumo ready to smoke up and farm, the Gdansk only has to spot. Here goes the radar on the Marseille. Oh, the Marseille from Aris really suffering here. The points still taking in their favor, but once CL gets D, that will flip the coins into CL's favor. Yeah, I would say Aris is completely surrounded now. They don't really have a solution for this. They don't have the spotting advantage because the Shima is in no position to spot either the Harugumo or the Gdansk. Harugumo trying to get eyes on this Marseille, here we go. And the Minotaur, of course, freely having some shots over the island.
Yes, it looks like... Yes, like...
But it's not over, because even with CL having having the cap stabilized, Aris still has 1 minute and 25 seconds to win.
And the Marseille is running down the Gdansk. The Gdansk has had to pop his smoke.
Yeah, we're going to see a main battery booster here on that Gdansk. I think that he's going to be able to kill the
looks
Marseille.
like everything that CL had to take out the Marseille. That is enough to flip the points.
Yeah, and C is free. Only the Shimakaze is in here, and now the Shimakaze is stuck between a Gdansk and a Radar Minotaur.
Are we going to see a Haru or Mino rush against the Kong?
Oh, Harugumo doesn't have the HP for this. Minotaur, however, kind of does. I'm just watching this Shimakaze dying in basically less than 15 seconds now. He's eventually going to get caught by the Harugumo. He's going to get caught by the Gdansk. And Aris, he goes... I think it's a 3v5 anyway, so we know who's going to win this battle. But some really, really nice plays from CL here. Especially with the Harugumo and the Gdansk just bullying the Marseilles with spotting.
Is the Haru in trouble though from the Cerberus and the Torps?
We're going to see a trade for sure.
Yep, there is the trade. That still keeps the points in CL's favor.
CL with 40 seconds to win. Can Aris try to get anything? It would be an HE death strike on the Minotaur perhaps from the Conqueror.
That's about all they can hope for at
but
this
even
point.
if they do, it is a 2 versus 5 and whatever
the
they do.
The Oranje
is
is also now finally moving into the BCAT. Looks like Conk is going to try to contest D. But it is a difficult task.
It is too late. 15 seconds left on CL's favor. The Conqueror is probably going to eat a face full of Minotaur torpedo even if he goes forward. So that's a really, really strong play from CL.
8 seconds on the clock. Aris just ran out of time.
Yeah, they did. They did. I'm surprised. It's good. It's good to see CL able to pick it back up after this first kind of decisive defeat, and then they show that they can actually control a map fairly well against Aris.
Despite going in all of that. Yeah, so well played.
The Sibir's interactions were quite interesting.
Losing the Mino so quickly.
Yes, the death strike, the blind death strike from the Bungo really opened up so much more freedom from CL here. That was a really well play. On, I think, Xbox 18 was the player.
Yes.
Really well done.
What does the studio think?
Gentlemen, take it away.
Well, I gotta say, I guess the predictions were wrong, chat. Although, I was pretty darn close. I think it was like 79. I was guessing it was going to be like a 74. Now it's probably going to be closer to a 50-50 again, I'm going to say. But we'll see. Really impressive push initially from CL, I want to say. I was surprised, like, especially in the middle, that they didn't put a little bit more aggression. Because especially after getting that minnow kill against Aris, I feel like, oh, we have free reign of just, like, popping in. Like, there was already backed up to the, I think it was the D point. But the fact that he didn't, like, capture that, they actually backed off and just, like, pushed onto the left and the right flank was kind of curious to me. But they ended up securing it nonetheless. What were your kind of key takeaways before we jump into the replay?
Yeah, I mean, we have to look at the initial kill that happened on the Minotaur, right? Because that's what started it all off. They had the Minotaur, like Aris had the Minotaur here in the center on top of the B cap, and then the Bongo just like nukes him off of the screen, right? So very interesting shot. I mean, hugely influential to the overall outcome of the match as well. I was a bit surprised that CL just left the B cap there, even though they had just secured a Minotaur kill, and that obviously gives them many more opportunities to actually go and touch the cap there. Instead, they opted for some different rotations. But hey, I mean, the game plan, I guess, somewhat worked, although it has to be said that in these situations where so many things are happening and there's so many back and forth, like, you have a set game plan, you try to stick to it, things change, and then you basically just adapt on the fly, right? So that's pretty sure what was happening. I mean, we saw the Gdansk like going through the center behind Aris' home cap and just causing nuisance. So typical, not untypical place to be seen there.
Yeah, and to be fair, on Aris' front, like, I think they did do a really nice kind of counter push after losing that Minotaur. They were able to regroup and they were able to push down that 1-3 line. Really pinned down the Sabir. I know they had a Sabir on both sides, but really putting on those fires, I think, was really powerful, and kind of keep him in that corner and able to push forward. And it took a while before CL could get back. But I think the render is ready, so let's pop in there and see what happened in real time from that bird's eye view and see if there's anything we missed when we were watching it live.
Of course. So yeah, just running through initial deployments again. Maybe gonna take a look here at the B caps. So Aris obviously pulling a smoke screen at the beginning, trying to put the Minotaur in there, just having one way of, or just it's just one way of trying to control the B cap early as best as possible. Both teams actually having the same idea. So we also see the Gdansk from CL just laying down the smoke screen for the Minotaur to just dive in there, get the radar onto the cap, potentially kill or catch the DD, deal a lot of damage to the DD. So yeah.
What would you say the strength and weaknesses compared to? So we have the Saint Martin on one side, and we have the I can't quite read it from Cerberus from this side. What were the difference? I know Saint Martin's a very popular choice, kind of like Svea on one side. Is it similar on the Cerberus?
I mean, Cerberus is a completely different ship to the Saint Martin. Both do have the same role as sort of this kiting ship that you can plug on a flank, leave it alone for a little while. But Cerberus actually does gain a lot of power through its own smokescreen. It lasts a very long time. It's like sort of like a fuel smoke, but just lasts for a very long time, right? I think it's almost 2 minutes of full smoke. And it has lots and lots of HE firepower, right? So obviously you would pick the Cerberus here if you are going to predict that there's a battleship kind of sitting in this area here that you can just nicely farm, which obviously we did see happen in the game.
Yeah, interesting.
So yeah, really interested to see exactly what happened to the Minotaur here. So
let's watch this frame by frame, because this is probably right about when it happens.
Yeah, exactly. So this guy is not spotted right now. Obviously now initial engagement
punished, looks like, by the Minotaur via the radar pops.
The Minotaur is already pulling away from the cap here, so that guy doesn't have radar range on the cap anymore. And
was it actually a blind fire?
I think Robin was actually right. That was a complete blind fire, because if I go and rewind it here a little bit, we don't see any spotted indicators. Like here for the Marceau, you could see the spotted indicator flashing bright orange, and that's not here for the Minotaur. So honestly, amazing shots by that Bongo. I mean,
he was using his. I know. I think Roman was telling me yesterday that is that spotter plane, which allows you to get that extra accuracy, essentially. And we do know that the Minotaur's citadel is about the size of a New York State building, so Empire State Building.
Very well put. Yeah. So no, it gives you a better perspective into the smoke screen, right? It's a little bit easier to exactly see where the Minotaur shells are just coming from, right? So but it's still by no means an easy shot. So incredible stuff by this Bongo, actually securing this kill so early in the game.
I mean, especially since he wasn't even really sitting in like the middle of the smoke, is where I typically shoot. He was actually already kind of being smart and hiding behind it.
Yeah.
What a prediction! That's crazy.
100%. So obviously,
but this is what was super surprising to me. Look, he just backs away.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
If you back up there, like I would have figured, what is stopping him from just at least just putting his, he's already backed up. He wasn't really going to be bowing and like threatening himself. Why not just capture that before heading over to support the A flank?
Yeah, so I was a little bit surprised as well here by the fact that the Marceau rotated off to the A-cap so early. I mean, they wanted them to get the Minotaur rotation in because they were probably scared of like a home cap push situation here. So I get why the Minotaur already used the radar as well, so I get why they rotated the Minotaur off. I just thought that the Gdansk and Marceau would work together and at least trying to secure this B-cap for now, since there wasn't really too much that was still left from Aris' side.
Would there be like any real threat? Because I know Sabir doesn't have any radar, but does Gdansk have any way of detecting that Marceau if he was like on that corner there?
Yeah, the Gdansk does have radar, obviously. It also has a fairly short cooldown, so that would have probably been ready.
Okay. Maybe it was just really conservative play on that end by CL.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, just running through a little bit further here. Obviously that Marceau rotation does come in. They just really want to stop the points game from Aris here on the A side. And in the meantime, Aris is sort of setting up this home cap push. They realize, okay, hey, now with this A contest coming in, we're gonna need to go and contest the east side of the map here in a short while. We also see the Sibir taking heavy damage right from the Cerberus here.
Yep.
Counter push coming in. That's not really designed to actually get the capture point. He was just driving by and trying to get into this dome here in between A and B cap. It's just a great position in the center of the map.
I mean, that's one thing about the Sabir. I was playing it a ton like an asymmetric because I'm not necessarily as brave to go into random battles with it. But the power of those secondaries and then like that just charges up. I'm curious to see if he keeps in reserve his funny button to be able to basically turn himself into a bungo and just like snipe some citadels. So I'm curious to see if he ever activates that here coming up.
Yeah, I mean, we saw how good of a position this Thunderdome, we call it in competitive most of the times, is because you just have such a good position to defend A from, right? If there's ships coming in from one line or two line, you just have this immediate crossfire, and it's kind of tricky if you still have a lot of HP with the Sibir here to get rid of you in that position. Yep. So yeah, just obviously these engagements, a pretty tricky one. The Delny coming out alive though, but as already mentioned in the cast, the Delny has a big advantage over the Marceau here with its heal. Obviously can recover a lot of the hit points that he's lost.
So I know we were spending a lot of focus during the live cast on this 1-2 line. What do we see, like what do your elf's eyes see on the 6 to 10 line?
Yeah, I mean, good to point this out right now because there's another rotation coming in from CL. They had originally deployed the Khabarovsk on the east side of the map. Now they've decided, okay, hey, actually the Sibir has now moved away from B cap, where he was previously spotted, went towards A. So there's probably a very light defense on the B cap, and they really just took a lot of advantage off of that information. Just driving in here,
and and they do in fact snag
exactly, just non-stop.
Gdansk kill too, right?
Exactly, Gdansk pulled the radar. Of course, he tries to get away, tries to smoke, but he didn't have a lot of HP at the start of this engagement, and this quick push was enough to just get him off the map.
So if you were in this position right here, would you be more interested in coming here and maybe getting some cheeky damage off on the Sabir, or would you have done what we're about to see, which is the really kind of dramatic move of getting into their flank?
It's tricky. I mean, if you ever have a situation in a competitive game where you can get behind the enemy, you usually like to take it because it is very, very difficult to deal with from our side, right? On the other hand, of course, killing a ship is also very important. I think this CL Gdansk just decided to go behind enemy lines just because of the chaos that he can cause later on in the game, which did actually work out for them.
Yeah, this was like, I remember seeing like about 2 minutes from now. I was like, how the heck did he get up there?
Yeah, exactly. We also see Aris now realizing, heck, I mean, we're not really in the greatest of situations. We just lost control over the B cap. We lost the ship there. We just need to make stuff happen on the home cap push. They do push in eventually. So just running it a little bit further, they do get the cap. In this situation here, I want to pause it. One thing to point out is Gdansk decides to not take the cap. He's maybe a little bit too afraid of swift rotations just catching him as he is going to step onto the cap.
It's the second time we've seen in this match alone, just kind of that really cautious gameplay to stay alive instead of necessarily sneak in a bit more of aggressive play, which is curious to see.
Yeah, I mean, in these games, it's all about the points, right? So I just thought in this situation he could have maybe brushed through the cap. Sure, they might maybe lose the cap later on in the game, but it's points ticking for CL in the situation, which would have been nice. But it did work out in the end for them. So,
but I mean, even though the points are pretty close, I do want to draw attention just because of that advantage that Aris was able to push through that initial pressure on the left-hand side. They almost have a 3 times advantage as far as the clock timer is concerned, which is pretty impressive.
So on the other side of the map here, 1-2 line, we do see the Delny getting punished. Really nice push. Just using the San Martin radar, I think, before that, just catching the Delny out, just getting themselves onto the A cap, finally securing more points for them there.
I really do like how they're able to kind of coalesce this big pushing force from the left side, like rededicating the forces to the right side, snag the 2 destroyers down the middle to get the points there for a long time, but then really kind of fight where it mattered on this left flank.
Indeed. We see this very awkward situation now with the Khabarovsk in Sibir, where we all thought the Khabarovsk is done for. He does survive, actually, and kill the Sibir off, which was pretty good for CL, considering the situation that he was finding himself in. But if we just take a look at the map right now, we kind of can already see a foreshadowing of what's about to come. Gdansk up here, Harugumo, Minotaur coming back in, so they are pretty surrounded, and that is exactly what will happen here in a short while.
Once the Sibir goes down, they have all the pressure just coming right into the center hole. Exactly.
So Aris does do well in order to try and fight back. Gain some capture control again. This Marseille, though, under a lot of trouble. Harugumo, lots of firepower to be putting onto the Marseille here. Minotaur with the great arcs, just trying to shell behind the rock here. PVO from the west side of the map, just trying to catch him as well. So now the situation where Aris is like completely surrounded is really coming to bite them really hard here. So just continuing a little bit further. Now we just see, right, Gdansk is able to fire up from a position, Delta 8, that usually you just won't really see in games like this. So good on him for actually taking that opportunity and going behind enemy lines. So now the move is finally paying off.
So this is another area which I was kind of surprised to see, as this right now it's getting a little dangerous, but like a little bit beforehand, if the Gdansk was maybe able to back into this little corner and capture that C point, I think he might have been able to squeeze more out. But again, we're seeing that conservative play, maybe actually the correct choice overall. You never know what's going to happen, right?
All right, so yeah, not too many things happen. I mean, CL realizes this kill was hugely important. They go for the Marseille.
Trade's there.
The trade did happen here on the C cap, but that didn't change the outcome of the game. And CL does do very well in securing this victory. And now the scores are tied.
Yeah. Well, hey, good on to everybody. I think there was 46 believers of CL out there, and they got 2 million channel points distributed amongst them. So well done. Enjoy your quackins. But I think the teams are ready to jump into this third match. Is the third one, which I'm really excited for.
Yeah.
So this is the Northern Waters. So I think Aris definitely was able to pull out pretty strongly on that first map, which was a little different than usual, I'd say, unorthodox. So we'll see if they're able to pull it through on this second one. And again, I'm going to predict that your predictions are going to be closer to 50-50 here, but we'll find out here just shortly. So let's, without further ado, jump into Northern Waters and see what the teams have in store for us.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite, frigid and forbearing. These frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigors of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, the B cap is in the center, with caps C and D on the right. In this new configuration, spawns of ships are based on what class they are. Battleships spawn above Cap A, cruisers spawn above Cap B, and destroyers spawn above the home caps C and D. This aims to provide teams with new and specialized tactics for each flank, with unique deployment ideas. Cap A on the left is larger than in previous iterations, now having a small island providing cover for any ship that wishes to contest it. Cap B was moved to the right to be harder to directly contest, with the small islands inside offering minimal cover. The home caps, C and D, are surrounded by a fair number of small islands, allowing destroyers to set up for ambush-style hit-and-run tactics more comfortably. Support from cruisers spawning in the middle of the map is critical for success on both sides. How will teams divide their forces for the most optimal strategy? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
Aris up. Okay, here we go. Into the third game. CL sort of sending their Aranyes over to the battleship cap. Looks like they're probably going to want to bomb out the Sibir if he tries to hold a line as he pushes up. Whereas Aris look to be deploying more conventionally. Svea, Shimmer, Ragnar to Big, Grozovoy, their fastest DD, grabbing the C cap with the San Martin, moving gracefully.
I believe we might have a reset here on CL side. Players are stationary, so I believe we might have to restart that game.
Yes, we are. That is
momentarily.
confirmed.
Remember, there's no need to change the lineups. Once the teams have selected the lineup for this map, it's locked.
Yep.
So we'll just have a bit of a reset and go straight back to the game in a moment. But in terms of lineup, I noticed that CL is bringing a very heavy destroyer radar. They had Ragnar, they had Yue Yang, and they had, oh goodness, I already forgot. Gdansk, exactly. Yeah, they had 3 really strong radars, plus the Summers to back them up with some strong smokes and torpedoes. So we might see CL trying to dominate this BCD kind of triangle on the right side of the map with a lot of
certainly
control
looked like
radar.
Going off their initial positioning.
But Aris had a Svea, which is a terrifying light cruiser to face when you're in ADD. That smoke radar combo, I believe it is also stealth radar from about 300 meters. It is a terrifying ship to face.
Indeed.
If you don't have backup, of course. So interesting to see how they're going to do. Now, of course, both teams have seen their comp, so strats are maybe already unveiled, I assume. Are we going to see a different deployment from what we've seen in the first few seconds? I guess we'll see.
I don't think so. Given this moment with everything to play for, the team's tensions will be high. I think we will probably see a relatively similar deployment because their lineups demand it.
It's true, but again, that map has of course 5 key zones, which is ridiculously strong. If you manage to get like the advantage in here, it's asymmetrical as well, so you can't just stabilize the point gain like the 4 caps maps. So 4 DD lineup on CL and only 3 DD lineup on Aris. Looking forward to see what's going to happen. We have some information about the previous games. The current game, Resin, which is facing TWA, actually got knocked out. So TWA got 3-0 against Resin, meaning that TWA will be in the grand final. More or less expected, I would say. Facing number 1 NA team. I'm afraid Sir Snaff is a little bit sad about this. NA team being knocked out, but TWA getting it 3-0 is something that was more or less expected. I would have liked to see maybe a 3-1. What do you think, Sir Snaff?
I don't want to talk about it.
That's fair.
I'm going to get him next time.
All right.
Good job, guys. Proud of you.
So it looks like both teams are just resetting, getting themselves ready. So we should be dropping
momentarily.
That's a shame. I was really hoping the NA guys are going to be able to make it all the way through. They did such good games in that first match that we were watching yesterday. But Oh well. I mean, I think that just shows how amazing the games that we got to saw yesterday between Reign and TWA, because those were freaking nail biters all the way through.
That's
and
true.
Be able to show up 3-0 at this stage of the game, when obviously all the teams are showing up to this level, is something to be saying. So. Best of luck, guys. I'm proud of the NA team making it that far.
No pressure at all on Aris and
happens.
CL, because whoever wins will be facing TWA, which is not a small ask.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So yeah, we will see.
Looks like we're just waiting for the last couple of people to be moved
Couple
around.
more people going in here. I think we did we have the predictions running? I'm curious as that match was starting, so we'll see if it's going to change
we'll
up
see during
at
the
all.
battle, yeah.
Yeah.
But I do have a question for you, Bert Legends. What was the idea behind having Northern Waters so inherently different in terms of cap layout and spawn layout?
I mean, you mean why it was implemented this way in
Yes.
King of the Sea? I mean, it's just a different way of doing things, no? I mean, you have had these like 3 cap layouts on Northern Waters for such a long time, so this iteration of King of the Sea, just going for the 4 cap layouts, just going for 1 5 cap layout, is just a different spin on things. I think it has been fairly well received so far. I think it actually makes for exciting games, so it's just a different change, not only in different capture zones, but also in just different spawn locations, right? I mean, Northern Waters in particular is the one map that has these difficult or different battleship spawns, where we just saw matches that are super unconventional. Like, you usually never see double battleship pushes in towards the 8 capture zones on Northern Waters, right?
Closer to like a brawl format, I think we were mentioning yesterday. And for mixed results, it's really does come up with like some pretty interesting on-the-fly decision-making that the teams get to make, instead of just, relying on the tried-and-true methods of like, hey, this is a well-practiced layout that we're going to putting, 1 or 2 ships on a flank and then the main force going somewhere. The fact that you actually have to, on the moment, like, okay, what we're going to do, and really analyze what the other team is doing at the same time is, personally, coming into it, these are the 2 matches or 2 maps that I'm the most interested in, just see like what these teams are going to do to adapt for it.
Well, they're ready, and the game has started.
Wonderful.
So we can
Let's
go
jump in.
straight.
Looks like we've got something else
never
going
mind.
on.
They have another problem. Goodness me. Technical issues, I see. Oh, yeah, it seems Aris is missing a player.
Yeah, just a little bit of info on that Resin TWA matchup. I mean, I was fortunate enough to also be casting on that last WM tournament where Resin and TWA actually did match up against each other. So that outing did go a little bit better for Resin. They were actually put up a better fight to TWA in that series. Just wanting to mention that, okay, this might be 3-0 now. Obviously, we haven't seen the games. They might have been like all, nail biters, super close games. So it just goes to show that in some tournaments, you can just have a bad day, right?
Yep.
But in general, I think Resin has shown in the past that they can be a very strong contender for these matches, and even though it's 3-0, I think Resin is still a very strong team.
Yeah, and I'm glad they at least had the fighting chance with the best of 5 format, so it wasn't just like they got there and then is immediately knocked out. They actually had a little bit of a chance to really pull it back. But I don't know if we're going to have time in today's broadcast to go back and look at those replay renders. But something on my own time, I'm definitely going to take a peek and just kind of see what happened on those battles. But best of luck to you guys, everybody that did show up and put all their time and effort into the tournament from the NA team. I'm really proud of it, and I hope to see more NA teams going to be joining into the battles of the King of Sea in the future. That'd be really cool to see.
Yeah, 100%. No, I don't think Resin is going anywhere. They are a very well-established team in the scene, right? I think we will be seeing them just throwing it into the next King of the Sea, giving it the best chance.
Yeah. Well, I think we're waiting for a little bit of a scramble to get all of the
Some
teams
silly
back
things
onto the
going
starting
on
lines.
right now, it seems.
Yeah.
So
We'll get
the
it back
team
in a
had to
second.
restart twice. So normally the third time is the charm, as we like to say, right? So hopefully we can get into this match
Yes.
after the team stops goofing around.
Once you're ready and you say you're ready, don't unready.
Not unready, yes.
Well, what I can do in the meantime, because I'm sure there's a lot of new viewers who are just tuning in, didn't see that initial introduction, I want to say hello. I am all the way across the ocean, joining from the NA team out in Austin. I am Sir Snarf, so I'm the new community manager. I know you have a new face on the NA side of things, so I'm excited to be here as my first COTS and hosting, so incredibly grateful for the team having me out here, and definitely reading chat as I'm kind of coming off screen. So anything that you guys want as far as feedback and like any kind of commentary I can do, please pop it in chat so I can get better and do a good job. But it's been an awesome show so far. I'm joined by a legend, a blood legend, you might say, who is going to be our expert analysis. But can you give us a quick background as far as like your history with COTS and the game and everything?
Yeah, I've been in the competitive scene for like more than 6 years now. Obviously racked up a lot of experience so far, having played lots of King of the Sea tournaments in the past as well, Warships Masters tournaments, competing in clan battles. So yeah, that's why I'm the analyst here today. Just a lot of experience that I can bring into the cast here, and yeah, hopefully I'm gonna be providing some information for you guys that you otherwise maybe would not have had, or yeah.
When you typically play your competitive games, which role do you fall into? Are you more a battleship, DD, or a cruiser player?
Well, typically over the grand scheme of things, I think I fall more into the category of a cruiser player, although I am able to fill in like into battleship roles or DD roles, but yeah, mostly cruisers.
Yeah. And let me guess, you like Des Moines?
Obviously, because every competitive player does like Des Moines.
Yeah.
But yeah, Des Moines, Moskva, these type of ships, right? Petropavlovsk. Yeah, just in general, all these competitive cruisers, I just had the chance of playing a lot of in competitive tournaments. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm not sure how much more time we have, but maybe, Robin, you can share a little bit about your background. I know you've been in the World of Warships scene for quite some time now.
Yeah, I began playing around 2016, and I then joined Wargaming in 2019 as a community manager first, and then I moved up to be a content producer / video editor for World of Warships Legends. So yeah, but all the while I was a very active player. I could say I'm a veteran. I've been around for long enough to know the games in and out. And for a few times now, I've been helping the crew for both Warships Masters and King of the Sea. I've been invited to cast, which is a really big pleasure for me. And I'm glad to be here for these really fun tournaments. So yeah, that's basically me. How about you, Kilbin?
Oh, hello, I'm Kilbin, the current English language community manager. Been playing the game since closed beta, was a super tester, was a community contributor, was a community manager, now moving into historical research. So I have played thousands and thousands of games and been able to cast several of these tournaments. Very much enjoy it and all that, and these games are some of the best you'll ever see. And I'm very much looking forward to this one once the teams are finished just sorting out with obviously these technical issues and such.
Yeah. I have to say on my end, very sad to see Killer Ben go. He has been, anybody who hangs out in our Discord channel, which I highly recommend, as there's lots of free goodies that you can get just by participating in the discussion there. But he has been a anchor, I'd say, without being too punny, for the community, and just getting all the feedback and reporting bugs and just kind of keeping a temperature check as far as what's happening out there. But I don't think there's probably a better job in the world for what he's moving into, just because of his infinite depth. It's deeper than the Mariana Trench as far as it comes to game knowledge about military ships and everything that could be potentially added to the game. So we'll see if we get a disproportionate amount of British ships in the future. But you have someone you can blame if we do.
No bias at all.
I think he might have some checks and balances there. But anyway, I do think that we are about to get this show started. Maybe with 15 minutes extra time, we can have another render of the map before we jump into the battle. But otherwise, I think we're going to finally see this game started.
We are going in, finally. All right. Well, again, CL versus Aris, 1-1. The winner will be facing TWA, so no pressure on them. And let's see what they brought to the table. Send us in.
Let's do it.
All right, so this time we start the game with a bit of a counter, 20 seconds. At least it will allow us to go through the lineups. Aris is bringing Bongo, Sibir, lots of Sibir, both yesterday and today. San Martin, Marseille, Svea, Prince, Van Oranje, Shimakaze, Grozovor, Ragnar. So 3 destroyers on Aris' side. And again, nothing has changed. The teams have to lock their comps. So still the same really strong destroy lineup on CL side with 3 radars on the Summers, Double Oranje, Worcester Conqueror, and Sibir.
Yes, I would imagine that we suspect that Sibir will probably play the 1 line towards the A cap.
Yeah.
Double Aranye would make sense to counter that without having to commit your own battleship, but obviously CL have brought their own Sibir so that if required they can indeed match ship for ship.
Yep.
And I guess in terms of dealing with lighter ships and cruisers, Bungo is probably the better against the cruisers, but obviously Conk can be absolutely lethal
Conk
against
can be very
destroyers.
dangerous indeed. I believe Conqueror can Citadel Svea with high explosive.
I would have to double check exactly the Citadel plating to the Conch HE shell penetration, but it's in that realm.
Well, it can Citadel Minotaur, which is 152mm Citadel
102.
plating, and Svea 102. My
Yes.
bad. Okay, and I don't think Svea has more.
No.
But yeah, still dangerous regardless.
Yes.
We do see Gdansk and Summers actually solo going towards D. Meanwhile, Riang and Ragnar making their way kind of around this 6th line around B here.
Well, it looks like we're going to see 3 radar destroyers from CL side covering B
Yeah,
with a
that's,
Worcester in support.
that's kind of tricky in a way. They really want to lock down B here. Gdansk long range, Ragnar a little bit smaller range.
And
Some of the
obviously,
Riang actually.
due to the bans that are currently placed in this series, there are no heavy Petro or Mosk for radars.
Nope, no 12 kilo radar.
So
no
if
12
that
kilometer radar for
Worcester
them.
gets into a Gdansk smoke, it'll be difficult to push out.
Yeah, they do have a Svea. Aris does have a Svea, which does have some really powerful radar as well. Short
Does.
cooldown, short duration.
It's a bit light on the firepower though, and it is
Oh,
more on
no,
the
no, no.
fragile
Against
side.
Destroyer, Svea is really, really strong. It has basically more guns than a Ragnar.
So it looks like CL will take the initial points lead slightly within a somewhat quicker cap.
Yeah, sending both solo Destroy here, Grozovoy versus Summers. Grozovoy obviously not having the considerable advantage, but having the heal over the Summers.
Yes, like so the Shimmers are throwing his torps around. Svea has activated radar.
Burning a radar on the Wei Yang kind of being caught here briefly.
Conk has returned the favor against the Svea though.
Yeah, well, let's see how much damage
Bungo
she
as
takes
well,
here.
shells in the air. Ooh, almost 10k from the first volley. Yu Yang is got to be. Ooh, Yu Yang taking nasty bit of damage there.
He's fine. He didn't lose more than 5k, which is honestly kind of surprising, being caught in his Svea's radar like this. There are torpedoes in the water, but they are basically
Ragnar's okay.
modified. All right, so we see early cap controls on both team, of course, getting the home cap as soon as possible.
Oh, hang on. Is the Ragnar okay? He's
Oh,
he's
no.
slowed down.
I think he's fine.
He's okay.
He
He's
looks
okay.
just fine.
Yeah.
In terms of deployment, both teams have sent their CBAs on the 1 line, but Aris does have a bit of a more protected position, I would say. And they will maybe rotate the Shimakaze here to try and get some eyes on whatever's going on the 1 line. Another radar being burned by the Wei Yang here on CL side, spotting the Shimakaze on her way out. No fire exchange will be made because Shimakaze is in cover.
Yes.
But they know she's rotating around here
so
now.
it means that the Sibir probably doesn't want to push to the A island. Now that they know that a Shimmer is in play. There was a bit of an exchange on the seaside. The Ragnar has taken a bit of damage.
Yeah. But now it seems that Aris is actually going to pull the trigger on some kind of push here with the Grozovoy, San Martin, Marseille, and Ragnar.
Yes.
They don't really have anything heavy to contend with, just a Summers and a Gdansk and of course a Worcester. But to be honest, in a 4v3 situation with the Marseille basically bringing battleship caliber to the game, it might be a bit tricky for CL if they maintain that push, of course.
Yes.
Remains to be seen. Shimakaze from Aris putting herself into the cap, spotting the deep water torpedoes, which are basically not a threat for her.
Yes.
And
So-
nothing can really contest that Shimakaze
Not
cap here.
at the moment.
Wei Yang from CL might put himself into A. He does have the radar advantage over the Shimakaze, of course. So I believe we have to see Wei Yang CL here getting into the cap with the Ragnar backing him up. Torpedoes in the water, though, he'll have to be careful.
Yeah, the Yu Yang has got to be careful because obviously that Shimmer knows that where those destroyers are going to come into the cap
Oh,
from.
that's the wrong turn to make against Shimakaze torpedoes, Wei Yang. I think he's taking one.
Ooh, yes. And he is
that's
down.
a kill! Predictions on the screen coming in right after this death here. Aris with 65% versus CL 35. Huge start from Aris, bagging that radar kill here and basically securing A. You do not want to take Shimakaze torpedoes in a destroyer, ever.
No, at all.
And now the Ragnar is like, I am alone versus Shimakaze now, which is still a scary prospect for Ice-T.
Yes.
But what a kill, what a prediction. Ragnar, of course, seeing that the cap is contested, he is in range for his radar in about now. Yeah, he's burning it. Shimakaze barely out of the radar range, will be able to dip out
It
slightly.
looks like Ragnar can just keep running forward. There is not anything that really can engage him.
He has to be careful
He's
because
gotta-
he doesn't want to be baited in front of a Sibir. Sibir poking out of the islands, probably with HE shells loaded.
The distance, like, I think he'll be okay. Like, we are seeing a lot of long-range shots.
Yeah, here comes the shots.
Obviously,
Wow.
the Oranje and the Sibir cannot fire in support, but Ice-T, yes, he got the kill, yes, he got the cap, but he has just lost half his health.
More than half, actually. He's down to 8k. And the Ragnar kind of unscathed, dodging the Sibir sequential salvos, dodging the bombs from the Prince Van Oranje. And
Can he slow down in time, though, to stay in the cap? Doesn't look like. I think he's going to leave the cap.
no, I think he's fine. I think he still has his engine boost running, so he'll be able to actually get the cap from Aris here.
Yes, Svea has also sort of positioning a bit, trying to get some shots out. It looks like we might see Conk Oranje just go for the B cap.
Ooh, really nice blind fire from the Sibir here, hitting the Ragnar on the bow and resetting the cap once again. Shimakaze now trying to abuse this radar cooldown and trying to get eyes on the Ragnar before he gets that cap advantage. Let's see if he can pull it off. It's kind of a risky thing because the Ragnar does have a relatively long cooldown.
Ragnar can only go forward, but that wall
These
of torpedoes
are really scary.
Yes, like, is he? Obviously, he doesn't know they're coming. It's like,
Ragnar is now spotted by the Shimakaze, 7.5 kilometers. Sibir salvo. The secondaries are actually going to reset the cap here.
honestly, right there, the Shimmer
Run.
spotting the Ragnar was a mistake.
I don't think it was, no.
Because if he wasn't spotted, if the Ragnar wasn't spotted, I don't think he'd have moved.
That's fair, and he would have ate a bunch of torpedoes. But now the Ragnar is actually stuck on a rock, unable. He has to reverse and be spotted again. The Sibir is just going to eat him alive. Here goes a radar from the Svea, actually, catching that Ragnar again. The Sibir just maintaining that push here. This Ragnar is in a lot of trouble right now.
Now he is, yes.
He is stuck against that rock, unable to go forward. I believe CL is about to lose 2 ships over
And they
over
didn't
nothing.
even get the cap.
No, that is such a bad start for them, losing 2 destroyers that way. 2 radar destroyers
Yes.
nonetheless.
Yes, Conk
Shimakaze
down to half
survives as
health.
well.
Looks like the team is going to try and much more play heavily around the B side. Grozovoy doing what he can.
That is a really rough play for them to come back from, because now they have to pull the trigger on a kind of a weird Conqueror Prince Van Oranje push paired with the Gdansk here. Their last radar destroyer, actually.
Yes.
No pressure.
And the Bungo firing. He's got the broadside of the Oranje in the middle of the map. Can he land a big hit?
That's
No.
not a good hit at all, actually. The Prince Van
Nothing.
Oranje against the Svea. Svea has to be careful not to lose too much HP against that. Trying to farm the Prince Van Oranje 60-second fire duration here. The Gdansk, meanwhile,
Yeah.
in the cap, pushing the Grozovoy away with a radar. They will be able to get B, but the points have bled so much into Aris' favor with these 2 kills. They have almost a 300-point separation.
Aris are also bringing over their Ragnar to get some decaps on the Gdansk, which they are now doing.
We have a Sibir on Sibir action here. Emanon here. Is he maybe going to try to make... Nah, it would be too risky to try to make any push. These Sibirs are going to be looking at each other through the rock for a little while, I
But
think.
CL Sibir is entirely at the mercy of Ice-T.
It is true, but so is Emanon here in the mercy of Prince Van Oranje long-range bombs and fires. So both
Yes.
Sibirs are going to suffer.
Looks like Aris will suffer airstrikes, CL will suffer torpedoes.
Maybe not. I believe Emanon is
Ooh,
kind of safe.
Shalmo, he's going down. Ragnar kills Gdansk. Aris are cleaning up this game.
Excuse me, how? Oh, I see. It seems CL is having issues with islands. It seems that they cannot really put their destroyers out of dodge because there are rocks in front of them. Wow,
It
all the
is-
destroyers, all
It
the
is-
radar
it is not
destroyers.
looking good for them.
It
they
is
might
not.
lose the central Oranje. Can the Svea get that last volley on and get that kill?
That's really
800
unfortunate.
health. Oranje desperately trying to maneuver. Looks like he has actually managed to get away with it.
It looks like a complete wipe for CL here.
Sibirs have
Sibir
pushed.
has pushed forward 8 torpedoes. Is going for a drive-by
They're
here.
both dying
But
horribly.
he's going out, and now I think the Aris' Sibir is dark. I think he's unspotted.
But
The
they know
Prince
where he is.
They know where he is. No, never mind. The Prince Van Oranje will try to secure this kill. That's an AP salvo coming in on the Prince Van Oranje, doing some decent damage. The Sibir is healing, or yeah, I think he's healing. No, he's not.
No,
he's not.
But next volley should take him out.
Never mind.
No,
that
thick plating.
Sibir plating, shrugging off the HE, but
There
the
he goes.
Conqueror finally
Yes.
finish him off. So many ships lost on CL side.
Yeah, CL losing 3 ships for not.
About to
for
lose the
one.
Conqueror, actually. About to lose the
Ooh,
Conqueror from
good heavens,
Grozovoy
yes.
salvos. Yeah, this is looking awfully bleak for CL here.
CL are not going to come back from this one, I don't think.
Conqueror burning the super heal, printing another ship for himself, of course. I don't think it's going to be enough, however. How do you bring 3 radar destroyers and lose them as the first ship is really, really painful.
Lack of hydro.
Lack of hydros indeed, yeah. Eating these torpedoes where they really shouldn't. Meanwhile, the Summers now has to be contending against the St. Martin solo with the Worcester.
They do take out the Marseille, so Aris are down a ship over there, but the San Martin can... Well, now Aris don't need D.
No, Aris does not need D. They don't even need A, to be honest. They have such a huge points lead that they can just hunt for kills. They know the Prince Van Oranje is low. The Summers taking massive AP damage from the San Martin, not angled enough actually to bounce them. The San Martin does not have improved pen angles, but yeah, I think CL is basically throwing at this point. They just stay stationary, asking to be killed and to move on to that 4th game.
It definitely looks like it is all over.
Yeah.
So Aris will take this 2-1.
I don't think the Yue Yang taking that Shima torpedo was critical. It was bad, but I don't think it was critical. The Ragnar pulling this weird maneuver and beating himself on this rock,
Losing both ships
was
so close to each other.
No, that was the last straw for this
Like,
battle at least.
DD eating a torp and dying early on sucks.
It happens, yeah, ship happens, right?
Losing both of your destroyers on a flank back to back.
Yeah. And then the
is
Gdansk. The
crippling.
Gdansk also being caught
Yeah.
by a Ragnar rotation and just being collected at B. Yeah, really unfortunate plays here on CL's part.
Yeah,
And we
and-
will see, of course,
And
Aris.
very
getting-
well capitalized by Aris.
Yeah, indeed. They lost a couple of ships, but really they lost them in a fair fight, I would say.
Yeah.
They didn't lose them with complete unfair
No.
disadvantage. All right, well, okay.
Just mopping up.
Mopping up indeed. Once the Prince Van Oranje goes down, I think the timer will go down to 1 minute and 30 seconds. They just have to back the Worcester and it will be over. Okay, I'm interested to see what the
I think
analysts
that's-
will think of this.
I think that's the most decisive victory we've seen.
It's true. Aris did have a decisive victory on the first game.
This one felt more so.
It felt more so, but at the same time a little bit more random aspects with that Shimakaze torpedo
like
here.
you cannot rely on
No,
basically one-shotting a destroyer.
you can't. We did see in previous cards and warships Master Shimakaze actually putting a lot of work into one-shotting destroyers with torpedoes. When you have 15 of them, one has to connect eventually.
Absolutely.
So yeah, I mean, I guess we don't really have anything else to say about this game. Let's just
No.
send it to the studio and see what they have to say. Aris, well played on winning CL 2-1 so far.
All right, well, I gotta say, that was a quick one. Especially after that last showing, I was expecting a little bit more of the back and forth, but maybe it is the proof that Aris really is pretty capable at adapting to new situations. Because I think that first match as well, which was a little bit more unorthodox, they were able to do a pretty darn decisive showing. But when it was that more kind of traditional format where they're going to go in their traditional layouts, they definitely seem to have a bit more trouble. And then yet again here, when it's something a little bit new and they have to adapt to it, definitely had a strong showing. So we'll see, because this was the last of the maps that was kind of weird. So the rest of the maps in the order are all a bit more of that traditional format, which seems like they struggled a little bit more. And so I definitely don't want to say CL is out of it, but time will tell. What was your kind of key takeaways from that one?
Yeah, I mean, much like the first game, it looked as if Aris really just had a really good grip on the whole game itself. They always knew exactly how to respond. CL tried a couple of pushes into certain camp zones, like the A capture zone, right? Of course, that Shimakaze kill on the Yu Yang was hugely influential. It kind of really stopped CL's aggressive push with the double destroyers on towards A, only leaving the Ragnar to its fate on the A cap. Ultimately not being able to really secure the cap for CL there. Shimakaze doing great in order to survive the initial push with the radar from Ragnar, coming back, sending really uncomfortable torpedoes towards him, and ultimately with the help of a rotating surveyor coming from the center, also just able to get rid of that initial aggression from CL. And after that it was mostly just CL trying to poke the center point again, but really not really that successfully.
Yeah, kind of agree with what Robin and Ben were saying, that it was just a fairly decisive showing, which is a shame. I mean, you definitely like to see a bit more of that tug of war back and forth, which I do think we've seen a little bit more in these first two games, but this one did seem pretty decisive. One thing that was interesting, I'd like to analyze once we get into the render here in a second. Yesterday, we definitely mentioned, like, hey, maybe it's better if the two battleships just kind of go in and brawl. It did look like Aris did more of that traditional format where they just had one on the left side. They sent one of their battleships to the center and kind of cover for both the flank, which is more of that traditional kind of layout, which ended up working out for them. Whereas the other team was a bit more just like, let's leave both of those battleships on the left, but they didn't really utilize them on like a, they didn't utilize all that firepower. They kept them back more in that conservative position, which I think also kind of shows the gameplay I've been seeing out of these first two matches. It's like they're a little bit more conservative with their moves. They're not. They're set up in a really aggressive position, but they didn't really utilize it.
I mean, CL tried to set up in a very aggressive way in the very first game here. Didn't really work out for them the way they wanted to. Now opting for the Conqueror in the center, just trying to be a little bit more HE focused, whittling down the opponent like over longer periods of time. Both of them didn't really try to push into ACAP too hard, like you said. Being a little bit more conservative than compared to what we've seen in the past. I mean, there's always two ways of going about the ACAP there on Northern Waters. Either you just go immediately, right, and try to grab a hold of that little island on the west side at the map border, or you will try, since the cap is actually pretty large now, you can also send your GDs over. But obviously with this new format, that takes a long time. So it's always a trade-off, and that's why we have seen very different approaches to this capture zone.
Yeah, and I think the render did just come through, so let's take a peek back in time and see if we can see any opportunities that CL might have really missed up, a place that they could have capitalized on, or if it was just a matter of kind of this positioning off the bat that really sealed the deal.
Yeah, let's check out initial deployments here. Interesting to see that CL does actually grab the decap a little bit faster than Aris. Just some nuances here, really.
Barely making a difference, though.
Yeah, barely making a difference, exactly. We see what you said about both teams kind of being fairly cautious when it comes to stepping into ACAP here. Just really waiting for their DDs to come over, right? This Yuyang coming over, Shimakaze coming over. Again, that's one way of doing it. We've seen plenty of other ways in the past here.
Yeah,
but
we've seen a bit more of the traditional, just like, hey, if we're going to keep both the battleships on the side, we're both going to kind of push in there and just be like, okay, what are you going to do about it? But this is kind of like a weird hybrid. It's not quite going to the center of the map to have full coverage. It's still definitely kind of focusing on this A side, but don't know if it really accomplishes what it's trying to do.
So let's continue. We've got the Svea here kind of in the middle of the map, just holding the B cap, or just guarding B cap for them in case CL has any ideas of stepping into it. Obviously with the only solo Gdansk here on the B cap, they're fairly cautious as well. Just trying to be a little bit more defensive here. Setting up an A cap push of some kind. So here we do see those torpedoes incoming from the Shimakaze towards the Yuyang here, kind of predicting that there's probably going to be DDs coming towards the capture zone here. That's one thing that this particular spawn lineup here that we have changed for Northern Waters this iteration. It gives you the opportunity to kind of predict, okay, DDs are all spawning on the right side of the map here, right? And there's a time involved in traveling over. And Aris, or this Shimakaze in particular, kind of predicting, okay, now is probably the time as to where these DDs are going to arrive. So he really predicts very nicely and catches the Yuyang off guard, and gets a very influential kill for his team.
I will say, right before this, maybe if we back up a frame or two, it was curious to see, I wanted to get your impressions of how much of the fleet was dedicated to this like 7-8 line, which was surprising to me. Just kind of defensive side when they saw all the push was coming maybe more on the 1-2 line, especially seeing both the battleships on that side. Why do you think they dedicated so many resources into that C cap?
It's access to caps, right? I mean, you see on the east side of the map here, this obviously splitting the map in half. You see the B cap, you see C cap, you see D cap. So that is generally where the points are. So Aris just deciding, okay, it's for us, it's not really worth it to invest too many ships into that A cap or A cap defense. Shimakaze for them was enough to be saying, okay, we are going to send some torpedoes here, try to catch a DD off guard, try to contest the 8 cap for as long as possible, with the Shimakaze obviously being a great ship for that since it has such low concealment. As long as it doesn't get caught in some radar pushes, it'll do the job for us. And obviously, as we have seen in the match already, that worked quite nicely for them. So yeah, just continuing, obviously we see that Yu Yang getting killed here, and yeah, the Ragnar still continuing with the plan of initially just going into the A cap here, pushing the Shimakaze away. But
You
again,
kind of already lost a little bit of that support, though. It's like, it's interesting they had all that firepower, but they waited for some of it to leave before they started to kind of push in there.
yeah, they really put a lot of weight on the double DDs reaching A cap here, just potentially also killing the DD that is contesting the A cap outright. Obviously now with the Yu Yang being killed like this from Shimakaze torpedoes, that wasn't quite possible. These ships weren't quite ready to immediately follow up with the push that the Ragnar did. And also it has to be said to Sibir actually putting in good blind fire volleys here towards that Ragnar, although even if he had flipped the cap, I don't think it would have mattered since the Shimakaze was really under no pressure to recontest the cap once the Ragnar is dealt with.
Yeah. And then trying to see this Worcester on this side, is he really in a position to do much other than just like be there just in case a push comes in? I don't think his range is really going to be, even if he has a spotting force on this side, to really do too much damage on this side, can he?
Oh, I mean, it's a classical defensive smoke cruiser lineup, right?
Yep.
You have the smoke protection for the Worcester, Somers is sitting in front of the smoke, spotting for him, and they're basically just waiting for a push to come.
Okay.
So
Which
yeah,
definitely looks like it is starting to come down on this end.
yeah, for
which
sure. I
is
mean,
where all the points are.
exactly. This is why they have deployed so many ships over there, right? To have the ability to, at some point, push once they've gained a little bit more information on where exactly CL ships are. We do see, of course, the Ragnar getting killed here. Nice rotation from the Svea, getting an angle onto that as well. Sibir pushing in, kind of being in this lockdown situation now.
I thought this was cute. And they're just
Yeah.
almost kissing. Just
that's-
starstruck lovers stuck behind a mountain between each other.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, this Sibir actually suffering a little bit more. Of course, this PVO having some great angles, bombs on top of that. So, yeah, it's something that they did in order to stall CL a little bit longer, right? But eventually, that was obviously the one kill that.
I was about to say, I was going to ask if he was. I mean, it was great cross angle into the Severe over there, but the Severe does have a decent amount of heal, and I know that can be kind of really utilized a bit more specifically than a traditional heal because it's on the timer versus just the consumable slot.
Yeah.
But it did leave him pretty darn vulnerable because basically you have so many things that can really, penalize you if you're not careful.
Just going back here a little bit, we kind of missed this initial. Engagement onto the Gdansk. Obviously, Gdansk trying to get the cap here, but since Aris had deployed the Ragnar still over on the east side of the map, they always had the opportunity to still defend B cap, even though the Svea did rotate away from it. So yeah, CL tries to get the cap. Aris was ready for it, putting the Gdansk in a very awkward situation here. Still somewhat angled in towards the other side here, maybe not really being able to turn this quite big and clunky ship around. Gdansk is not a very nimble destroyer in her own right.
It is interesting that they were able to hold off this decap for now, though. I thought like maybe by this time they really would have pushed that advantage, but it seems like they're actually dedicating some of the resources back over to B.
Yeah, I mean, Aris is just doing a really, really good job at just pointing the attention towards the important positions on the map. They are in no real big rush towards getting this decap. So far, this Somers Worcester defense is still a good defense that you have to kind of respect. Therefore, they sent the Ragnar over, predicted there's going to be a cap touch from this Gdansk, and yeah, they were correct. They were able to defend that really nicely, even finish it off with a kill on the Gdansk here. And it just, to me, this whole match from CL side of things just seemed a little bit disorganized. They lost their Yu-Yang here quite early at the start, and from then on, it really just didn't really look as if they were on the same page. I mean, we can see now the PVO obviously trying to go into the center here, getting some angles onto the Sibir maybe, but again, he gets punished so easily by the Svea just sitting in the center. Svea obviously a great defensive ship, able to smoke up, has long-range torpedoes, great firepower. So it really just didn't really feel like that CL was on the same page with what they had in mind with all of the players.
Interesting. So see, I think at this point it's looking pretty bleak, though. I don't think CL really has much they can do. I don't see anything they can do.
The Conqueror is just left in the center of the map here, getting shot at by Grozavoid torpedoes, Svea, Ragnar. I mean, as it was
really good control on Aris, gonna say. So interesting to see. I think we can probably get ready for this next match coming up right now. And do want to kind of hear a couple predictions as we've seen this today. As you said, anything can happen on the day go up. But I'm going to confidently say I'm going to throw my Quackens down on CL pulling this out. Purely for the fact this is going to be more of a traditional format. And I think that's definitely their strongest showing. So if there's an opportunity for them to pull it out, I really do think it is going to be on this map. So we're going to be seeing Land of Fire. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Land of Fire, I mean, it's one of these maps that is like, it provides for very interesting games just because of the fact that there's lots of islands close to the capture zones. It's a little bit similar to North in that regard. So yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe it will actually provide for an interesting game again. Obviously, that last game was a little bit of a washout. CL has obviously shown that they can come back from a 0-1 position, right? Pulling it to 1-1. So I do believe, just from what I've seen so far in these last 3 games, that Aris will take it here. Sure. But yeah, of course, here's hoping to great matches.
Well, I think we're about to hear from our casters, so maybe they can give their voices right before we jump into it. But without further ado, let's jump into Land of Fire. Oh, or not. Now.
At the extreme southern tip of South America lies an archipelago rich in history and diversity. Soon, these storied waters will play host to a heroic clash between opposing forces, and the region will live up to its name. This is Land of Fire. Land of Fire is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, and the C and D caps are on the right. To the west, the A cap has been shifted eastward, providing a significantly more open cap than before. It is common to see ships parked on the island on the west edge of the cap in order to deny the flank push, while also preventing an easy capture by enemy destroyers. Islands to the north and south also provide a safer but less rewarding place for radar cruisers to sit and defend the cap. Cap B in the center is wide open with plenty of ways in and out, and is initially the purview of competing destroyers. Teams will have to evaluate if it is worth smoking a cruiser to the island to the west of B in order to provide radar and hydro coverage. If combat shifts to an east-west axis, it's common to see some spectacular mid- and late-game pushes through the center of the map. On the right, caps C and D provide a tempting and risky choice for teams. Fast destroyers will typically take the home caps early, giving the teams the option of pushing a battleship down the 9 or 10 line to gain complete control over the eastern portion of the map. However, teams must always be wary of the multitude of islands that provide cover and ambush opportunities for a daring team. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Land of Fire.
And here we go. 2-1 to Aris. If Aris take this game, they will go through. So Aris bringing a fairly conventional lineup, quite similar to what we've seen throughout the tournament. Bungo, Sibir, Salem, two Marseilles, a Prince Van Oranje, Svea, Marceau, and Shimakaze.
Meanwhile, CL is bringing a lot of duos in here. We have 2 Kremlins, Worcester, 2 Marseilles, 2 Marceau. I love to see the French being represented. And then 2 radar destroyers being Gdansk and Ragnar. In terms of deployments, we do see CL trying something very aggressive with the Marceau here, sending both of them on the 5-6 line to try and maybe get some early B cap. We've seen them try to do this before, sending a lot of forces on the center cap, getting it, and then trying to emphasize on that point lead from the get-go.
Indeed, like compared to previous times we've seen this game, this map being played, when Moskvas are allowed to be picked, there is usually a lot more difficulty taking the B cap, but with the restrictions that these teams have placed upon each other, there is a lot more opportunity to get these early caps, but you do have to be a bit more careful, because obviously Bungo has engaged the Worcester.
We just saw the Svea briefly spotting the Marceau with radar here, but both the Kremlin engaging the Svea at long range.
I was incorrect. The Bungo was engaging the Kremlin. Does hit him, not a lot of damage, but
Yep. But now the Svea's radar is on cooldown, meaning that CL can just reverse the Marceau back into the B cap and get that cap for free at this point. We do see more torpedoes from the Shimakaze. Of course, Aris bringing the Shimakaze again.
But not the same player.
Not the same player, but still, let's hope that CL can try to avoid this long lens torpedoes.
Yes, Ice-T is in fact playing the Marceau on the 9 line.
Indeed.
Just taking the Charlie cap.
So we're gonna see again CL also putting the Marceau and the Gdansk into the D cap, doing it actually quite aggressively. They really want to get some eyes on what's going on at sea
CL
right
are going
now.
to throw 2 Kremlins, a Marseille, a Marceau, and a Gdansk.
I think the Marceaus are gonna spot each other
Up the 8 to
briefly.
10 line.
Yeah, I don't
That
think the Marceau will
is-
spot each other's actually.
That is a lot of HP that CL are committing to that push.
That is true, yes, and I think they just want to go for a really strong home cap domination. Basically, they will have to eventually contend with the Sibir. Aris does has the Sibir on reserve and the 6 line ready to push forward. Right now, it seems that the double cap advantage will tick a little bit for CL before Aris gets the A cap.
Aris, Shimmer, and Bungo. Bungo playing very aggressively.
Interesting that you would actually put a Ragnar on the A, but push him so far away that he's unable to get the radar burned on A. I think they see the Bungo just rushing in. They're like, okay, there's something else on that 1-2 line.
Surveyor
let's
has
dip the
radar.
Ragnar
Marceau
out.
is currently taking fire from various ships. Bungo is in fact engaging the Worcester.
Ooh, this could be a really bad shot. Okay, no,
He gets
lands
away with
short.
it.
And the Marceau just running for his life. Yeah, the Svea, of course, with this short radar cooldown, short radar duration, really able to put some pressure on CL's destroyers.
But Svea's got a Kremlin to contend with.
He's been lucky once. He's not lucky that much this time. Losing half of his HP by 1 rear citadel here.
So
That's, yeah.
But yeah, as you can see, like Kremlins, 1 Kremlin up the 7 line, 1 Kremlin up the 8 line, Marseille up the 10 line.
Yeah, the pressure's going to start, the
There's a-
heat's going to start
They've only
raising
got
for Aris here.
They've only got 1 destroyer worth of torpedoes. Ice-T's already taken damage in an earlier engagement.
Yep, the heat is going to start climbing a little bit for Aris here on that home push when they realize that's 2 Kremlins basically charging forward. Salem's are going to have to do as much damage as they can on
Looks
their
like
way.
we've got Shimmer, Prince Van Oranje, and Sibir are all redeploying to get on the flank of these 2 Kremlins. They've got to stop them somehow, and
They gotta have to try to stop them
and
somehow,
that
yeah.
Shimmer is about the only ship Aris have in their lineup that can really put down a Kremlin quickly.
It is true, but look at the Gdansk from CL. Extremely ballsy move here, putting the Gdansk into C.
But what's the
It's
threat?
going to be raided out by the Salem for a long time, but there's nothing to actually contest
Like I
it.
said, in previous games, we saw people trying to secure the D10 island specifically to counter someone going to exactly where this Gdansk has gone.
Yep.
But because CL are putting so much pressure on the 8 to 10 line,
they're putting the Marseille though.
Aris cannot put a ship there.
They are trying to put the Marseille to try and contest the Gdansk before he flips the cap, but it's not going to happen. The Gdansk is tucked in nicely into this rock, and they're going to get the cap advantage fairly well here.
Yeah, 3 caps to 1.
3 caps to 1. With the Marseille on the 10 line, meeting the other Marseille here.
So right now, CL win in 4 minutes 30.
That's okay. That's good for them. That's
It
good for
is.
them that they are showing some really good plan here against Aris. However, the Marceau is kind of risking a push here to try and get eyes on the
Looks like
Kremlins.
Aris have called for focus on Eminon's Kremlin, the 7-line Kremlin.
Yep, we have the Svea from Aris reversing into the cap,
But he's got-
regardless of the Worcester's
Yes,
radar
And
here.
there are torps going pretty close, but
I
he
think
is
he's
okay.
fine. Predictions on the screen dropping in now. So, oh my god, you guys, give it a little bit more for CL right now.
Yeah.
Give them a faith and some chance. 17% for CL, 83% for Aris. So far,
I mean-
CL has the advantage.
I mean, yes, right now, CL, it is going in their favor.
Yep.
Worcester is
of
engaging
course,
Svea.
having the DPM bonus over the Svea, but again, has to be careful about the Prince van Oranje and the Sibir, both ships with very scary guns, of course.
Looks like the Bungo is also moving into a more useful position, though he is currently engaged in a 1v1 against the Ragnar. And
The Ragnar can be annoying to deal with.
I mean,
to be
right
honest.
now, I could argue that the Ragnar's winning.
Yeah, but the Bungo can just make a left turn and dip behind that rock. I think they wanted to have the Bungo kind of pressure the back of the Worcester. The Worcester having to deal with Shimakaze's torpedoes. He's unable to reverse. He can actually get out of it. But the Prince van Oranje, long-range Prince van Oranje bombs here, still putting some hurt and putting a perma-fire on the Worcester at the same
Yeah,
time.
Marceau of Ice-T looks like he's trying to contest C again. But there's a Marceau and a Gdansk there. Kremlin and Marseille on the 10
Marceau
line.
on Marceau violence here.
Oh.
Ice-T has a bit of an advantage from being in a better kiting position, but not into an HP advantage. Let's see if maybe Aris
is
team
engaging.
can help
Kisa
him out.
is a bit in trouble.
Sibir salvo on the CL's Marceau here.
He's
yeah,
okay,
both ships
he's
kind of
okay.
run away.
But it does mean that CL maintain control of the C cap.
They do, yeah, but now the Marceau is kind of giving a lot of grounds on this.
But the Gdansk is full health. He's got his smoke. He's got his radar.
It's true. The Svea still trying now that the Worcester's radar is on cooldown,
Yep.
still trying to reverse into B, kind of.
But the Kremlin is just firing back because he knows where he is.
Yeah, this is kind of a tricky spot. I believe they will try to put the Shimakaze in there instead. I think they will try. Aris will try to put the Shimakaze into B to get the cap secured finally, while this radar is on cooldown on the Worcester side.
2 minutes 10 for CL.
Yeah, CL really choking Aris to make a mistake here, and I think they will eventually have to if the Worcester's radar cycles and that Shimakaze touches the cap. It's gonna be a really swift kill because the Marceau is here, the Worcester is there. There might be some Gdansk
Solid
Kremlin
hit
action.
from the Kremlin against the Bungo. Bungo has torps to contend with from the Marceau. Marseille, all the way down at H1, is actually currently, well, he's helping the Ragnar to deal with the Aris Marseille, who's down to 27k versus 52. He does have the Bungo firing in his support, but
Yeah.
at this range, Lala isn't doing too good.
Interesting play here that the Marceau is going to give some ground here on B. He has torpedoes going towards the Bungo. Aris might be suffering from a Bungo loss here. He's about to take maybe 2 torpedoes from the Marceau here.
No, they run out.
They run out of range. And look, no timer on that radar for the Worcester, taking Prince van Oranje
Yep.
bombs as well. And Aris is going to
So
get the cap control stabilized at least for a while.
It does look like CL are like, we don't need the cap, we can kill the Bungo.
I mean, fair enough. Yeah, the Bungo will eventually go down, putting a lot of pressure here, but the Worcester has to be careful. The Worcester cannot overplay his hand because the Bungo can literally
Oh,
just...
Marseille takes out Marseille. So that reopens the one line for CL. They can now definitely get even this Marseille on the Bungo, take him out, and that will open up a cap for the Ragnar.
Remember, Marseille, right now, Aris is nurturing the points from C. So the only cap which is ticking into CL's favor is D, which is really good for Aris because they cannot afford to have more points ticked
Even
right
in
now.
this situation, 2 caps with a cap contested against 1, still
Still
2
is in
minutes
their
on the
favor.
cap for CL.
Yeah.
Bungo is suffering. Shimmer is trying to smoke him up, get him dark.
Can Bungo actually get away? He has a permanent fire. I think Bungo goes down here.
I think he does go down here. I think the smoke's a little too late.
Yeah,
There
nice,
he goes.
Nice shots from
yes,
Coffee here.
Marceau Ragnar, Marseille pressing on to the A cap now.
Yeah, Aris has to be careful. 30 seconds on CL's favor. They have the Shima into A, but I don't think they have anything to do in 30 seconds. Who can they pick from CL here? Who could they kill?
I don't know. I think this is like last game was decisive one way. This game is pretty decisive the other.
Indeed, they have to get eyes on the Marceau somehow. I think Aris is sending
massive
IC here.
hit on the Sibir though.
Hold on. Aris is sending the Marceau here to try and proxy spot Kila here because the Marseille is ready to finish him off. Here we go. He is spotted. Marseille using the main battery booster to try with 7 seconds left, 2 seconds left. No, it's a win from CL. They almost tried to get the Marceau kill, but it was just too little too late, unfortunately. And CL manages to make a 2-2 at this point.
Yes, we go to game 5.
Very well played on this side, and not that many answers from Aris to compensate from this cap control.
Very impressive game. Very, like, they had the team, they had the force to push, they grabbed that cap and they held on to it.
And only 2 ships died as well, so it was purely a cap game, a points game here on CL side,
Very
with that
impressive.
really strong home push.
Yes, and let's see how the analysts think of that one.
Give it away, gentlemen.
I think Snarf just made a lot of points.
So many Krakens.
I saw you click.
I was clicking.
Oh yeah.
The whole studio was wondering what was happening while I was like spam clicking the CL votes. So thank you very much for the Kraken CL. That was a pretty good showing. So again, we see a more standard kind of lineup on the map, and CL was able to make it happen. And that's kind of the remaining maps that we have. So if I was Aris right now, I would certainly not be resting on my laurels. I'd be like, okay, we really got to pull it together. Let's analyze what they've been doing and make sure we don't make these same mistakes, because this is kind of 2 in a row that they've been fumbling on the more traditional maps.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this strategy that CL pulled out just now, I mean, we've seen something similar actually yesterday from TWA. Obviously, slightly different situations, like slightly different map picks, right? TWA had the Moscow heavy lineup, CL opting for more of a destroyer focus lineup here, but it was really similar kind of matchup. They also had the Marseille all the way at the back left corner, actually being able to get that kill onto Aris. Marseille later on, we barely even saw those engagement, and all of a sudden Aris is losing that Marseille on their 1-2 line. So just, I mean, really good strategy that CL just put to the table here. Surprising quite a lot of people, not gonna lie. I mean,
what it was like
myself
17%
included
or something like that. So yeah, those
crazy
are some
odds.
good odds.
For sure.
I wish it was Vegas odds, but anyway, I think kind of story, moral of the story is we should think is like, these teams didn't get here by accident. Like they're showing up, especially in the pseudo-Swiss format. This isn't meant to be just kind of like a pushover. One team is going to be winning. Anything can really happen in any of these games. So I'm really glad that CL is giving us the gift of that 5th game of this series. So we are going to be able to find, who knows, maybe it's going to be because that first traditional kind of map we saw really a neck and neck. So we might even see another draw. That would be pretty funny in this second part of the tournament.
For the sake of the people in the background, hopefully not. But
hey, but for all the viewers, it's good entertainment.
It's
so
good
I'm here
entertainment
for
sure.
But I do think we are waiting for the replay analysis to come through. And I did see in chat someone said that it did look a little blurry, so we are going to keep an eye on that, make sure that there's anything we can do to make sure it's as clear and crisp for everybody back home. But there are obviously some limitations, so make sure that you aren't downloading anything in the background or anything to keep the picture as clear as possible on the Twitch end as well. So I think the render is ready, so let's pop in there and see what we can see.
Of course. So yeah, as per usual, we will go through the initial deployments here from Aris and CL side. Just looking at exactly what happens at the start. Here we can already see Svea trying to get into this position here on top of the B cap, a very common position for cruisers to kind of try and get a hold over the B cap here. Opposite side, the Worcester is trying to get into a position, just setting the tone of, hey, okay, we're here at the B cap, we will stay there, we're here to fight. You won't just quickly grab the B cap from us. On the other side, standard deployments here, your usual DD trajectories. The Shimakaze actually not opting for going for the cap super early. Maybe they have prepared in a way that CL has pulled this Ragnar or a radar ship closer to ACAP before, so just being a little bit more cautious, not wanting to lose the Shimakaze outright to a nice radar play from CL here. On the other side, obviously, we do see Aris getting the home cap significantly more quickly. That's definitely one thing to point out here. Other than that, just continuing, of course, deployment-wise, we see...
It's interesting seeing 2 DDs on this front versus the one on this end.
Exactly.
I mean, obviously it is an intentional play, but what advantage does he get by having 2 DDs over here?
I mean, it's fairly obvious that CL had this plan in mind, that they wanted to come over here and then put a DD into that capture zone CCAP.
That little player.
Right, so that's why they brought
good.
the extra DD. The Marceau is a super fast destroyer that can be can reach those positions pretty quickly. Gdansk, more of a controlled style destroyer here. Basically bringing both sides kind of to the table here, and just really having a great plan. Because obviously, if we just look at it a little bit further, they have this initial engagement here. They do actually send the Gdansk over to CCAP, and the Marceau goes to the 10 line.
Sure. But he did a good job pushing the other Marceau off, so he can get that space.
Exactly. So creating space for themselves with the double destroyer here on the 9 line, and then quickly punishing the space that they are given, and sending the Gdansk in.
Like if you look at the clock right now, we are so freaking similar. This play right here is huge. I think this is probably one of the main game makers for CL in the beginning.
For sure. And we can already see CL has only one thing in mind. They really want to focus on B, C, and D here, right? They just are putting the Marseille all the way in the bottom left corner in order to maybe try and get back into it later on.
Yeah, I noticed that. There's another team we saw yesterday doing a very similar tactic. I don't know if it was a Marseille. I think it was a...
it was a Marseille.
Was it a Marseille?
Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, so I wonder who came up with that strategy first.
So, yeah, just obviously having success, grabbing a cap here. And now Svea is trying to obviously recontest. He has to worry about the radar from the Worcester here, potential cross shots from the Kremlin. Aris just
coming through too.
Exactly, Aris is trying to find a way back towards these capture zones. CL just being in a good spot, honestly, at the minute, having grabbed so much space that they were given by Aris in these situations. Now the Marceau is trying to come back here to the CCAP. Bungo, interestingly enough, tries to push for some cross angles here, but because of the Ragnar still being in this position, this Ragnar does a good job of denying the Bungo the space that he wants to gain, right? And he just fends him off really nicely.
I mean, it seems like it was a good reorientation to like, oh no, we need to do something. But like, look how much of a dramatic difference that score clock. Just a few seconds ago, it was like 8 minutes each. But now it's 3 to 13 or 14. It's pretty crazy
100%.
How much this play right here really changed the tide.
So the Worcester does get crippled here a little bit by the PVO bombs and some nice torpedoes coming from the Shimakaze, forcing him backwards. But again, CL still keeps making it very difficult for Aris to step back onto the capture zones. We see also here Marceau can't really touch the cap nicely. The Marceaus did have a quick engagement, but again, it's difficult for Aris to really put ships onto the caps, which points are ticking away for CL, and
that noose is tightening for sure. And like, where
Aris
do they
needs
go?
to find a solution.
So like, what would you? I'm sure you've been in this position before. It's just like, hey, we need to make a play happen right now. Is it more kind of stall and delay, or is it really just like, okay, let's put all our forces and guns on a single ship and just try to, buy it through destruction?
It's difficult in this situation because CL is controlling so much space here that is close to the capture zones, right? In this situation, the one thing that helps the most is just try to find a common target, commit to it. That way, if you do push with a lot of ships at the same time, you're less likely to lose ships in the process, which is obviously also a very big thing to keep in mind of. When you are in a points deficit.
And I think they're trying to do it on the Marceau right here, but he's a slippery target. And that's so rude. Just pops right back in there.
He's right in there, exactly.
Yeah, you can't even deny if he wants to. That was cheeky.
Yeah, we see these ships kind of trying to pull off a push that of some sort. to at least put pressure onto this Worcester maybe here that is being a pain in the butt, just defending B cap for CL for a very long time. But it doesn't really work out the way they wanted it to. It's already 800 to 560 points, right? Points are ticking away. This Bongo here being caught bow in, also not a really good position. He really should have avoided that, given that Aris is in a position that, yeah, they just really can't lose the ships, any ships. And this Bongo does get killed. Also, that needs to be mentioned here. The Marseille probably catching the other Marseille off guard really nicely here.
Yeah.
I mean, we can quickly walk back a little bit. Yeah, this Marseille tried to be cheeky, gets caught by the other Marseille here. Ragnar and Marseille just pouncing fire.
I mean, that's something I really gotta respect. And it seems like CL really does play to their conservative and just kind of like defensive strats. Like being patient, understanding what your role in the game is overall, and just waiting for your opportunity to do what you need to do. Really, really paying off here, it seems like. It's like, it's got to be kind of boring. Just like, I'm just sitting behind island. I'm sipping my Mai Tai. But, you know, it actually made a difference when it counted.
100%. So, yeah, game's finished. Obviously, the Bongo gets killed. Aris tries to pull a push out on the 7 line, but it was a little too late.
Even there, this was looking like it was kind of game over. Maybe something could have happened here. But, yeah, geez, this play over here, this Marceau, I think would give VIP or MVP of the match.
100%. No, good stuff from CL. Excited for the last match.
I know, and this is going to be another kind of traditional thing. So I got to say thank you, CL. I won over 3,000 Quackens on that last prediction. Are you still super confident with Aris, or are you maybe going to be swinging back in favor of CL?
I mean, momentum is a very big thing in this kind of situations. Yeah. I mean, it's all on the line, basically. Whoever wins this now goes to... goes forward into the grand finals against TWA, which is obviously not an opponent that is that you can take too lightly. So, but for now, it's all on the spot, right? CL does have the momentum right now with winning the last match, but yeah, it's been going back and forth the whole time. So I'm still thinking Aris will put up a great show on loop now.
Yeah. Robin, Ben, what do you guys think? Was that enough to turn you into CL believers?
I think CL have the momentum that they'll definitely want to try and take this one, but it's a game where like it's all to play for. Like there's serious investment and encouragement to win this because money's on the line now.
A lot.
So
not an inconsequential amount.
You don't both teams will be on edge to not blink first, and so I think this is going to be a very close game.
That's not a prediction.
No, but I think CL will take it.
Okay.
All right. So you are being brave.
To be honest, let's say Aris had the most decisive wins throughout the series. CL did win twice, of course, but that last game was like only 2 ships were killed, and it was a control game. I think Aris has better tactical plays in terms of players versus players and damage dealing potential. And remember, the team who gets out of this faces TWA. I'm thinking Aris should win this because they have more chance of actually denting a game or 2 into TWA compared to CL from what we've seen. I think CL unfortunately kind of gets swiped by TWA. They have great plays, but the 2 decisive losses they took against Aris shows that they stand not that much chances against TWA. So I'm rooting for Aris because I want a grand final to be a good show and not a 3-0. You know, so ergo Aris should take that one on loop.
I think I'm kind of with you. Like I really do. I was really glad that CL has put up such a fight as they have, but it's about, especially the best of 5, it's about consistency in anything competitive that you do. And I think Aris is just going to squeak out that consistency here, and it's going to show. So if I was a betting man, I'm going to put my Quackens on Aris this time. But honestly, it could go either way. I would not be mad if CL did it. So let's get into the match. This is going to be the 5th match that we get for this round. So get your coffee ready, and let's find out who's going to take it home.
Along the Portuguese coast lies a crossing of sea lanes critical to the survival of opposing fleets. Surrounded by towers of crimson sedimentary rock and the expanse of the blue Atlantic, these 2 fleets will soon engage in trial by combat. where only one team can claim victory. This is Loop. Loop is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A and B caps are on the left, C is in the center, and D is on the right. In this configuration, Loop now has 2 capture points on the west side of the map that can be seen as teams' home caps. Teams will now have to weigh whether it's worth deploying more ships west to try and capture the enemy home cap or merely defend and attempt to break through. Elsewhere in the center of the map, capture point C has been greatly reduced in size. It will be far more challenging for destroyers to comfortably capture this point without sufficient support from teammates and nearby radar cruisers. On the eastern side of the map, capture point D was moved further east. Destroyers wishing to capture this point will no longer find the safety of the island in the middle of the cap, and instead must face the threat of enemy radar or even hydro from nearby islands. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Loop.
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Aris versus CL on that basically last fight for the win. Who will get kicked out and who will get to face TWA in the grand finals? This is going to be very exciting. CL is bringing I would say, less crazy lineup compared to Aris. 2 Kremlins, a Salem, 3 Marseilles, and Prince Van Oranje, Marceau, and a Smolensk, which we don't see often. Aris. Look at what they're bringing. That's like a lot of Marseilles.
Bungo, Lauria, San Martin, 4 Marseilles. Yu Yang and Gdansk. So a lot of heavy, lot of like large cruisers, fast cruisers. Not a lot in the way of utility. Not a lot in the way of consumables and support. Both teams basically only bringing 2 radars apiece.
Let's say 3. Wei Yang is probably a radar.
3 for Aris.
There is a slight radar advantage, I would say, in terms of range and numbers, because the San Martin, of course, having a longer radar range than the Salem. But yeah, it's going to be a bit of a bloodbath. The Marseilles, of course, I mean, you can tell us about Marseilles, right?
Oh, for sure. Like Tier 10 French large cruiser, 9 330s, very powerful guns. All forward turret layout. She's got a speed boost, she's got solid armor, she's got a reload booster. She can take a hit and she can dish out the damage.
Oh yeah, it's a terrifying ship to have on your flank, but also like kind of susceptible from HE spam.
Yes, she's a big ship.
She's a big cruiser. CL sending a Smolensk directly into sea.
But with such little radar, I think they're fairly confident that they can do that.
They are, and only Marseille from Aris is going to be able to do anything about this.
So there's no real counter spot risk.
Once again, we're seeing CL being very aggressive on that center cap here and trying to get the point advantage from the get-go, putting some pressure on Aris from the get-go, and that's what got them the last game, basically. Yes. So they're doing the same thing here.
And it looks like we're going to see, so it's Marceau versus Yu Yang, Marseille Oranje versus 2 Marseilles, and Kremlin versus Lauria on the D side.
Indeed, yeah.
So, okay, so Aris have the radar.
Look at this Marceau's position from CL. I think Marceau running APF obviously is spotted now, but he's so safe behind that rock. What can Yu Yang do? You know, we're gonna see Marceau basically staying safe behind this, and the Yu Yang cannot even try to get the cap because Marceau can just boop, reverse and spot him. So D is basically neutralized from CL side, and Aris is going to have to find a way to get this Marceau out of here.
Because yeah, with the Marceau there, the moment Yu Yang touches the cap, Marceau can back up and open up.
Simply as
granted, he'll be at serious risk from a pair of Marseilles trying to end him, but he doesn't need to move until that cap is contested.
He's moving now. He's doing the mistake of moving now. He will spot the Wei Yang. No, he won't even... okay, he will briefly spot the Wei Yang.
Yep.
Let's see if the Marseilles answers. I don't think... Oh, yeah, of course, the Marseilles sees him.
But the lead one isn't in position to help, so...
A bit of damage, actually, on that. And shots are being traded here. Kremlin catching Kare Akatsuki a little bit on broadside here, but Marseille dips into cover right on time.
Yep.
Torpedoes are being fired, however. Yomu managed to get 1 set out, but I think Marseille should be fine.
And another important advantage for CL is that their Marceau can't get torped.
No, definitely not. The Marceau, this is a really strong spot. I don't know why he's actually forfeiting this spot. I think he sees the Marseille, he's like, okay, if they keep pushing the 10 line and the Wei Yang radars again, I'm stuck.
But the wide Marseille RBQ has already been turned out.
Yeah.
He can't stay there, he's got a Kremlin on his side.
So they're giving the decap to Aris for
At the moment,
free,
it's a
kind
stalemate.
of.
It's a stalemate. Neither side can really get into D.
They can. The Marceau just left. The Marceau from CL just left that strong position which allowed them to deny the Wei Yang. Now the Wei Yang, of course, does not know this.
Well, we've got Gdansk heading into the C cap now that the Smaland has broken off.
Interesting play.
We've got Marseille of La 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 pushing up to the sort of central island.
And we have the predictions on the screen right now. 64% for Aris, 36% for CL. I would agree with these predictions. But let's see. Interesting play from CL. I don't know why they forfeited the Marceau here, but
Well,
I
they
guess
are also
they have
forfeiting the C cap at the moment. The
Yeah.
Marceau's coming back to try and help
Oh,
Gdansk.
radar from the
mutual
Salem
radar.
catching the Gdansk.
Can the Marceau get a D cap?
Of course he can. And actually the Marceau has a really good grounds to deal with this Gdansk. He is slowing down because he has angles on this. That radar from Salem is going to last for a long time.
Still actually hasn't hit the Gdansk. There we go.
Yeah. The radar from the Salem is going to last for a long time. So the Marceau can just farm this Gdansk. We even have the Smaland across the island.
Smaland. I also wouldn't be surprised if the Kremlin also wants to try and get a shot in before he gets by that island.
That's a lot of pain.
Gdansk is in a bit of a pickle, as we would say.
Yeah, that's a lot of pain as well. And he's still in this radar for another good 20 seconds-ish. The Marceau from CL does take a little bit of pain here. The Loria, the Marseille, the Wei Yang finally realizing, okay, the Marceau left, so let's just get D for free.
Gdansk looks like he is suffering from a permanent fire.
Yeah, meanwhile, I think Gdansk might survive this. I would be really surprised if he does.
I think he will survive, but he might actually take the cap. But he lost a lot of health for that.
Half of his HP. Honestly,
Yu Yang taking D, like CL have given up fighting for the D cap.
Yep.
Maybe like right now is the point stand right now. It's 20 minutes for CL, 22 for Aris.
The points are almost tied.
But Aris are about to flip 2 caps in their favor.
And they're going to get 3 in total, which is kind of going to put the pressure back towards the CL side after such an early good plays from CL.
It looks like we might be seeing an attempt by Coffee and Xbox on CL side to pincer the Marseille.
Yeah, that Kremlin definitely smelling blood here, trying to get on the rear of Marseille. The risk here is if Kremlin forces the Marseille's hands, we might see a ram.
Yes.
We might see Coffee. If I was Coffee right now, I would try to reverse as far as I possibly can to not allow the Marseille to instantly ram me if the Kremlin forces my hands.
He has the support of the Smaland, he has support of the other Marseille. So obviously, yes, you want to give your team enough time to do the damage to avoid this ram.
Yeah, I think unfortunately we might see both Marseilles having a ram on this one line, and this is kind of unavoidable if the Kremlin keeps pushing.
Xbox, the Kremlin is actually holding off for the moment. They've got some shots on the San Martin here.
Ooh, which
not a lot.
do nothing. Hold on, the Marceau from YOLO here, the Marceau from CL actually withering the Gdansk's radar and getting back into Charlie to try to even out the point sticks here. Of course, they realize that a 3-point cap is just way too
Salem
dangerous.
did take a Gdansk top, but he's mostly okay. Gdansk down to 8.5.
Down to 7, yeah, really putting a lot of pain. These are purely blind fires too. He's just maybe trying to bait the Gdansk on resetting him.
It's possible.
Oh no, the smoke screen is actually covering this, so they were purely blind
San Martin
fires.
getting lucky against the Kremlin there.
Yeah, meanwhile, we see Aris making a very aggressive 10-line push here with the Loria, which is a fast battleship, and the Marseille. They've dented the Prince Van Oranje down to 16k with the Wei Yang spotting him, so I believe CL will lose their first ships in a minute here. Prince Van Oranje has armor, but against 357 sap shells, it's not going to last for long.
No.
Loria has to be careful, though.
Looks
Kremlin
like
does have a broadside.
one flank Marseille of CL is now pushing up to engage Lala's Marseille.
Ooh, losing a lot of HP here. That's actually very unfortunate that Lala took so much damage.
Ooh,
Yeah, the
Laria
Prince going
takes down the Oranje.
As expected, he was on 10k.
Yeah.
One more salvo from the Loria would have taken him down. But Lala has to be careful not to lose that much HP, because if he has to push forward and ram the Marseille, because now the Kremlin obviously coming on his rear. Oh yeah, I think Lala has to do it now. Lala has no choice. He has to go for the ram. The question is, can they actually kill him before he does this? Now or never, Lala.
I obviously Coffee is backing up. He's going to have armor piercing ready. Needs to get that one good volley in, because I don't think the Kremlin's going to have a reload in time.
I'm not sure if Lala has the HP to pull off a ram at this point.
No,
It's
he's
too
reversing.
late.
He's
reversing
off.
into the Kremlins. Of course, that kill shot right here from the Kremlin. He's waiting to get the juicy stern, and momentarily we'll see Lala going down here. Here we go. Here comes the salvo,
volley.
and that's a kill.
There we go.
Well played. That's actually really good for CL
Yeah,
because they are compensating for the loss of
Kremlin
the...
Kremlin does have San Martin torps incoming. We might even be seeing CL try to back cap A with the Smaland.
Yep, the Smaland has to deal with the Gdansk, but the HP difference is so wide.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, and CL also take down the Marseille on the 9 line.
What happened there?
But we are between Kremlin and Marseille, but it does look like Aris will take down the other Marseille, leaving them in complete control of the 7 to 10 flank.
CL losing a lot of ships here.
Ker Akatsuki is in a knife fight with Eminon's Kremlin.
That's kind of worth. Just a question here. Smolensk barely dodging the Gdansk torpedoes. The Kremlin under tremendous amount of pain here. CL rotating the Marceau as well to try and get the A cap flipped. But yeah, this Marseille, as you just said, Akatsuki is going to have to deal with a point-blank Kremlin. The question is, can Loria try to save him?
Yes. Well, at the moment with the points, CL win in 7 minutes 29 to 15 minutes for Aris. Akatsuki is reversing in a somewhat risky manner. Looks like we're going to see an attempted pincer maneuver.
Salem is going to push forward. Salem has to be careful because he cannot risk this. There is another Marseille from Aris which could get his broadside. I think they're just betting on the Kremlin to survive for now because they are about to get 3 caps.
Yeah, currently Akatsuki is looking for the Salem shot. Obviously, Kremlin has to be careful because that Yu Yang is making a beeline for him.
Oh, this Kremlin could get rushed indeed by the Wei Yang here, and then the Salem would basically be in a 1 versus 3. Meanwhile, CL managing to get a 3 cap flipped in there. They're going to lose the Kremlin eventually, but these point ticks are going to be a bit painful. Aris also looking to get some kills here, of course, sending the Wei Yang, as you said, to try and make a rush on the Kremlin. Do you think the Wei Yang with the torpedo booster can actually rush both the Kremlin and the Salem at the same time and kill both?
That is definitely a possibility.
That would be fun
they
to see.
can do it.
Yeah, right now, of course, 4 minutes into CL's favor, but you know they're about to lose some ships here. Wei Yang actually playing it safe.
If I'm CL now, if I'm the Salem with CL, I'm like, Marceau, please shoot the Marseille.
Kremlin getting kind of caught off guard here. He will be eating these torpedoes. Are they looking good? Yeah, I think this Kremlin goes down.
He is done for, as they would say.
No way he dodges that. There is no way Emanon survives, right? No way you miss these torpedoes,
No, there's 2.
He's taking 2 on the bow. That's enough to kill him.
3. 3 is enough. 3 is enough.
And then he's pulling the plug on the rush for the Salem as well. Is he going to make it or just try to stay into C right now? The points are still ticking in CL side, even if the cap on C is frozen.
Yep, Smaland
Sora going for the headshot on the Salem, basically, with these torpedoes. Can they kill him in time? One more salvo. Get the torpedoes out.
The torps are both sets.
Both sets. Oh goodness, Salem.
But it's
do you survive
Can
this?
he survive?
I think it takes 3.
It's a live.
He
lives.
lives.
Does he go for the ram? No, the Lauria gets him.
The Lauria from the other side of the map lobs these shells on the Salem, and out of a sudden, Aris still has to make a play on C. They have to put some ships on C right now. They do. They have no choice. CL still wins.
Exactly. Despite all of that happening, CL still holds C.
CL still holds C. I think it was kind of a misplay on Akatsuki. He tried to angle against the Salem, not to take too much damage.
And CL's Kremlin still alive.
Still alive. How is that even possible? Okay, Aris has to put ships into C. The question is, even if they cap C with the points being almost tied, what can CL do? They really have to try to find and kill this Marseille at this point. It's the only play. Bungo, literally on 1000 HP, got pushed by the Marseille, by the Kremlin, by the double Marseille, actually. The moment this Bungo gets out of that smoke, he dies. Yes. So how long can they keep him in there is a good question.
He's healing. But is it enough? Will it give him enough staying power? Obviously, they all know he's low. San Martin is taking a battering.
San Martin kind of being caught bordering here. No engine power when you stay too long on the border. So eventually, Kremlin's going to have some pretty easy shots into that stern. And the Marseille, of course, using the armor-piercing shells.
I think the Marceau is going for D.
Marceau might be belaying for it, but however, the Gdansk, look, CL knows that the Gdansk is low. He's sending the Smolensk to try and get that fight done. Can Aris pull the Gdansk behind the island in time? Because if they lose the Gdansk, it's going to bleed even more points towards CL's favor.
I mean, Bungo's back up to 15k, so he's got a couple volleys in him if he wants to actually start shooting.
Yeah, the Saint Martin, of course, surviving the withering barrage from the Marseille and the Kremlin. 4 minutes on the counter on both teams, almost. To be fair,
Yeah,
it is a really close tie.
Marseille of Coffee now has 2 Marseilles on his broadside. Interesting that the Lauria hasn't turned north more aggressively to try and get into position to support his team more.
I think the Lauria has the range here, but to be honest, once CL gets the Marceau into D, CL will really emphasize the point advantage they've been holding throughout the game, and nothing on Aris' side is ready to counter this. The Gdansk is in too low HP. Once the Marceau touches the decap, it's over for Aris.
Coffee and Xbox have gone dark. They know because they know they've got a Marseille on their broadside, so they are turning to angle and to deal with Kate Akatsuki when he makes his play.
Yeah, the Bungo is spotted. Marseilles are pouring HE shells on him.
Yep.
Oh yeah, the Gdansk just has to hide. Such a good play, such a good usage of the DDs here on CL's side. Basically, RPF locking the Gdansk behind that rock and allowing the Marceau to just slip right through and get D behind their back.
Obviously, is the Gdansk going to try and peek the Smaland?
That's
Looks like
just way too risky, honestly. He doesn't have the HP to win against the Smolensk. There's just no way he wins that.
No, he's put the torps out.
Oh! Now that's a trick I didn't expect. Does the Smolensk takes the... Oh. There is no way he eats these torps.
He's seen them.
There is no way you eat these torpedoes. There is no way you eat 2 of them!
Oh, just the one, but it's bad.
Alright, that's a really good play actually.
Yeah.
But again, now the caps is turning, the decap is being flipped by CL, and once this point is in the favor, we're gonna look at the minute and 30 seconds.
But Lauria will take B at this point, and he is
I'm
a
not
lot
sure.
healthier than the Kremlin.
Oh, we're gonna see Marseille kind of stuck in front of the other
Gdansk
Marseille.
and Smaland are engaging. Gdansk does have the Bungo in support if the reload is in his favor.
Gdansk has many more guns as well, so we might see a
only
trade
using
actually.
his rear turret. There he goes. It is a trade.
It is a trade. So now it's down to 2.5 minutes. Still, sorry, 1.5 minutes still in CL's favor. Now that the decap is flipped.
Now the Marceau, I guess, goes for C.
I guess the Marceau has time in a way, or not even time for that. What can they do? B cap is being flipped by this, so the counter goes back to 2 minutes. What can Aris do in 2 minutes to get that advantage back in their favor?
Kill the Marseille or the Kremlin.
I think Akatsuki has to make a risky play, load HE shells, and try to rush the Marseille. The Bungo does have some long-range shot. The Bungo surviving on so less HP is such a pain
San
for
Martin
CL right
coming
now.
up behind the Marseille of Coffee 18.
1 minute and 40 seconds. Are we seeing an Aris comeback from this?
Ooh,
all right,
massive.
the Marseille is pushing, gets instantly taken out by an HE salvo.
It's a kill.
Aris is pulling back.
CL still have the points.
Aris is pulling back, but now Akatsuki on 6k HP is going to be traded by Coffee here.
Does Coffee have his reload booster?
That is such a crazy back and forth.
San Martin on his stern, but obviously... Lauria volley incoming against Coffee.
That's going to be a lot of damage being poured.
No,
Not
he's
enough.
okay, he's okay.
He's okay, but now Marseille goes down, permanent fire, and Akatsuki goes down. That's 1.5 minutes. And look, Marceau, as you said, still making his way towards C. The advantage maintained on CL's side.
Just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. What is going on?
I have to admit, CL still maintain the advantage throughout this crazy match. They are down 3 versus 4. They might lose Coffee here. San Martin, of course, catching. Look at the crossfire from the Lauria. That's going to back Coffee right there.
No, yes, it takes him.
And that's a San Martin kill. Still, the advantage is now in Aris' favor.
Yes, but...
They have to put San Martin into A right now.
Yep, but Marceau is going to take the C-cap.
There is 2 minutes on the actual game timer right now, not the points timer.
This time we're actually paying attention to the clock.
Yeah, we're not going to make that the same mistake again. Marceau will touch the C cap, which will put the favor back into CL again, because the points are going to stop counting towards Aris' side. But at the same time, the San Martin touches the A cap at the same time.
And the Kremlin is not going to last much longer unless he can get a crippling hit.
But the Marceau sees Ice-T's Marseille on 14k HP, and with the Marceau's DPM, he might might be able to back that kill.
Yes, but can he actually get it before Xbox goes down? Can Xbox last long enough to get another volley in?
I think Xbox goes down.
I think
here.
I think he ran out of damage controls.
He goes down. That is the advantage for Aris right now. The advantage is in Aris, and 1 minute for CL to try and get the kill. Marceau, stay in C. You need the points.
Yeah, you need the points, but you also need that kill.
Oh goodness me! They need to try and kill. They need to try and kill the Marseille. 45 seconds. Can Marceau get a few permafire on Ice-T here? 35 seconds left for Aris.
It's down to fires. Can he get
Aris is gonna go dark. Aris is gonna get behind that rock, and with 6 seconds left on the counter, they actually managed to win this best of 5 in one of the craziest back and forths we've seen in this tournament so far. What a crazy game that was! I cannot believe how the points were ticking in each favors with CL maintaining the advantage throughout.
Fantastic performance there.
My heart is racing. CL managed to get the advantage throughout the game, but somehow Aris pulls it back in some of the craziest plays we've seen so far.
Most impressive.
Okay, well, I think we've done enough for this one. Let's see what the studio has to say about this crazy best of 5 we've just seen.
I mean, holy cow! Talk about going out in freaking style. Land of Fire. That was a hot battle. I for the longest time I thought like, hey, CL's actually gonna pull it off. They were showing that consistent, just being able to take these traditional maps and just like really establish dominance. But then like Aris really figured out how to. I think the play at the very end, just like coming in and killing those destroyers, like that was a heck of a game. I really didn't know who was gonna win up until the very end there. And I mean, I did put the prediction in for Aris squeaking through, but it looked pretty grim for quite a bit of that match.
100%. No, I mean, these early engagements over on the east side of the map where CL did actually use a couple of cruisers, biting them in the end. They were really desperately holding on for points. Actually, were in a good situation throughout the whole match because they were pushing over on the west side of the map, actually also being able to control C-Cap for a long time. That's why they even got into this position, pulling off a great push there. But what was kind of their downfall, I think they weren't really able to convert the kills throughout the push, right? I mean, good on them saving that Kremlin for such a long time, but
same with the Bungo on the other side.
Not killing that Bungo. I mean, 900 HP in that smoke screen. Yeah, I mean, that must be really painful.
I don't know if it would have made the distance. I mean, the freaking also the freaking shot from downtown shot from the Loria, because she was just kind of sitting out in that like 9-10 line, like desperately needed to get into the action. Like I noticed that CL, like they were kind of pinned down in the islands, but they were basically all of their firepower could be deployed. Whereas I think there was a destroyer and the Loria that were kind of like stuck off in no man's land, but still, even from that far, being able to snipe across an island and get the kill that really, in that moment they needed it when they were competing for that center point, was pretty impressive.
Absolutely. I mean, great comeback from Aris here. Definitely not expected when one was looking at the capture zones. CL was really in great control over them for a long time. And yeah, just good on Aris to actually pull that game off, come back from a very desperate cap situation. So replay render is ready, I heard.
Yeah, let's take a peek and see. I mean, this is it's a big deal though. I mean, this is what the number 8 team and number 4 team like facing off, and like it almost looked like we're gonna have a really big upset, but Aris did pulling it up, but let's see what happens in real time.
Absolutely. So let's analyze this great game between these two teams here in Game 5 on Loop. So initially I thought this was a really big win for CL, right? Aris is not in a position to defend C-Cap really well. They don't have any radar ship, they don't have any DDs close to the C-Cap, so already CL being in a good position to kind of grab C-Cap here super early, which we don't really see a lot of in this competitive format. Marceau here being a nice blockade for the Yu-Yang, denying him access towards the cap zone. He himself decides not to go into the cap here, probably not wanting to risk too much. I mean, we've seen this from these teams multiple times now, that they do like some more conservative approaches here and there.
Which does, but I mean, it's even just like the threat of it, and I think we saw that really late for time, is just like, even when he started to move this way, like, these guys were still kind of hesitant. Like, can we come around this corner? So it just, like, you didn't really need to go into the point to really accomplish, like, stalling quite a bit of time off of that.
So just looking at the replay a little bit further, this Marceau pulls off this rotation. We asked ourselves the question here, watching this, why he pulled away so early. But again, they were probably predicting, okay, C-cap is probably going to be contested at some point here. We want to put some extra crossfires onto that position, and good on them. I mean, the Marceau did actually do some damage towards the Gdansk here. Wasn't quite enough to actually get the kill. But did obviously cause some disruptions.
Yeah, but even still, like, he was able to get from all the way over here to all the way over here, and these guys still haven't been able to touch the zone just because they, you know, that dominant position he was putting himself in.
Absolutely. So, yeah, we can see now that Aris obviously have all the means to get onto that cap as fast as possible, right? They knew that the Marceau had relocated after he started firing at the Gdansk, so the Yuyang is just right now beelining for the cap. Marseille also putting himself in a great position here, moving kind of towards that rock, having a bit more cover from incoming crossfire. So continuing a little bit.
What are we seeing on the 1-3 line as far as just like kind of the standoff we're seeing here?
Yeah, we haven't taken a look at that, so let's do that. This Marseille is kind of just blocking the approach of 4 incoming ships from CL. Obviously, CL deploying a really home cap push strategy here again. Kremlin already moving up an island. Marseille kind of proxy spotting or hydro spotting the Marseille on the opposite side. And here CL it's all about creating a situation where they can trade this Marseille here without losing a ship, right? So the Smaland, even though he initially still tried to support on this whole engagement here on the Gdansk, now has a very clear objective. He's moving towards this position here in order to gain a torpedo angle onto the Marseille.
Yeah. I mean, that's spooky, though, because you do have the Marseille here. You do have potentially being able to hit that way. And if you're stuck in the middle of that, that is not necessarily a good place to be.
Yeah, one disadvantage, though, that you get by choosing so many radarless cruisers is that the DDs have... Yeah, I mean, they're spooky. They have a lot more freedom of movement, right? And they can get into these positions without too many risks involved and actually be a big nuisance. So good on CL just realizing this, seeking for this way of potentially getting this Marseille killed without losing a ship for it, right?
Yeah, and look at how much of a time swap we had just a few seconds ago. CL was in the lead. Honestly, a lot of that lead found just by getting that early capture of C. But they were able to get a coordinated push on D and C at the same time, and now it's really the pressure's on for CL to make something happen, or else they're in trouble.
Indeed. Aris, obviously knowing that something needs to happen, are really trying to push for this PVO kill here. As the casters mentioned, the Yuyang is just beelining towards that PVO, right? Just basically keeping him spotted so that the double Marseille Loria can really deal the damage that they need to do in this situation, where CL seems to set up a really nice pincer on this Marseille here.
Yeah, well, I think we're going to see why that Loria ended up in no man's land, but this is a really good push right here that they're putting it into.
Yeah, exactly. Now actually being in a situation to kill off that PVO. I don't know if just turning around here, fighting 3 ships approaching on 9-10 was the best decision. Maybe it would have been smarter to actually turn around and try to run, because he was still fairly healthy. But obviously now that Marseille is kind of guaranteed dead, pointing towards the Laura here. Sure, he does pick up this Marseille in the process.
Which, honestly, best case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, 1-for-1 trade is still better than nothing, right? It's still better than just losing your ship.
You gotta commend him when they're just like, all right, well, you know, boys, we gotta go out guns blazing, and that's the way to do it.
Indeed. Yeah, on the west side of the map, we did see that Marseille actually getting killed off. Smaland crossfire with the torpedoes. Kremlin just moving up behind her here.
Huge.
Delivering that last killing blow was to be expected. So yeah, good push strategy by CL here, just continuing to move forward on towards that A-cap march here.
This shot right here, I want to just compliment. Like, all of these plays, this Yu Yang, honestly, might be kind of MVP candidate, in my opinion. Just coming around, getting the kill on the Kremlin, those torpedoes that are coming up here, and then providing the spotting for that final shot was pretty incredible. Like, and this was like, look, 4 minutes on the clock. We were in the lead, but now, like, wow, what do we do? Like, we have to really get back in position. All of these guys are ready to do some huge damage here. Both of these are in fairly small defensive spots, but they figured out how to get the chink in the armor. It was pretty crazy.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we can see it right here, right? 4 versus 2 outnumbered situation. So just good on Aris to find that way of dealing with the situation as best as possible. Of course, that Yu Yang does get killed in the process, but yeah, here best case scenario, keeping all the other guns alive and trading the Yu Yang 2v1. So this is exactly what we see happened here. So Yu Yang obviously comes around, and both of them are finished off.
Crazy play, crazy play.
Yeah,
and
so
great shooting from the Loria. Like, hey,
absolutely.
Despite like, hey, I'm in position. You did your job. You got these 2 ships killed, but like needing to get back in the action, and then now just next objective. Like, hey, we need to get into this point.
Absolutely. Just rewinding it a little bit here, we see the Bungo is suffering heavily. I believe, let's just quickly look at it a little bit. Yeah, okay, so no torpedo hits, just continuous firepower from the Kremlin, Marseille, the Smaland and Marceau probably also chiming in on that, really trying to kill off that Bungo here on the top.
I know, look at that life.
Yeah,
he's
so close to dying, and the Gdansk obviously having the smoke ready for him just in time, actually saving the Bungo's life.
To be fair, the Kremlin was kind of doing the same situation though. It had obviously has a heal, but it was getting real low.
Yeah, absolutely. BBs were definitely getting beat up in this game. This San Martin being actually in a very uncomfortable spot at the minute, but I mean he did survive. So yeah.
I mean that was the name of the game. Like the Aris survived. Like they survived. They clawed back all the way from the brink and then ended up bringing it home.
Yeah, exactly. This Smaland here taking a trajectory in the hopes of finding the Bungo again, but of course the Bungo stayed inside of the smoke screen for the maximum duration, right? So in the hopes of gaining as much HP as possible. Smaland also knowing that the Gdansk is low, trying to catch him off guard. Gdansk playing it really well, actually. There was probably RPF involved here in the way he positioned himself. Obviously also hitting a torpedo on that Smaland later on. So, I mean, really great place and great awareness from this Gdansk.
I do want to give a shout out to this Marceau, though. Like, again, looking at what do we need to do to, protect our lead and be able to go ahead and say, all right, let's get a point. And then as soon as they get that, let's get another point. So it's just like you're racing the Loria right now, and by far you're faster as the Marceau. So you can almost, really put the pressure back on the clock, because when you're at 800 points, you really don't need that much more to really secure the win.
Yeah, indeed.
And even just being in here is slowing down their clock as well. So it's just like a really smart, just like situational awareness. You could go for the kill on these 2 ships that are so low, but again, kind of more conservative play in my opinion. Trying to go for the
splitting forces. It's just like they're saying, okay, maybe the Smaland can do both jobs, right? Finding the Bungo for us, trading off the Gdansk because the HP difference is so big. Yeah, and in the meantime, they're sending the Marceau over to D. Obviously wanting to grab more points, predicting that this is going to be a very precarious situation in the end game, which they were absolutely right. It was fairly precarious. So just watching a little bit further, of course.
God, he's in trouble.
Yeah, this whole situation, it's just really have to applaud this Gdansk again in this situation, having protected this Bungo from death, still being able to a 1-for-1 trade here against this Smaland. Like, honestly, he couldn't have done much better in this situation, of course, other than just not dying. But in this situation where you're facing off against Smaland, that low HP, previously hitting a torp, honestly, really great place by the Gdansk here.
But even still, look, they're still up against a 1 minute and 30 clock, 7 minutes. So like right now, it's like still, how do you claw back from this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank God the Loria is finally getting into the point here, and looks like they have a really nice crossfire on this Marseille. But oof, this is a tough place to be right when all this money's on the line.
Yeah, and I was saying earlier, like, not converting the kills here was a really big issue for CL. I mean, that San Martin was stuck at the border at A3. This Bungo is now still alive, providing fire support for the incoming Marseilles, pushing here, proxy spotting or hydro spotting that Marseille, right? it's just not a good place to be in now that the Bongo is still alive and is raining HE shells down on you.
Yeah, that's Marseille right down here. Marseille is trying to just divert all power to engines, full thrust.
Exactly.
Desperately try to get into the sea to eat.
Yeah, we do see that this Marseille realized, right, hey, there's only one thing that I could do, potentially going for a 1-for-1 trade. It does actually happen, but this Marseille, obviously having to pay attention a lot to this Marseille here, now gets pressure from behind. San Martin comes back from the grave, so to say, of having been in a not so great position, getting behind the Marseille here. And it's just really well played from Aris here. They just used all of their resources that they still had available to a very, very high degree of precision. And
you have to love, like, hey, even though like I'm desperately trying to point it and like this is not necessarily an engagement I would want to take, it's just like, no, we got to put as much damage as possible and pray that we can take this thing down, because that's the only way you're getting out of it.
I mean, we're still super close on points, right? So this kill would have potentially flipped it again into Serial's favor. I mean, it's only 1 minute and 24 minutes still on the clock, right?
Yeah.
So
two
this kill
capture points running versus, I guess it would have been 2 again, but it's, oh god, it's so close.
Indeed. But in the end, Aris does come out as the victor in this best of 5 situation. I mean, honestly, super close games throughout the whole series here. And super enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, best we could ask for, right? Certainly not a sweep on either end. We definitely got to see as much of the gameplay and strategies that these teams could have provided. I think CL really surprised a lot of people out there, so I'm excited to see what they can continue to do. Hope they keep playing. Hope they come back for COTS again next year and really, see if they can change the script. But I think they surprised a lot of people, and I'm really glad to see what they were able to bring to the table. So I do know we are going to have our next round coming up here shortly. I think we have a few minutes before everything is ready before we continue on. But holy crap, guys. Out of curiosity, which has been your favorite? Put in chat, like we'll keep taking a look, of the maps that we've seen so far. Which one have you been finding the most enjoyable? Are you enjoying like these more traditional formats, or are you enjoying kind of when it's mixed up with different spawns and different amount of capture points? Really curious to hear from all of you what you might like to see more of in the future. But so far, it's been really cool to see the mix-up between the different types of maps.
Of course.
Who do we have coming up in the next?
Yeah, so it's now going to be Aris versus TWA. The maps, picks and bans have already been completed. And it's obviously now coming up the final of this whole King of the Sea 18 show. So I'm like hugely excited for this to come.
Wow, yeah, this is going to be a big one. So we've obviously seen all the teams really kind of close across the board. Really not too many wipes that I've seen across anybody. I think we're going to be able to see the CL versus Resin fight as well. But we are waiting for the ship bans to come in. It is going to be the blind ban, so neither team is going to be able to see who they're going to blind. So it might be a full roster of 8 ships bound, or it could just be down to 4. So we're going to find that out here in just a second. But yeah, between the 2 matchups that we have between CL and Resin and the TW and Aris, are you excited equally for both, or are you without being too biased with the TWA?
I mean, obviously, those are 2 very exciting matches. A lot of money on the line. I mean, 3rd and 4th place are going to be fighting for 7.5K prize pool, right? Obviously, in the grand finals, it's all about 25K on the line, so it's lots of money to be gained here. But yeah, it's super exciting to be now in this situation where it's all on the line. Single elimination format is really showing its worth here, providing some really exciting games with just lots of stakes.
Yeah, no, and it is a bit of a surprise there that we are jumping straight into the grand final. I thought we were going to be able to see that 3rd place game first, but we're going to jump straight into the action here in just a few minutes, which is really exciting to see. So get your Krakens ready, everybody. This is where all the Konas, $25,000. Do we know how large the rosters are on the team to split that up? Like, typically, how does that work once you realize that you've won?
Yeah, so the roster usually consists of 15 people that they can field into the tournament. So yeah, I mean, obviously that money is going to be split up. I'm pretty sure most of the teams have these 15 people contributing almost equally amongst the teams. So yeah, no, that's what the format is. 9 people. You gotta have some backup players and rotate in and out of some of the ship positions. Not everyone can play every ship, right? So that's why we have 15 people in the roster. Yeah.
Jeez, that's crazy. Well, I'm excited to see how it's going to go. It's going to be a nail biter for sure. I know that probably a lot of people are going to be expecting TWA after their really strong showing against Resin coming up here, but I think Aris has definitely shown that their capabilities, and it's going to be interesting seeing like the East versus West come together and really kind of their 2 different styles being matched up.
So yeah, we see that the bands did come in, so we can talk about them a little bit here. You can see them on the screen. So yeah, banned maps are North and Hotspot. So obviously North being a map that Aris had lots of success on in the whole tournament here, so it makes sense from TWA to just ban that away. Picked maps. Let's go into the ship bans a little bit further. So it's kind of interesting to see the ship bans always show kind of a tendency of what these teams kind of want the meta to be in these games. So let's take a look at them here. Aris obviously, again, banning away some of the control ships. Brisbane, Des Moines, right, are the typical bans that usually you would want to bring against TWA, who is successfully using them, or who has been successfully using them in the past so much. Yeah, also just banning away the Harugumo, right, which is a great support ship for those smoke plays again. Gdansk also getting banned by Aris here. Just excuse me, taking away another ship that's super good at controlling capture zones early on in the game. So yeah, let's go into TWA bans here. TWA just banning Kleber, obviously a ship that can be very swift, fast towards capture zones, just capping early capture zones here. Marseille as well, being a ship that is really great at pushing flanks early on, putting down a lot of fire on the west and east side. Maybe they also took a look at the game 4 that CL and Aris had between each other, and were like, nope, we don't. That was game 5. I'm sorry. So maybe they just took a look at that and they were saying like, no, we're not having that. Ragnar, again, great ship. Kind of similar to Gdansk, so there's not going to be any DDs here in the game that are going to be super great at contesting early caps, right?
Yeah. I'm honestly kind of surprised. I wonder if TWA is going to field their Marceau, just because that seems like it's been such a popular pick across the board, even by Aris. So I'm surprised that that's still on the table. So I would not be surprised if both teams are going to be fielding a couple of those.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ban all the ships, right? Some of them will be left over, and then it's about the teams to kind of see, okay, what ships are left? Can we basically change up the strategies in a way where they will be played somewhat similar but with different ship compositions? So that's kind of one thing that the teams will always do after the picks and bans are in, right? Just looking at the strategies, what can we change? Do we need to deploy a completely different strat now that certain ships have been banned, or can we just change them up?
Yeah, I'm wondering overall from like this tournament, and kind of just as we're analyzing the meta that may have developed from this COTS, because I know it does have pretty strong ramifications for the rest of the year's tournaments going up. What would you kind of say the best, like the most impactful battleship, destroyer, and cruiser have been so far?
Well, battleships, I mean, I think we've seen Bungo getting picked really a lot in this tournament.
The accuracy, right?
The accuracy across the whole map, just holding crossfires, is just something that the Bungo does really well. Of course, there's a trade-off with HP, but in general, we've seen it picked a lot, right? Cruisers, on the other hand, I think a lot of the control cruisers are pretty popular, like Svea being played a lot. Of course, any radar ships that you can get your hands on if they're not banned are still getting played a decent amount. And for DDs, again, it's your DDs like Gdansk, Ragnar, stuff like this, where you just, if these ships are available, you have a lot more safety, you have a lot more control that you can bring into the match, and obviously these bans showing that they don't want to have any of it, and yeah, that is impactful for the games.
Yeah, and I do want to open up a little bit more to the whole room. So, you know, Robin and Ben, like between some of the, you know, we've been able to see some pretty incredible matches so far. But like, as we're getting up for the grand final, what have been some of the matches that really stand out in your mind? Not necessarily full sets, but what games in particular are like, holy crap, I'm glad we were here to witness that and cast it.
Well, to be honest, Loop seems to be the contender for the closest games ever. We had that draw. No, that was Land of Fire. Apologies.
The last one, yeah.
But I would say the draw between TW and Rain was exceptional, just exceptional game throughout. But that last one takes the cake for being like down to the wire, entertaining, and just really like a fight to the death between these two teams, like not giving anything back, just really trying to get that win. And for the last game of a best of 5, when both teams were tied 2-2, I think it's the best show we could have asked for this series. Aris is gonna come against TWA kind of exhausted.
I know,
I
right?
think. So it is a huge challenge. But if they pull this kind of crazy good adaptation tactics and having an answer for dire situations like this, I want to point out in that last game, CL had the point advantage until the actual game counter of 1 minute and 24 seconds. And then Aris got the point lead. So there was just constant pressure. It just goes to show how much pressure they can take, and they will need that metal against TWA. How about you, Ben?
I mean, I would completely agree with you. Like that obviously the draw between TWA and Rain was entirely unexpected, but the last just 5 games we see were back and forth constantly, where it's like a turning right instead of left changes the entire result of the game. Letting one additional shell catching the bungo would have ended it. So these games that we just watched were won by inches.
Yeah.
Like some games, it's a snowball. One team gets that advantage and they just leverage it straight to the victory. But these games, it was back and forth. Ships escaping, ships getting taken out. Like I said, in the moment, under pressure, the Smalan turns right instead of left.
And eats 2 torpedoes.
Yeah, and and it's and the ball's on the Gdansk to back up when he's low on health, fire those torpedoes in the hope that it might do something, and it paying off.
Allowing them to get the trade after when the engagement is forced. I mean, we already saw the replay render, so let's not dwell too much on that. But in the upcoming battle versus Aris and TWA, we're starting on Sleeping Giant. Yep. Just like, I will go back to you, Blood Legends, about that map, because that Sleeping Giant map has been the map of competitive plays. We've seen so much 100%. Stuff happen, and starting with this in the grand finals of COTS for me is kind of like really good nostalgic throwback.
Yeah. It's right back to traditions, right?
I think going into this game, I'm very curious to see, because we've seen TWA play this map a lot more than we have Aris, and we know that TWA are playing it a bit differently with this cap layout.
Oh yeah.
And it's a question, obviously, even though there are 9 people on the field, the teams are 12, 15 people. Both teams will have had their colleagues watching the other games, trying to figure out what they're going to do, when they're going to do it. And so it'll be very interesting to see, in this case, very much fire and ice.
I would like to know, we will have interviews, of course, with the winners in the end. I would like to know how much time, I mean, I know these guys play the game extensively, but also the cohesion between people and taking the time to come up with strats, taking the time to adapt new strats, because the cap has been moved a couple of kilometers to the left, so now this doesn't work anymore. It is homework, basically, which they have to do, and then apply that homework to everyone and train and train and train. They have clan battle season in which they can do it, but still. And of course, studying the enemy's tactics, the other person's tactics, your counterparts, I would say, to adapt counters to this. It's just a lot of work, basically.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time. Like, tournament preparation usually starts 3-4 weeks in advance, right? Just coming up with strategies, almost like every second day, just talking with your mates about potential scenarios, trying to come up with also surprising tactics as well. I mean, you can't have only a couple of aces up your sleeve. You want to have more, right? Therefore, usually tournament preparation starts like 3-4 weeks in advance. Then you go into these scrims. Most of the teams will have like 3 or 4 scrims in each week. What that means is that you're going to have to spend almost an entire evening just on World of Warships. So you cannot underestimate the amount of time that actually goes into what we are witnessing here live. So yeah, it's just a hugely time-intensive task of actually playing this game highly competitively for years and years, and it's not like these long-standing teams show up here without having to do too much preparation. No, I mean, each King of the Sea iteration brings something new to the table. We have these 4 capture zones with 5 capture zones on North as well, which are just giving a good new spin on things, and stuff like this will keep these teams on their toes.
Yeah, and I do, we'll see. I do think they're up against a pretty tall order taking down TWA, but if we do somehow see Aris going to be coming out with the win and we get that interview, I really have been impressed by their ability to adapt to those kind of new game modes. So kind of what Robin was saying, like, what did they do to make their ability to adapt to those maps? Obviously, I think it was a smart ban by TWA to get rid of one of those options, but they did incredibly well against CL in this last round. But what did they do? What was their strategy to come up with that in a short amount of time to make a strategy that is actually, pretty damn effective for those changes, which we'll see. But again, it is going to be a little while. I think the series had gone so long is why there is a bit longer of a gap before we get ready for this final. So I think we're going to try to see if we can drum up one of the renders of the match of the last chance of the North American team. So give us a little bit of a refresher of what TWA has done thus far on today. But before we get that, I am actually kind of curious of everybody's impression of just like, what do we think it means, especially with your background from a competitive side? Like, all right, you're coming into a match. One, adrenaline pumping, you just squeaked by the hair of your teeth getting through to the finals and going full 5 rounds. Coming in immediately without really a chance to breathe versus having a little bit more time to breathe, but you also kind of just did a sweep with a 3-0, so you didn't really have that much pressure, adrenaline pumping in you. So you kind of have the 2 spectrums of team preparation and mental preparedness coming to this. What do you think?
I mean, there obviously TWA has an advantage here in having a little bit more time to prepare for this. They probably were watching these games as well, as they had finished their series against Resin so early, right, 3-0. So they get the chance of doing a little bit more prep work, which can obviously make a difference, right? On the other side, yes, of course, it's super exhausting for Aris to be in the situation, having played 5 games, and then 5 minutes later, someone is already pinging you about picks and bans, right? Things have to move on super quickly, so you don't really have any breathing room. So that is obviously hugely stressful. On the other hand, games like these, when you pull it off in a very spectacular fashion, can give like a mental boost to these players as well. Yeah. So I'm obviously not saying that Aris has the better situation here going for them. No, obviously TWA are the favorites, not only because they were able to prepare a little bit more, but also obviously because, they are obviously the team to beat in this lineup here, coming in as EU number 1. And Aris just really trying their absolute hardest to get into this final and put up a good show now.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I do think we got the render came through for the Resin versus TWA match. Believe this is on Hotspot, if it looks correct to me.
Yep.
So we're going to be able to kind of do some analysis going in blind here because we didn't get to see it live. But let's see kind of what TWA was able to do to be able to win so decisively in this last round.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll just go into this game here real quick. Standard deployment here. Resin opting for some super fast destroy aggression on the decap.
Another Marceau.
Indeed. And just your standard approaches to C-cap here. Actually, Resin opting for a more B-cap focused deployment here. They are basically saying, no, we're not going to have any of it. We probably have seen TWA deploy some of these explosive, smoke-heavy, backed up with radar strategies in the past. So they're just opting for some fast D-cap and B-cap action here. And trying to play the longer game maybe.
Interesting that there's really not a lot sticking around on the C cap, though. They kind of just saw like, hey, there's a pretty big showing on the TWA side. We're just going to put all of our focus into the B and A cap, it seems like.
Yeah, stuff like this is predetermined, right? I mean, we're still in the deployment phase here. Of course, having these spawns so far away from the A and B capture zones, stuff like this is predetermined, right? But obviously now we could be seeing off of some initial information that these teams are getting some deviations from that strategy.
Okay. And are the teams able to like communicate? Do they have live like Discord comms going on?
No,
While this is
100%.
happening? How does that all work?
Yeah,
on
yeah,
their end?
100%. I mean, these guys will be sitting together in some Discord voice calls and whatnot, right?
Okay.
Just communicating with each other a lot. I mean, speaking from experience, stuff like this can get very hectic, right? So yeah, just pausing the replay here again quickly. Resin just really not stopping on the decap. They figured out, okay, TWA probably doesn't have too many ships there, so we want to keep pushing. We want to seek an advantage here on the 9-10 line, having committed 4 ships here. Just kind of focusing all their firepower onto that Napoli. But of course, as we know, Napoli is a ship that is fairly difficult to get rid of.
Yeah.
It has a smoke screen, the fuel smoke, and is also pretty sturdy, so not an easy task here.
Yeah. If there's anything I've learned, I don't know how much is going to carry over into my ranked battles, but just I've definitely been playing Napoli wrong. She is a ship that kind of goes out to the side and really kind of just kites away and it stays elusive, it seems like. Yeah.
Indeed, for sure. That's what it's great at.
Yep.
So obviously now we see a second smoke screen deployment here on the 1-2 line for TWA. Just really, again, trying to be kind of annoying when it comes to putting control over certain areas, just pushing this Petro also here into this position. We've seen it a couple of times in this tournament so far. This Petro position obviously benefiting from this huge radar circle here, just roughly drawn by myself. Just being able to control the enemy home cap here really well, and putting a lot of pressure on Resin early on.
Which is surprising they're able to actually maintain that much of a defense after, you know, Resin obviously put a pretty large force dedicated here, leaving C completely
Uncontested,
open.
yeah.
I guess you did deploy 4 ships on this side, which is, I think there's only 3 on this, so they should have a pretty easy side on here. The issue is with this map, and I think they had the right idea, is like this is where the points are. You have 2 points over here. You don't need to dedicate too much on this side, but the fact that they're able to hold it off as well as they are is a testament to how well they just play their individual ships.
Indeed. So actually Utrecht eating some torpedoes here, being knocked down to like half of its HP, but now we see 2 different kind of styles, I guess. This Z42 is going into this position, wanting to keep this Petro spotted. We obviously also see an Utrecht from Resin side of things, putting it into the smoke screen, kind of what we already saw in the game in between TWA and Rain. Rain was also using the Utrecht here to just bomb stationary targets, right? And that Petropavlovsk is certainly sitting in one of those spots here. So just looking at the game a little bit further, now we see what I talked about. The Utrecht is trying to damage that Petro as best as possible. But again, here, if we just take a look on the D side of things, sure, they were trying to get that kill on the Napoli, but TWA just rotating the DD over to that side, making sure that the Napoli isn't getting caught by any aggressive pushes here. And yeah, Resin finding themselves with 4 ships on one side of the map.
There's only a single point.
Exactly.
But I mean, to give them credit, they have pushed them back pretty far. Like they're able to hold this side of the map, and if they're potentially able to maybe push into here with a rotation and just use these 2 ships to kind of just hold the line here, I can see what they're going for.
Yeah, that'll be the next step for Resin for sure. They now realized, okay, there's little to zero chance of killing the Napoli and gearing. So surely now the Ohio and Petro will move closer to C-cap here, and these ships will be purely there for defending the point on D.
Yep.
So just checking
big
out
chunks coming out of the Z47 right there, which is not what you want to see if you want to have a pushing force.
Yeah, of course. I mean, Petro also being in a position to always provide that information on the Z42 here. Obviously, with the other Petro as well, getting an angle, also being able to put its radar to good use in order to provide a lot of information, so that ships like Somaris and especially Utrecht can deal a lot of damage to that Z42 here.
Yeah, wow.
And that's exactly what we see.
I was about
right?
to say, it was like, I'm glad I didn't say it's like, but he was still able to survive and get out of there. But yeah, look at that radar. And
Yeah,
just
next
like,
radar coming up, right? Everyone from TWA side was kind of ready for it. They obviously knew he was there. And yeah, this radar is basically the final blow to the Z42. And
the Resin's hope right now, I see we got the other radar going, but still wasn't able to capitalize on and get any of these guys in the smoke. So it's just like, oof, it's looking rough right now.
Yeah, exactly. And here we see it again. TWA having a lot of success on this side of the map here, where 3 capture zones are located. And that's usually the better way of going about it. We've seen a couple of teams choosing to push on the other side. But again, 2, maybe 3 ships defending that side is usually enough to at least keep ships at bay.
Get that early cap on the sea too.
Get the early cap on sea. So now Resin is really in a tricky situation, also not being able to fight for that B cap very well any longer.
Especially after dedicating so many resources towards it and really not going to get the payout. These guys just were able to put their foot down and stay there and even start to push back, which is really a testament to their skill. And then this Ohio is just not fast enough to get back into position. Look how fast this Marceau was able to get there compared to the Ohio. Yeah,
exactly. I mean, TWA not quite stepping onto the B cap here, rather sending ships back towards this C side of things, expecting Resin to try and come back to C cap here in the hopes of having more points gain, right?
Yeah, so you're already starting to see, just even with that, redeployment of skills, like TWA goes straight back to kind of having like an equal showing across the board, and just like really put the pressure where it needs to be. Is impressive.
Indeed. Still has to be said though, points are fairly equal. Of course, that B cap and D cap was ticking for Resin the entire time, so that cannot be underestimated.
And they're stopping the TWA timer right now, just with that Marceau. But oh my gosh, look how close that radar got to the Marceau.
Yeah, I mean, the Petropavlovsk radar is not a very long duration radar, right? So he quickly popped it in the hopes of chasing the Marceau off of the cap, but obviously he knows exactly what he's facing off against, and he's in a position to just reverse into that cap again fairly quickly.
Yeah, tricky. But I mean, still, every second counts at this stage of the game, so that was pretty impressive.
Exactly. So now, interesting situation. Points are still pretty close, but we have a triple cap here for Resin at this moment in time.
Yeah.
TWA realizing this and kind of trying to come back to the D cap here. So I'll be interested in seeing
I would
how
not want to be
turns
in this position. It's spooky. I mean, at least she's one of the ships that can actually kind of design for this purpose and like 100%. Hide away. But having a Napoli and a Gearing come on you while all of your other kind of big forces have kind of deployed to the sea, it's a little spooky.
Indeed. On the other hand here, Resin is also pushing the Petropavlovsk closer to the B cap, just further solidifying their position on that map, not wanting to give TWA any space in order to potentially snag that B cap away from them. So let's just continue with the replay here a little bit. So Svea obviously getting pushed away further and further. TWA stepping onto that cap, and
down to 30 seconds.
Look at the points. It's basically dead even. Gdansk is almost at the cap here, touching it shortly. So it's gonna be basically
and good dodge of the torpedoes up here too. Jeez.
Yeah. So 1 second here. Some ship must have gotten killed just now. Okay, yeah, so this cruise, actually, this Utrecht just goes down right from some crossfire from this Petro here.
Flipping the
points to like 900 and 990. So just really good relocation, just punishing the aggression that Resin was pulling onto the B cap here, being at the right spot at the right time, and that's all she wrote.
Well, I gotta say, like, I wish I could have seen that game. Just again, like the Americans did not go out without a fight. I will say,
100%.
That was a real close fight right up to the end there, and I mean, TWA is just overall, ability to navigate their ships, know where to be at the right time, and just use their abilities and hold them in reserve all the way to the end of the battle. Like those radars that they saved to the very end, like really made the difference. And like if they didn't
100%.
get that fight literally within probably like the 10 seconds they got it, I think it might have been over.
Indeed.
All right, so that said, I think we have gotten through most of the time as we're ready for about to get the final game of the series in just a moment or two. So I think we did discuss it a little bit, but a refresher. I don't think we did hear from Robin or Ben as far as what you would prefer to be. Would you like to be on the team that just had your adrenaline pumping and you're ready to go and you actually ended up winning with that 3-2 win out? Or would you rather be the team that had a little bit more time to breathe, go get a cup of coffee, but you kind of breeze through with a 0-3? What would you say, Robin? Yeah, which one would you rather be?
I think I'd rather be the more relaxed, but
Yeah.
obviously right now the tension will be building. All the eyes are on them. There's a lot of money on the line. You don't want to be the one to cost your friends and teammates a good chunk of change.
Yeah.
So,
To be fully honest.
so both sides will have the tension on them.
Yeah, but Aris made it so far. Even if they lose, they'll still be second place,
For sure.
which is already a good. Like they've already made it so far.
Yeah.
They've already reached. Like even if they get defeated against TWA, they've shown exceptional. And I think it's more or less what's gonna happen. But we never know. It's the best of 5. I
No.
won't jinx anything. But at the
Absolutely,
same time,
like-
they
like-
must already feel really proud of themselves from
For
coming
sure.
second in the King of the Sea International. And just getting to just throw punches against TWA. Not that many teams can claim that pride, that luxury in a way.
Right.
So
I would be very interested to see from them how far they thought they were going to get.
exactly,
Only now to be like, oh,
here we go. you
oh
know.
boy.
Yeah.
So I think their real fight was against CL right here, just to get to that second spot and not have to fight again against either Resin, just to get the third place. Now they secure the second spot and they're just going to be very happy about this.
Yeah.
So they must be coming in here as like, look, we're here, let's give it our best. If it doesn't work, we already have a pretty good win in our books. So yeah, TWA,
Absolutely.
however,
TWA, like I said, they've got the weight of their reputation.
in a way, yes, they do.
It is always difficult to be the team expected to win.
Yeah. So I mean, let's get this party started real quick. One word. Who are you gonna go for? I'm actually gonna go and say I think I want to see CL take this back. Or not CL, sorry me.
Aris.
Aris,
I want to see the underdog win. So
Yeah,
I'm gonna
that's
give it to
fair.
them.
I'm predicting 3-1 for TWA. I
I
want
would
Aris
agree.
to beat TWA 1 in a good win, a good fight, but I expect TWA to take it out.
I expect a 3-1 as well.
Yeah, 3-1 for TWA is my take,
Yeah.
but again, let's not jinx them too much. We might see a 3-2. That would be ideal, to be honest.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Without further ado, we've been rambling long enough. I know what you guys want to see. Let's see this grand final, game number 1. Let's hop into the action and see what map they're going to take us into on this big finale.
A colossal battle between opposing fleets will soon unfold here amongst the waters of the East China Sea. The residents of these islands will shortly bear witness to the thunder and flash of combat, and only one team will sail away victorious. This is Sleeping Giant. Sleeping Giant is a 48 by 48 kilometer domination style map with 4 cap points running from west to east. The A cap is on the left, B is in the center, C and D are on the right. In this iteration, both teams' spawns have moved from a central position to a north and southwestern spawn position, offering a wealth of new strategies for teams to execute. Cap A on the left is fraught with danger, shifted from its previous position inside the Thunderdome to being centered on the tip of the island on the 1-2 line. A daring destroyer player can hug the island to take the cap quickly, but will face a treacherous journey to escape afterwards. In the center, capture Area B is just as perilous. Completely open with plenty of spaces for radar cruisers to hide nearby without being spotted, it's commonly left uncaptured until the mid and late game. Caps C and D on the right provide an intriguing choice to teams. Pick up just their home cap, deploying radar and kiting ships to protect it, Or risk it all on a push down the 9-10 line to gain control over both caps and the potential win? Sleeping Giant has a long history in COT S since its return in COT S13. Many tightly contested and challenging matches have been fought on this map, which begs the question, who will be the victor this time? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Sleeping Giant.
All right, everyone, and welcome. TWA versus Aris, the grand final you've been waiting for in this King of the Sea 2025. Let's send it out. What do you see, Kilobin, in what both teams are bringing?
Aris bringing a pair of Bungos, a Cerberus, double Moskva, Minotaur, Sommers, Delny, Smallan. So quite a conventional lineup. A decent mix of the classes, some heavy static radar cruisers, some kiting cruisers, some destroyer support.
Funny to see Cerberus again in this thing. Aris is bringing Aris is bringing double I'm confused. TWA, Bungo, Hayo, and then a lot of long-range radar already being used against the Smolen here. Double Moskva, double Petropavlovsk. Smolen has to dip because it's gonna start taking a lot of heat. The Bungo is gonna fire at him. The Petropavlovsk and the Moskva is probably gonna engage as well. Yeah. They're just trying to get the Smolen out of here. But the question is, once this Moskva's radar is off cooldown, Smolen kinda has another shot.
Yes, TWA seem to be playing a very much a bite and hold build.
Yes. We also see TWA getting a really early cap advantage on A here, putting the Marceau into here. The Delny, can he reset?
He does not get the reset, but he does get the hits.
He does get the hits, yes. Sako being briefly spotted by the Moskva.
But very interesting to see a Forest Sherman in the grand finals.
Yes, a Sherman. Really strong SAP guns, really long range hydroacoustic, American smoke.
It does, however, have one big problem.
It's huge.
The torpedo angles.
To
be more specific, the torpedo angle.
The lack of torpedo, I would actually say, is detrimental. But you don't really bring Sherman for torpedo powers, do you?
If you're that Moskva of Aris, do you really want to sit there?
Ooh, Sako one here in a bit of a rough crossfire. Moskva still having shots.
But we've got Petro engaging Cerberus because Usagami has not yet used his smoke, so he's at risk here doing this.
Yeah, Sako suffering.
Sako is suffering. He's getting the smoke up. They might try to call for a bit of focus on the Cerberus. He is turning out.
Yeah,
Shells coming in.
The Delny doing a great job catching that Marceau on his way to the cap, and after this on his way out as well. Yeah. So it's a really good job.
It's 2 caps to TWA at the moment. Looks like we might have a push being developed over on the 9-10 line of Marcel, Kinemod, and Angelstone versus Sora, Prey, and Akatsuki.
Yep. Smoke being laid down to have the Petropavlovsk basically ride that long Summers smoke, of course. Summers has to be a little bit careful on Sora because once he gets caught into that Petropavlovsk radar, he's going to suffer a little bit.
Yes, because his support is a lot further away. And
indeed.
If since he doesn't have the smoke to cover the Mino will be less inclined to open up.
I'm surprised. Why wouldn't Aris... Oh, goodness. Why wouldn't the Summers smoke up the Minotaur? Because right now, the Minotaur from Aris is kind of exposed and the Petropavlovsk has really mean AP. The Summers are probably going to spot each other eventually. They're just dropping torpedoes at each other.
I think they're just sort of basing off each other's RPF.
Or maybe they're just saving the smoke here. But the Minotaur is a little bit in trouble.
Obviously.
With the Bungo as well in the background.
Kinney will have to be careful because both Bungos are on this flank.
Indeed, yeah. Smolen and Aris actually getting back into the cap here. The Petropavlovsk is going to burn this short duration radar. I don't think he's in range to catch him, actually. No, he's not.
But it looks like we might see... Sako might actually try and dip into B to get into the Thunderdome because Shikishima has backed off enough that he can't easily get his guns round.
That's fair, but he will have to contend with the Moskva, actually, because he is creeping
But torpedo hits on Sora. Sora down to 5k.
Oh,
Marcel's
that's
torpedoes
has
connected.
And here comes the radar from the
Radar is active.
TWA is going to easily back this first kill. Sora, that is such an aggressive
Kinney is close
play.
enough that he is getting smoke spotted through the bloom.
No way
down to 500 health. Kinney is going to get that kill. First blood to TWA. Akatsuki.
Yeah, and Akatsuki has to be careful here because a Bungo is looking right down his throat. Even though it's a long-range shot, Angel Stone is known not to really miss his shots.
No.
He has to be careful because he is lit, of course, from the summers. Do we see? Yeah, here goes the spotter plane from the Bungo. Here comes the salvo. Not even at Minotaur. Actually, Bungo on Bungo violence here. Predictions coming in the screen. Let me guess.
Here we go.
TWA.
Shells go low. He gets away with it.
80% prediction for TWA, 20% for Aris. Right now it's looking kind of bleak already. Aris losing their only kind of vision, to be honest, on this flank.
Yep. Now the Mino is suffering. He took a hit there. Will Angel have another shot before he goes unspotted? No, he is engaging the Bungo.
I think Minotaur is dark for a while now, and the Bungo is going to be suffering from a three-way crossfire. The Petro still in the smoke, the Bungo, and of course the Moskva safe behind that rock.
Smilander also is not committing to taking A, so TWA get to sit on 2 caps with a kill.
That's
but
weird.
Ice-T is going for Bravo now.
That's really odd because this Smoland knew that the Petro just burned his radar, and just took so long.
Point is now coming forward from this very reserved position.
Yes.
Like, can he get around in time to get this decap? And as well as the fact that Ice-T.
Oh, never mind. The Marceau actually has blind fires on. Yeah,
Well,
I think the radar was actually active from points here and catching the Delny
there's
out
the
of here.
decap.
That's the strength of their long-range 12 kilometers radar, you know. The Petropavlovsk has a firing solution on Smolensk, does reset the cap here. Lots of damage being poured on
We might see some torpedo strikes on the Prey Bungo on the 10 line. Difficult to tell right now. He is attempting to maneuver, maybe just the one, so that fight will continue.
Yeah, Aris is Smolensk trying to get the cap here, suffering from huge HP loss from this Petropavlovsk radar. Some more blind fire happening right now. The Sherman isn't close enough to get the hydroacoustic range, so it looks like Aris might get the cap back into the favor.
They might indeed grab the cap, but is it enough? 200 points ahead.
The Delny, however, from Aris is making its way again. Points having burned the radar. The Delny has now a chance to get into B
Bungo
again.
getting caught in a crossfire. He's got Marceau, Moskva, and Ohio shooting into his broadside.
Yeah.
And as well as the Moskva, he's in a bit of a dangerous spot.
Losing
Down
a lot of
to
HP on this,
55,000.
actually. It's the battleships are here to tank anyway, so
But
they'll just lose HP and
Aris
regain some.
flip A and are taking B.
Radar being burned again from point. Able to catch the Delny again.
Can
And
they-
look at the Marceau's crossfire on
Yeah.
it. Can he get the... Oh my god, the cap controlled from TWA.
Is it
so
controller?
good.
Do they have the decap?
Ah,
Yes, they do.
he gets reset by the Marceau. Yeah, Ice-T really struggling to get this B cap. He has to...
Point is also coming forward now. At this range, Moskva cannot miss.
Moskva cannot miss. No, the railguns are gonna really hurt that Delny. Yeah, just...
Especially with how the Bungos are deploying, he is now safe on his broadside.
But again, look, Aris still has 2 caps in their favor, while TWA only has 1 ticking for them. The fact that they got A back is actually quite good, but
Right
now
now-
they're gonna send Sherman back into A again.
Yeah, it looks like right now Aris have 1 minute 40 ahead of TWA.
Yep. The point lead is still into TWA's favor, but now with the 2 caps ticking, oh, torpedoes in the water. Vilex, of course, seeing them as a Sherman. He sees the first one. Is he going to see the second set? These are Cerberus torpedoes. They have 13-ish kilometers of range.
Yes.
Vilex should be able to avoid
He's
this.
seen them. Like, Sherman is a bit of a chunky boy.
It is, yeah, but he has a nice, comfortable gap to just fit right through.
So, but yeah, so, but like right now...
The only issue is it pushes him really far away from the cap.
So Anlai Tang has pushed forward. He's now going to start engaging Shikishima.
Oh, sorry, another radar being burned by Kisti here on the Smolensk from Aris.
Yep.
No
and
shots being fired.
Sacco is going for the Charlie cap.
Oh, wow, yeah, that's a really good play, actually. However, he has to be careful because the Minotaur is actually lit. The Minotaur is firing at the Summers.
Yep. No, he's firing
Never
at
mind,
Kinney.
at the Petropavlovsk.
Marcel is smoking up Kinney mod. Angel Stone moving up in support in the Bungo, trying to keep them at bay.
Yeah, a very aggressive smoke train here, pairing the Marceau on C to
A
just
solid
put some
hit
pressure on the Minotaur.
Mino.
They're just pushing the
Good
Minotaur
hits.
away.
Yeah, like that's like I said, they don't need the kills, they just need the space.
They do, yeah. They are doing a good job on
But
pushing.
that is a dangerous set of torps heading for Sacco from the Mino. He does have a gap, but that was very good
He's
prediction.
Just fine. He's completely fine. That's going to be an issue for Aris because now that the Minotaur is pushed so far away, they have a free reign on just getting that cap. The Minotaur does not have radar range. He's like literally 10.5 kilometers away. The question is, does the Minotaur turn back into C to try and get that eyes on the Marceau? I don't think they can do it.
That would be very brave.
That would be brave indeed with the Petropavlovsk and the Summers around. Yeah, really good play on TWA, flipping the home cap into this kind of paced
Radar
push here.
again from Lalala's Moskva. Smaland and Delny both here. Looks like they might want to try and make a bit of a play on A with their gunboat destroyers.
They have A, and they can have it kind of secured. Here, they're kind of sending the Delny into a really dangerous spot here.
Also, Point has managed to reverse to a bit of a dip in the Thunderdome's islands where he can actually shoot over and engage those destroyers.
Indeed, yeah. Point actually having some really nice angles with these railguns that Moskva has. And now TWA asserting the dominance on the home push cap has the map on lockdown in their favor.
Yep, 3 minutes on the clock for TWA.
There's nothing that Aris can do on the home cap push anymore. That train smoke with the Summers, Petro, and the Bungo. Now the Moskva from An Li Tung just pushing forward as well to make
Those
sure.
torpedoes on Aris' Summers really broke open that flank for them.
They did for sure, yes, they really did. And then the Summers being picked up. I mean, Aris is looking for solutions here. I just don't know what they can do. They have 2.5 minutes to get into some place somehow.
Looks like the call has been to kill Silverblade, but it's an Ohio. It can take this.
Yeah, the heal.
And worst case, Vile can... Silver will last long enough that Vile will be able to resmoke it.
When I see a battleship on more than 50k HP kiting, I don't really pay attention to it because I know he's going to survive. But yeah, right now it looks like a pretty definite map control win from TWA.
Also, Aris have redeployed both Moskvas to have as much DPM as they can. Smalan taking an absolute walloping there.
Yeah.
Down to 4.5k, leaves Bravo cap completely open for TWA. Sacco already moving in.
I'm not sure what the point
Smaland
is.
is struggling.
I think they're just trying to hunt for kills here, I guess, with the Delny.
Looks like
pushing into the
Titus is
smoke.
like, but he's a Petro. He can take these hits.
I know.
And Yuchi goes down.
Yeah, just hunting for kills on Aris' side, but losing assets in the process. Meanwhile, TWA walking the Marceau into Bravo here. The Moskvas not really being utilized as much for damage dealing. Shikishima Mother here pushing forward, getting the radar on the Marceau, but I'm not even sure he's gonna get the angle on him, to be honest. The Marceau is such a fast cruiser. That's also the wrong ammunition type while shooting at a French destroyer.
And
Delny
Delny goes
gets
down as well.
massacred.
5 seconds on the clock.
And
It's
that's
all
it.
over. Game 1 goes to TWA.
Oh, wow. What a disappointing play on Aris' side here. Not really able to prevent the home push here, and then not having an answer from TWA's positions is a pretty rough start to a grand final best of 5 for them.
Indeed.
All right. Well, to be honest, we'll try to go through the analytics of this replay momentarily. Meanwhile, let's send it back to the studio to see what they have to say.
Well, gotta say, that was a rough way to come right out of a victory. Basically kind of getting pushed right back down. But been able to see anything is that they know how to come back from some losses and really make themselves shine in the second time. So we'll hopefully be able to see a comeback on game 2. But you got to be proud of your boys at TWA and really kind of laying down the law and making it happen. So what was your kind of key takeaways from the impression before we dive into it?
Yeah, I mean, TWA had a plan. It all worked pretty great. I would say they were able to catch out that destroyer on the on the 910 line. Obviously, that torpedo hit helped. Then got, I think, ground spotted by the Sommers because he was like kind of in the situation where he's bow on. Going towards that Sommers of TWA, and Kenimot being ready with his radar just to absolutely confirm the kill there. I mean, all around that kill opened up a lot of good things for TWA. Then they were able to continue with the push really nicely. They weren't really losing any ships over on the other side, defending B-cap really nicely. So it's the clinical play that they are bringing to the table that we all know that they can do. And yeah,
I would say, to be fair, in Aris' credit, I did like the play that we're doing on like the 1-2 line with getting that sneaky destroyer in there and really trying to capture it back from the initial aggression from TWA. I really like that we were able to sneak in there and try to be able to pull back. But there was just so much aggression coming off on the 9-10 line that was just like eventually wrapping up and just kind of taking them apart. But we'll hopefully have the replay render here in just a moment so we can kind of see a full development of how everything happened. But we'll see if they're going to be able to keep it up. Obviously, a strong showing. Curious to see how I think the predictions were pretty strongly in favor for TWA here. So the European presence is really kind of showing their dominance in the community's eyes. So it's really up to up to them to be able to make the underdog story a reality. This is their one chance to be able to do it. I'm sure they did not expect to be kind of fighting TWA
Absolutely
in the
not.
finals here today. But if there's a time to make a story happen, it's right now. So we'll see if they can make it happen.
Indeed. Yeah, a couple of infos that came in from the third place game. Resin did win game 1 against CL, so that's obviously ongoing as we speak. So yeah, Resin obviously from what we could see in that game 3 replay that we could analyze, obviously still having a great showing against CL here. Showing that they are the #1 contender from the NA region for a reason. And yeah,
I'm curious to know what map lineup they have as well. Maybe we can get that information and share it with all of you. But the hey, the NA team is still in it. They're still fighting strong. And again, more matches I definitely want to go back and watch, especially seeing how close that last TWA one that we were able to analyze was. So I do think we got the render for this game to come through the pipes. So let's pull it up and see what we can missed on the bird's eye view.
Yeah, all right. We obviously start again, initial deployments. Nothing too fancy here from my POV. Obviously using the spawn of the Marceau pretty well.
Yeah.
I think he did have the best spawn available to him. And just immediately get himself into that A point. The Delny obviously having similar ideas. Marceau just being a little bit quicker in this situation. And yeah, Sommer is obviously heading for this cap. We've seen in the past that passes like these, whenever the opponent side have like a pretty difficult deployment, maybe a Gdansk sending it into this channel was a bit difficult, but obviously now Gdansk is banned, right? Ragnar is banned, so 2 of these destroyers that would be able to push radar circles very close to the respective home caps here are not available. Obviously these teams know that, and there's not a really big danger just getting into this capture zone and taking this route as the Sommers is doing here.
Yeah, I mean, that early capture though by the TWA is really nice, and I think it's this Delny that's eventually going to be able to sneak up right back in here and capture it back. But still, they're able to, I'm curious how many points they're able to just have by capturing it that early.
Yeah, of course. I mean, getting early caps is always important, right? You want to have as many points as possible, because I mean, as we've seen during the tournament, it can come down to the wire. It can be a difference between 1 or 2 points here and there. So you will need to you need to grab everything that you can.
I will say
everything that you're allowed.
It is impressive to me to see like how aggressive and getting away with it both of these destroyers are, because I think it was taking me back to like the Resin game initially, where they were able to take down a Haragumo that was trying to do something cheeky like that, and it just absolutely changed the entire pace of the game. So
Indeed.
the fact that both of these teams are able to get away with that is pretty cheeky.
Yeah, so again, we see the smoke screen here being deployed by the Sommers. Really great torpedo hits. And actually, let me rewind that here a little bit. So what actually ends up happening is the Sommers gets hit by the torpedo. So Kenny does something really smart here. He actually checks at what range that torpedo hit happened, realizes it is within his radar range, tells everyone, hey, I will probably have this guy in my radar range here pretty shortly, and presses a button and finds the Sommers bow on. So that's just another way of paying attention to all the details, right? And actually coming out on top, right?
Wow. Yeah. I mean, talking about just now, like how important a swing is if one of those destroyers dies, and being able to potentially use a really high value asset in a position that you typically would save it for maybe late game when you're really needing it behind a mountain or something for a point. Just like, no, we know how valuable it is to get this target right now. Let's coordinate and let's kill it. That's pretty impressive.
For sure. So obviously we have the A cap here. It's kind of a back and forth here. Aris sending in the DD here, trying to cap it in reverse, but obviously Sherman long smoke screen provides the Petropavlovsk with an additional amount of staying power. Obviously, Petro being a tanky ship in its own right, but a couple of smoke to it, and it can basically stay in that position for a very long time.
I mean, to be fair, on Aris' side, I do see the Moskva like really just trying to push it back as far as possible with its own radar. Not so much firepower to bear comparatively. I mean, obviously we have the Ohio and both ships here be able to push back. I know you're talking about the Cerberus really being able to burn things, but I don't know how much of a threat it really bears to either of those.
Yeah, I mean, the Ohio's not really putting himself into this particular spot, right? We saw the Sibir earlier in the games getting punished by Cerberus in this position, but Ohio staying back a little bit further, obviously knowing that he would take significant amounts of damage if he would be staying in this position. So yeah, obviously now the Delny tries to get the cap here. It doesn't really work. I mean, we have the double radar here from the Moskva. Marceau doing a good job of actually getting those last second resets in. Also just keeping this Bravo cap neutral. On 10 line now, Kinimot and the Somers are pushing up further on the 9-10. Just trying to get this Minotaur away from the Charlie cap, right? Because the Marceau is coming in right now.
Yeah, how much... If this destroyer had survived, is there any chance that this could be occurring, or is like what would this be complete stalemate?
I mean, there's a chance obviously that one of these ships would get killed, but again, like losing a destroyer, especially a destroyer that you want to use in order to smoke up your Minotaur super early, just destroys all your game plans that you have, right? So that's why these DD kills early on are super influential, because this Minotaur can't really do anything. He's just going to get pushed away, and this is exactly what we see happen here. They are just going to push the Minotaur further and further. Marceau is able to grab the cap here, and yeah, now if we just look at the map, B cap isn't really contested. Marceau is already moving over to kind of get into the B cap situation. TWA is sitting on 800 points, 600 from Aris side. These here are still alive and just don't really care about the engagements on A, and therefore this timer is just going to run down. And yeah,
I mean, I do like the little counter push that they were going to be putting up on here. Is like, hey, we realize that we've lost a front on this side. We need to make something happen on this side. But it's kind of that tried and true story of just like, all right, which side of the map has more points? And if you win that side, you're going to be really kind of be fighting an uphill battle.
Indeed. So yeah, I mean, the game ends pretty quickly after that. Was a pretty decisive victory, not going to lie, after that DD kill that basically accelerated the home cap push for TWA. And yeah, maybe we're going to have much more close games.
Were there any
for
losses on TWA side? I think maybe this, oh no, it was Aris's.
No, I don't think so.
I think this guy might have been TWA's.
No, that was the Delny that was getting pushed by Sherman.
Jeez.
Or that was pushing into the Sherman,
yeah. So it's a rough game. I mean, I think a lesson to be learned, for myself included, as a probably Shima main is most likely, as tempting as it is to go real fast and hold that W key, if you do die for your team, you're really putting them at a really strong disadvantage. And I think this game really highlighted that at the highest level, including in randoms. So I think we're just getting the teams ready here. Any predictions coming across the board? Do you think Aris is going to be better on this map for Northern Waters?
In my book, if there is one chance for Aris to win a game against TWA, it's on this map. It's on Northern Water, due to how weird the spawn and the layout is. Yeah. So yeah, they just have to come up with something different, something interesting. I'm not sure exactly. To be honest, we saw kind of them just get wiped out on the first map by TWA having some weird decisions making here and there, but they can do some very interesting play, and I think this is the map for them to try something out.
Yes, I think TWA might have a bit more trouble because they can't guarantee that there will be one of their radar cruisers on the caps when they need them, given the routing they will have to take. So I think it's a possibility that we might see Aris try to grab some early caps.
Yeah.
Whether they can hold on to that advantage, we'll have to see.
Also, not banning any of the long-range radars, knowing that TWA loves control strats, is just difficult to work with now on their side. Like, it really, really hard to work through.
It was a bold choice for sure.
Indeed. But hey, only one way to find out, so let's get started on the next map, Northern Water, Aris versus TWA.
In the southern Arctic Ocean lies an archipelago of Caledonian granite, frigid and forbearing. These frozen rocks and sparse fauna will shortly become unwilling witnesses to the rigors of naval combat. This is Northern Waters. Northern Waters is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running in a line from west to east. The A cap is on the left, the B cap is in the center, with caps C and D on the right. In this new configuration, spawns of ships are based on what class they are. Battleships spawn above Cap A, cruisers spawn above Cap B, and destroyers spawn above the home caps C and D. This aims to provide teams with new and specialized tactics for each flank, with unique deployment ideas. Cap A on the left is larger than in previous iterations, now having a small island providing cover for any ship that wishes to contest it. Cap B was moved to the right to be harder to directly contest, with the small islands inside offering minimal cover. The home caps, C and D, are surrounded by a fair number of small islands, allowing destroyers to set up for ambush-style hit-and-run tactics more comfortably. Support from cruisers spawning in the middle of the map is critical for success on both sides. How will teams divide their forces for the most optimal strategy? 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play Northern Waters.
Oh, looks like we've got a restart. Yep, looks like we have a restart. As both teams, something's gone amiss somewhere. Both teams are just going to ready up and we'll get straight back to it.
It's all good. I guess it's better to have everything ready and good to go when you're in the grand finals of King of the Sea.
Yep.
So we are okay with the restart. We've had a look at the comps already. We're not going to spoil it for you viewers, but there's some pretty interesting picks in both teams right now.
Looks like one of the Aris players had a disconnect.
Oh, I understand. All right. But both teams brought some interesting picks and some not so used ships in there. So yeah.
I want to say, like, I'm hoping for Aris on this one, though. Like, I really hope that we do get as many matches as possible in this final. Really kind of have each team showcase and go out with a bang. And this might be the momentum they need to really kind of pull it back around. So my fingers are crossed for them. So I know we did have a prediction go out. I'm not going to spoil it, but we'll see if there's a chance. I think this is the chance to get that momentum back.
100%. I mean, it's only a game 1 loss, right? It's a best of 5 series, so of course preparation time for Aris was a bit short. Probably felt that in the first game here, needing to get into that first game fairly quickly. But yeah, I believe there's still all to fight for Aris here. Underdog story is still not over, so yeah, let's see what they can bring.
Yep. Oh, trying to think back in all of the games. I'm curious if we have an update. Maybe we can ask the production crew if there is an update on the resin match, because I know that they are doing this simultaneously at the same time. So we have basically all the money is on the line across the interweb. So I'm really rooting for the American boys. I think they were able to get that first match earlier if you missed that update from a little bit earlier in the broadcast. But we'll see if they're able to continue that streak against CL, because obviously CL had some pretty good tricks up their sleeves on the other end. It really could have gone either way.
Yeah, indeed.
Yep. So, just a moment, guys. Thanks for bearing with us. It does take a lot of coordination to get all the teams back into the rooms and ready to go. There's a lot of stuff behind the scenes that you guys don't know. So I do want to thank everybody who has taken the time out of their weekend to tune into this. I know we've had thousands of people. I know we got 7,000 plus people on our Twitch stream right now, which is amazing. So it's crazy to see even 10 years after the game has left.
And we are going into the game.
We're ready to go. Let's get into the game, guys. Thanks for being here.
We can also confirm that Resin are 1-0 up.
Ooh.
All right.
Yep, still 1-0.
Do love the loading screen. Beautiful anchor, and here we go. All right, welcome back everyone. Take 2 on game 2 for TWA versus Sibir. I was promising you that there was versus Sibir, goodness, versus Aris. I did promise that there was going to be some interesting compositions in the team lineups, and yeah, here we go. TWA brings Kremlin, Willem de Erste, Moskva, double Petropavlovsk, still relying on these long-range radars, a Svea to add to the mix, a Prince van Oranje, a Marceau, and Yue Yang.
Yes, and Aris are bringing Sibir, Willem de Est, Double Petro, Svea, Utrecht, Prince van Oranje, Laffy and Cassard. So it looks very much like Aris want to dig out these static TWA cruisers.
Yeah, with the amount of bombs they're bringing, I think it's 3 ships.
Three
yeah.
ships with airstrikes.
Three ships with
As we
airstrikes.
said, the only way they could have added an extra airstrike is if they'd brought a Tromp.
Fair enough, that's true. We don't really see Trump in competitive, however, so...
No, but
Yeah.
I would assume that we're going to see. So Kremlin of Silverblade is heading towards the 1 line. Looks like Snackman is going to play middle. Silver will be backed up by the Prince and one of the Petros. Whereas looks like, interestingly, TWA not going for the C-cap with their destroyers.
Not really
looks
going
like
for
they're
the
going
C-cap, yeah.
with 2 destroyers on each team. Maybe they're hoping they can maybe try and grab a fast B-cap and catch and kill.
We have forward until done in the Marceau, using the engine boost to get straight
He's certainly going forward
into the B-cap. I don't think the Petropavlovsk from Aris will be able to have the radar burned in time. The Kassar is going to provide some vision, but again, Marceau's concealment is around 7 kilometers, 7.5.
It's not amazing, but it is usable.
It's good enough. Yeah, it's good enough.
But the fact that B is the first cap contested.
I mean, the Petropavlovsk does have radar,
he's
it is
going for the
burning
radar.
it. Is it enough? Does Kassar engage? Does Svea engage? I think Kassar has no choice but to reset here. He has to try and use his guns. Yeah, Kassar is using the guns.
opens up, which is interesting.
But look at the travel time of these shells.
But the
is it enough to
Svea
reset? It is
not.
enough, actually.
Yeah, the Svea is not firing. Instead, we've got Kassard and the cruisers
Laffy?
engaging.
Yeah, Laffy from the back though does have some shots on the Marceau, but I think the Marceau is well tucked in there, and he's going to be able to get the cap.
Yeah,
out,
I think
no
it's more a
problem.
case of now the Sphere's radar is on. Like now they know where one of the 2 TWA destroyers are. That they know where the fight will be, obviously. But it looks like forward will be able to secure the B cap with minimal damage.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. The Svea has another radar. The Marceau is spotted. I think
He is
forward
running.
until dawn is actually gonna run, not to lose that much HP. Laffy also giving some fire support, and we're
Yep,
gonna get
so-
predictions on the screen right now.
Yeah, so,
Oh my god, 11% for Aris and 89% for TWA.
Yeah, forward is sticking it out. He wants that cap.
He
They
really wants the
need
cap,
that cap.
yeah.
Silverblade already beginning to suffer because he's got.
Oh my
he's
god,
got-
the
he's
Prince
got
Van
Utrecht.
Oranje. I'm sorry to interrupt. Prince Van Oranje from Aris down to 6k HP.
the
What
heck?
happened there? And the Kremlin just backs the kill. Silverblade is just pushing the 1 line extremely aggressively and just backing that Prince Van Oranje,
might
probably
come to
catching him
regret
on the
that, though.
broadside. He might, yeah, but that's a long-range airstrike
Yeah.
already killed, and the first kill as well. They might be able to get the B cap at the same time, so the advantage is already in TWA's hands,
Yep.
pretty
B
significantly.
cap is now theirs. They are taking C cap. Wow.
I don't know what happened. We missed this. The Prince Van Oranje might have been caught by the Kremlin by distance and just took a massive broadside salvo in the face at the
Looking at his
12
angle,
kilometer sweet spot.
or it was Yu Yang Torps.
I'm not sure. The Yang
Yeah.
torpedoes are currently traveling in
Hope-
front of the Willem de
hopefully
Este.
our video team will be able to catch that for a highlight.
Yeah, we might need a highlight on this one for sure. So yeah, and now the cap is going to start bleeding because TWA is going to get the home cap finally. And now it's
Looks
a
like
1
we
kill,
might
2 cap.
have a Kassad versus Yu Yang fight, where this is going to be interesting because in terms of turret arrangement, they're the opposite of each other.
I'm not sure because the Yang is in a really good kiting position, so I think this fight will lead nowhere. They might spot themselves. No, 6.2 kilometers away from each other. I think they're just gonna go past each other stealthily. But now look at this.
Kassad is
Kremlin.
spotted.
Kremlin into A, flipping the cap, and now it's 3 cap advantage for TWA already.
Yes, but there's a Sabir coming up the 1 line with, and he can smell the blood in the water. Silver's down to 37k.
Yeah, but if the Sibir pushing would be putting him into a 4v1, you know, like the Willem de Este, the Petropavlovsk, the Prince Van Oranje
Ooh,
with the
Kassad
airstrikes.
manages to land a torp on Vile. Yu Yang down to half health.
That's a good, I guess it's a good thing for them. Oh, actually TWA sending some pretty mean deep water torpedoes here against Aris's Sibir. Aris's Sibir suffering already. Oh, never mind. Vilex here cuts into the radar from the Petropavlovsk,
Is he gonna take another
avoiding
torp?
torpedoes. Does the
Nope.
Willem de Este on Aris has a shot?
I don't think he does. The Laffy is engaging.
Yeah, because the AP
those ballistics-
salvos, only
Yeah.
couple of shells make it through, and that's oh, okay,
It's a
down to
hit.
8k.
Sabir down to 29k. He's been
Oh
absolutely
my God.
rinsed.
Yeah, I'm telling you, like pushing this is a death sentence. You have to deal with So much guns ready for you to push. And I think Kremlin is just going to be just fine. The Kremlin will have the back turret on the Sibir. Not enough angles to really deny some full pens on the bow here.
Obviously, given that broadside, Aranya's AP is not to be underestimated.
No, exactly. I think this Sibir is
Can
just going to go
Sibir
down.
get his guns into a position where he can catch the weakness of the Kremlin right on the stern? That anchor is a good aiming point if you happen to be in a close range fight with anything that uses that hull.
Sibir might try to go for a ram here. It seems that Silverblade is kind of stuck on this rock, unable to go
is
forward.
Is actually trying to slow down?
Or maybe they're just going for that ram. Maybe they just want to get the ram
The
off.
shot from the turret did
What
not
is going
connect
on from
properly.
Aris here?
Unfortunately, boarding your opponent is not a mechanic in our game.
All right. Apparently, the Sibir survives from Aris.
Yes.
He won't survive long,
won't
though.
survive long,
He won't
but
survive long.
it
But
is
look
a-
at Sako.
Yeah, it is an exchange.
Look at Sako on 17k HP, actually.
Yes.
The Petropavlovsk, meanwhile,
And
from
Kassar
Aris.
down to 530.
Oh, my goodness. All right.
TWA have tasted blood and they are hungry.
They are indeed very hungry. Kassar burning down from the Moskva's
Yep.
radar here.
Kassar gone. Sibir not long for this world.
Sibir not long. Sibir still healing, but that's going to be
Kaitis
it.
taking a nasty smack from the airstrikes, but still hanging on.
That is...
Sibir still not dead. Down he goes.
Down he goes. Meanwhile, Aris still sending the Petropavlovsk to try and get the cap to stop bleeding into TWS favor. I think the Petropavlovsk is dark, so maybe he'll be able to get that cap. In any case, they're sending the Laffy as well to try and help. And look at the Moskva rails guns,
Yes,
just
but like-
absolutely murdering this Laffy at the same time.
Laffy does have a heal.
Laffy does have a heal, yes, but when you're about to get stuck into a Petropavlovsk hydroacoustic, and look at, like, they're still unable to get A.
Yep.
Aris still unable to get A. Wei Yang, however, caught into this radar briefly. Can they try to get a kill done? Can they try to finish off Vilex on 8k HP here?
I mean, it's going to be a bit difficult for them. Obviously, I was expecting the Laffy and the Utrecht to work a bit more closely together, using that smoke to get him into good airstrike positions.
Yeah, this
We
is
did
really
not see
tough.
that.
This is really tough. I believe Aris is trying to send the Willem de Este into B here to try and deal with this Svea. Try to maybe bypass the Moskva here. But in terms of position, it's 5 minutes in TWS favor. Petropavlovsk basically stuck in this corner here, probably into Christie's hydroacoustic.
Yes, with
will be
plenty
suffering.
of airstrikes
Yeah,
and torpedoes to
and
contend
torpedoes
with.
incoming as well. Yes.
And it's not like a Laffy is not what I would call a good torpedo rusher.
I mean,
so-
the torpedoes are quite good.
They are good, but the hull, it's
yeah.
not a French or Soviet destroyer.
No,
It's
it
just
doesn't
not
have the
that
best
quick.
angles. I believe Laffy indeed pulling the trigger on this rush here.
He's got to do it.
Kisti is not ready with the guns though. Kisti has the guns pointed
Yes.
somewhere else.
Oh, and Svea
Svea
kills
goes
Svea.
And oh,
Yeah, but
okay.
Svea dies.
Can he get the torpedoes out? Now or never. Now or never, Laffy. Only one tube, however. I believe Laffy has two, but one
Yes,
must have been knocked
where's
out.
the second? He might have lost it, and his damage control isn't ready.
That's
Turning in, only one
No.
hit. One hit.
Can he get the second torps?
Oh, the bombs as well, though. Can he get... No, I think the second torpedo tube was disabled and he isn't ready. Wilhelm de Erst airstrikes going in. I think it will be a trade.
It has to be. Is he gonna ram him? Okay, no, good. All right, fair enough.
That was a bold play. But
trade.
Ice-T also going down as well.
Oh no, it's looking extremely bleak. 3 versus 5, and that's 3 versus 6. Sorry, and that's gonna be it for Aris at this point.
Petro
so
v
much
Petro
blood.
on the 10 line. Marceau versus Wilhelm with a Moskva in support. Utrecht by himself.
Yeah.
Like I said, like TWA, they didn't have to fight for A itself. They could just bring them in and just take them out one at a time.
Quite unfortunate that this ton of event happened like this. With 3 minutes and 30 seconds left, 3 versus 6, I don't think Aris can do anything against this. It's a 1v1, Petro reversing. TWA is just going to send the Marceau, scouting the Willem de Este. I mean, Aris still has the battleship here, but he's blind. He has nothing to spot for him. And then the Wei Yang from TWA can just walk back into A.
And
in
it
a
looks
minute.
like forward he's just going to go and grab D.
Yeah, I mean, the Utrecht versus Moskva, a lot of HE spam at the same time. I think if this is a prolonged fight, the Utrecht wins just out of sheer DPM.
If
But
his bombs are in his favour, and he does have the Wilhelm's bombs as well, but there's a Wilhelm and an Aranya coming after him.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of pain on Aki and Litung here. If the Willem's bombs are actually efficient, he is going to be burning again and having
a
some
fire.
severe damage. That's going to be a lot of bombs, actually. Yeah.
There's another fire.
2 minutes and 40 seconds. The Utrecht also has to deal with a bunch of bombs.
Yes.
He is quite stationary, so let's see how much damage it takes in return. Down to 19 KHP, 15 KHP, more bombs dropping in. Maybe they will back the Moskva kill actually, but now the Prince van Oranje with the crazy AP guns is gonna be able to put the Utrecht into severe pain here. Yeah, down to 8k.
Yep.
It might be a trade, however.
Anlai will probably succumb to this.
Yeah, meanwhile the Willem unable to get the cap because the Marceau can just farm him.
But the Utrecht is bleeding for it, and the Willem takes a huge hit.
Yeah, Willem from Willem. Akie and Litung does go down, but they will trade both the Utrecht and the Willem, and that will be GG on this map of Northern Waters.
That is all she wrote.
That's all she wrote. Okay, bit of a bloodbath. We haven't seen that many ships go down into a battle, I think, so far. That's a lot of a lot of ships exploding around. And yeah, now Aris Lala just showing flat broadside and asking to go into that third game. Wow, alright, well, you know, I don't want to jinx it, but TWA having so much control over both maps and not really giving Aris any room to breathe at this time.
That very aggressive play straight for the middle seems to have sort of worked open Aris's plan.
Yeah, and now the morale must be a little bit low for Aris. 2-0, knowing that they are already on the back foot for the last game.
Yep.
As I said, they still must be okay being second place, to be honest.
Absolutely.
And I still kind of want them to win one against TWA.
It would be good.
It would be fine. Studio, gentlemen, what do you have to say about this?
Well, geez, that was it's got to be hard. But I'm hoping they're able to dig deep and realize that, like, hey, no, we're just baiting them into a false sense of security. But I do think that was the map where they were going to have the best chance, judging from their game against CL. So I'm rooting for Aris. I really do hope they're going to be able to find their footing and grounding for the remaining 3 maps. But TWA's got to feel pretty confident after winning 3-0 and now another 2. So basically winning 5 games in a row and the biggest tournament of the year has got to feel pretty good.
For sure. I mean, having a 2-0 lead in grand finals like this obviously is a huge confidence boost. I mean, it's not over yet. It's only over, you know, when they actually get the third victory in. So still some potential for Aris to come back. But I mean, just looking at the games right now, it kind of looks like as if Aris is a little bit tired, didn't really get their prep in as they liked, and also TWA just clinical precision, just deploying their ships exactly where they want to, how they want to, being able to just do plays that they have prepared in advance. And yeah, honestly, that PVO kill, for instance, from the Kremlin, I believe, also hugely influential. I'm going to be very interested to see that in the replay, how exactly that happened. But yeah, a lot of things going right for TWA at the moment, and not a lot of things for Aris. So yeah,
I mean, pretty freaking decisive victory as well. I think they only got up to a couple hundred points, or like 200 points or so, versus the 1,000. So that is a strong flex as far as just how good this team has really been able to dial in their cohesion and you know, understanding of the game mechanics over the years they've been doing it. We did get an update from the other side of the matches. We did get a 1-1 update. So CL was able to pull it back and give Resin a run for their money. So we do have a neck-and-neck match happening on the other end of the spectrum. So excited to see how that one ends up. Obviously, the NA teams are still in it, so we're going to see what they're going to do. And I think we're going to have the render in a moment here, so let's jump into that.
Yeah, of course. Starting off with deployment here, and
I think that's kind of the most exciting part of this map for me, at least personally.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see exactly how teams deploy here at the A cap, because obviously the caps are so battleship favored at the start, and we'll pay close attention to exactly what happened here. So both of them deciding to keep the Willems around the A cap here, being able to bomb behind this island here at A cap. Obviously, TWA just off of the spawn, sending the Kremlin in here, and already the PVO is super low. So let's just rewind that a little bit so we can actually take a closer look. Hold on, rewind again. So yeah, there we see it. it was Kremlin basically almost deleting the PVO from 100 to 0, just finishing him off with the second salvo here. So amazing shot by him, honestly. I mean, lots of credits to him. That was an amazing shot to start off the game for TWA here.
On their credit, at least the Laffy was able to get the earliest cap, start getting points going as quickly as possible. But yeah, losing a ship that quick into it is got to be pretty devastating.
Yeah, I mean, also just mentioning, we saw it in the match as well, this Marceau here just not letting go of the cap. I mean, Petro raidering, Svea raidering, but it was really not enough to actually
sneaky.
deter him from the cap. Therefore, it's we've already established how important it is to get capture zones ticking super early into the match, because they are providing such a nice points cushion for the mid and late game, right?
Yeah, and seeing the Moskva here, it's going to be really hard for this Laffy to get in there if you can just make a bubble of protection with this one as backup as well.
Yeah, indeed. So yeah, Svea grabbing home cap as well. Nothing too exciting over there. Over on the A side of things, we obviously start seeing the Kremlin getting whittled down a little bit. Obviously, Willem staying in this position here, as I mentioned, still being able to bomb the Kremlin, even though if it's not spotted, it's obvious where the Kremlin's going to be sitting. So the Willem is just going to be bombing him off cooldown, right?
Yep. Yeah, pretty. I mean, right off the bat, I mean, it's kind of already the ley lines of it shown. I mean, you got the kill. Yeah. And you have the 3 caps, and it's just like, oh, what do you do?
Yeah, it's already a position that is not great for Aris. I mean, yes, they do get this Yu Yang torpedo hit here, so some great prediction torpedoes from the Khazard coming in here, predicting that the Yu Yang will reverse in this spot. Probably RPS helped with this prediction. But yeah, I mean, Yu Yang wanting to get these torpedoes off, because obviously he sees the Sibir coming in, maybe predicting that he will slot in behind this rock here. Obviously that's not what happened. He just continued on his push, and I mean, look at how much damage he ate here. Yeah. I mean, PVO obviously takes a lot of damage back, but it's PVO bombs combined with the Willem. Petros peeking him, Kremlin potentially also firing the back gun here in this engagement.
To be fair, it was impressive how long that Sibir, and I know it was probably like an act of desperation, because again, they're like, what do? We need something to happen. So I don't really know what the best case scenario would have been, because I can't imagine him getting more than just the trade, and I don't think that would have been enough to do it, but at least he was trying something versus just waiting the inevitable doom just to tick down. Yeah,
I think the idea was to actually play the push here, try to kill the PVO in the process, and then maybe ram out the Kremlin. Obviously the Kremlin tucked himself really closely towards that island, right? So it was kind of difficult for the Sibir to pull that 2v1 trade off. As we've seen, it does take a little while until this Sibir gets killed, but eventually it does get killed.
If we back up a little bit here, I was wondering what these guys were going to get up to, and it looked like he was going to try to get in here, but again, it's just that dominant, foothold position that TWA has shown time and time again. It's just like, what are you going to do? And the desperation of just, we need something to happen or else we're going to lose, and just unfortunately there's not much room that TWA gives them.
This Moscow position is a really dominant one, right? It's much better from the north than from the south. We've seen already TWA themselves struggling with this Moscow position here in the south, so just taking advantage of the spawn situation, them being on alpha spawn. And yeah, I mean, we can see great radar timing as well. Sometimes if you have the situation where you are double radar on the point, right, and you are permanently spotted with this Moskva, eventually the guy is just going to pull radar because he thinks, okay, there's a high likelihood of DD basically being within my radar distance, right?
Yeah.
So this is likely what happened here. And catches the Khazard beautifully.
I mean, both of them, right? So, and even just getting that knowledge of just like, okay, where's the Laffy going? I mean, you're getting a lot of details just from that.
Yeah, I mean, mainly just getting the kill here on the Khazard, super nicely timed. Obviously now they know that the Laffy is running over to the A-cap, where they do kill off the Sibir here. And then, it's just some last-ditch efforts here from Aris to kind of...
They were able to get a trade here at least. Trying to get the high points. I was curious what this Feo was really going to be able to accomplish, but getting that kill there was pretty nice.
Yeah, they probably got supporting shots here in from the Petro. We see the AP shells coming in here, so that's how they probably were able to get that trade-off. So yeah, good on Aris to still, keep the fight on. But ultimately, I mean, whenever we see DD rushes, most of the time it's desperation moves, and that's exactly what happens here. They're trying to kill off whatever they can find. But ultimately, if we just keep this, let this run out. I mean, we all saw what happened. They
being
do pick
in a
up the
position
Moskva.
when both the Yu Yang and the Marceau are still alive, like you kind of have full control over the map. It's just like you can go wherever you need to go, and there's not much they can stop about it. So
Indeed.
that's tough. All right, well, this is the moment for Aris to shine. TWA, this is their game to take home $25,000. So we're about to jump into Game 3, which could be the final game, or Aris could really do that miraculous comeback. So tune in, have your coffees ready. Let's jump into this and see what happens. Right now.
Between the Norwegian Sea and the North Atlantic Ocean lies a subpolar collection of islands guarding the gates of Northern Europe. The seas surrounding this rugged volcanic land will erupt once again as two opposing fleets donate molten steel. Only one fleet can successfully tame this land. This is Faroe Islands. Faroe Islands is a 42 by 42 kilometer domination-style map with 4 cap points running from the northwest to southeast. The A cap is in the top left, B is in the center, C is in the bottom, and D is in the upper right. The A cap lies far from each team's spawn. Ships heading this direction will be forced to expose their full profile to potential enemies along the way. With nearby islands providing refuge to radar cruisers, destroyers must play cautiously. The B cap sits in the direct center, the remnants of an extinct volcano bordering the caldera. On all 4 sides are narrow waterways, in and out. Fleets must commit significant resources if they wish to take and hold this crucial territory. The C and D caps serve as home caps for each fleet. Though easy to take, the islands between them will serve to mask the advancement of friend and foe alike. Will teams opt to blitz their opponent by directly assaulting their home cap, or play it safe and fight for more? Map control. The 4 corners of Faroe Islands consist of landmasses which serve to funnel ships into various choke points. Battles on this map will resemble the molten forces that forged them, fiery and fierce. 18 ships, 2 teams, 1 victor. It's time to play
There you go.
Faroe Islands.
And here we are, the Faroe Islands, Aris versus TWA. Last game for Aris to actually try to maintain that best of 5 afloat. And of course, last game for TWA, as Sorsnav said so well, to just bag $25,000. In terms of lineup, what do we have? Aris is bringing a Bungo, Sibir, Selim, double Petropavlovsk, Utrecht, double Sommer, and a Marceau. Meanwhile,
Whereas
TWA
are handling a pair of Bungos, Moskva, a pair of Petros, Svea, Sommers, Laffy, and Marceau.
kind of like mirrored kind of lineups. Not any crazy differences between both teams.
Sibir's team lineup makes me think they're more wanting to grab some caps early and try and hold on to them.
Perhaps.
TWA seem to be more long-term.
Indeed, yeah. And so far, it looks like Aris will have the really few points caps early compared to TWA. In terms of deployment, Aris is sending a lot, and I mean a lot, of firepower towards the home cap pushes here.
Looks like we're going to see Sako versus Yuchi.
Yep. Oh, Aris, Marceau already being spotted. Marceau on Marceau action going on here is going to be about who can dish out the most pain and who can help them.
So far,
Right now it looks like Aris won't really have any backup. Long range Petropavlovsk salvos coming in.
trading is fairly consistent.
Yeah, good trade. Now the best thing is for Aris to just save the Marceau, stop shooting and run. And I think it's exactly what he's doing.
Looks like TWA did come out about 3,000 ahead in that fight.
Yeah.
A bit more now. Last couple of shots from Saki landing.
Good dodge on the Marceau side here, avoiding this kind of floaty 127mm Marceau shells. The goal is not to be set on fire, of course, because then your bloom goes up and you're losing health, obviously. And yeah, now Aris has to pull the Marceau out of here.
But it
the
looks
blind fire
yes.
from Sako is really good, though.
Looks like this means that forward onto Dawn will be the one to cap.
It looks like they will put the Laffy in here. Right now, of course, Aris is not planning on making any aggressive pushes on A. They only have the Salem, which is a short-range radar. And I don't think they want to place him to any position where he can't dip out of.
No, that would be my assumption as well. Looks like Sabir might actually go for the B cap. TWA don't really have a lot in position to deal with
some
it.
good torpedoes here from Aris coming on forward until dot. TWA seeing them, but I don't think he can dodge them. He's taking one torpedo. Again, Laffy has a heal, but this is a really good trade on that.
Speaking of torps, we've also got a bunch on the other side where all the Sommers,
oh yeah,
all the single Sommers.
Indeed, a lot of torpedoes here, but I'm happy
Shora
that
might be in trouble. He's reversing. There is a gap.
all right, lots of back and forth going. Let me know if he dodges this torpedo because it seems that Aris is spotted again.
He has mined the gap.
All right, he has mined the gap. Salem burning the radar, catching forward until dawn in that cap here. However, I don't think there's going to be any guns available to reset
doesn't
him.
look like it. So TWA take 2 caps to Aris's 1.
Yep. They're going to move the Sibir into B. Do you think they're going to take that risk?
I mean, maybe he'll get lucky and catch, but... Oh, I mean, Sabir got a hit into the Laffy with HE, so like... But it looks like he's definitely going forward. Like, where else do you put a Sabir?
Yep. Salem about to suffer a little bit from some damage. Predictions are going to come on the stream again. Oh, come on. 92%. Give a little bit of faith to Aris, all right, to pull at least one game out of this best of 3. 92% for TWA and 8% only for Aris. I understand there are some stakes here, but so far TWA gets the cap lead.
Salem is managing to get some decent hits into the Sphere. Obviously, Sphere being a light cruiser, it does not want to fight those US 203s.
Yeah, it is true. And now it's going to be TWA putting the Petropavlovsk in range of A, in really good cover to face off against the Salem and basically preventing Marceau from getting back into the A cap now.
Yes, and Sabir is moving into the B zone. We might see, we're definitely seeing torps from the Marceau, but Marceau's torps aren't that high damage.
They're not. However, Sibir cannot cap. He's going to get basically resetted. HE against the Bungo. That's very interesting. I understand the Bungo.
He had it loaded for the destroyers, and I think it's just clear the tubes.
That's fair, yeah. Marceau, of course, Sako just adding to that DPM.
Yeah.
Forward until dawn, also adding to that DPM. This CB is about to suffer from a lot of HE spam, I'm afraid.
Yes, and if he backs up too far, he will be giving Kaitis' Petro the broadside.
However, meanwhile, there is a really strong 8, 9, 10 line deployment. They are kind of hugging the border through the smoke screen of Summers. Summers from Aris leading the charge. Both Summers actually from Aris leading the charge. I'm afraid Ice-T is about to come face-to-face with Vilex. I hope he's the one with smoke, but regardless, he's going to be in the Petropavlovsk radar for a long time. They now both come spotted. Bungo with Angelstone firing with the spotter. Ice-T slowing down, but that is still a good 6k damage.
That tickled.
Yeah, and then the Petropavlovsk from point pushing out, not even having to use the radar right now because he's just spotted. Ice-T smoking, he's gonna get radared instantly out of that.
Yep,
and that should be enough time for the Bungo to get a second salvo out.
Yep.
Oh, they might be able to bag that kill already on the
down
Summers.
to 8k. Bungo volley is in the air.
On the Petro, on point. Oh, that is so disappointing.
Oh, volley from Angel just clipping Ice-T. He does
down
survive.
to 3.5k and burning. Do we see more blind fire going on? He has a fire which he can't
needs to get back into cover. He is taking a bit of fire for that.
Yeah. Meanwhile, however, Sora abusing the Petropavlovsk radar cooldown is going to be able to get into the C-cap.
BYF is just being chipped away.
Yeah, the Sibir just suffering heavily from that fire tick.
Yeah, there's
here.
not much he can do there.
Okay, and Litong basically having a 1v1, but the Bungo paired with the Marceau and the Laffy, this Sibir is just going to go down
Torpedoes
eventually.
in. I think Aris are okay from that volley. Sora will avoid them.
Yeah. I mean, it is a good thing what Aris is doing. They will get the C-cap into their control and then basically lock that down with their own
They lose
Petro.
the Sibir for it.
But the Sibir goes down, yeah, indeed. And now, only now, they're going to be able to get the points ticking in their favor.
And Point is suffering a bit. Vile finds the gap in that torpedo salvo.
Yep.
2 caps to 1 in Aris' favor.
Meanwhile,
they do have the points.
Shikishima Mother actually holding itself very nicely. A Salem with the super heal, holding himself really nicely against the Petropavlovsk and the Sphere. Kinimotsuk down to 8k HP. He's out of range on his radar, but he has to be careful. not to lose that much HP here. Salem versus Petropavlovsk is kind of a turret game in a way. The Petro has to try and knock out Salem's turrets, and at the same time, Salem has to try to burn the Petropavlovsk down.
Yes, but it looks like at the moment, Salem is using the armor piercing. He has not switched to high explosive.
Not yet. He might want to do that actually, because the Petropavlovsk has much more armor plating on these turrets.
Like he's backing up more and more.
But look at the Marceau Laffy push.
Yep.
Laffy forward until dawn, already taking a Marceau torpedo. He's about to take a second one. No, he's dodging that this time.
Just through.
Just through. And now the double Marceau Laffy is going to be facing Yi Chui here momentarily.
Yeah, Point, however, has been left to die. He is not getting out of that position.
It is a Petropavlovsk. He's able to sustain and stay alive for a long, long time. What I'm about to see is just Marceau's Aris being massacred. Maybe we see a trade if the guns are fired first, but yeah, this is just gonna be a one-way ticket for Yishu here. First salvo being out by Sako, knowing exactly where he is, with the Laffy in the background. I think they just lose the Marceau fair and square here.
I'm not sure Sako's going to get away with it either.
That is just an execution. Summers unable to add his guns to the mix as well to help. Sako might just be able to go away, and now D is completely opened. Salem about to die as well.
Yep.
God, I'm just yeah, this is a little bit rough at this point. If you look at the map, that's it. Marceau is just going to walk into D, and the rest of Aris's forces is literally just completely engulfed. They control not even a third or a quarter of the map, with the Petropavlovsk from Point still being alive.
Can they at least take Point down?
I'm not sure. Even if they do, they're going to lose D-Cap.
At Katsuki, there's the volley. Can they at least honor be reclaimed?
Point being such a big annoyance. Summers about to eat a torp? No, you do not take that torpedo, do you? Okay, he does take the torpedo.
Oh dear.
That is so unfortunate. And finally, they get the only kill of the game on TWA Point after surviving for so long. Sako 1, still hunting for the Summers with the help of the Laffy. He's going to walk into D. Summers going to get caught. Even with smoke, I think he's just going to get run down, basically. I don't know what Aris can do at this point, but this is just a decisive win from TWA on Faroe Islands right now.
It's clear and decisive victory for them.
Yeah. Laffy will spot the Summers. They are about 100 meters away from, Summers instantly burning that smoke. The Marceau instantly having the guns on target and landing the hits. It's just rough. What can I say? It's just rough.
Yes, and with this victory, TWA will take the series 3-0.
Yep. Look, I really wanted Aris to try and get at least, even the blind fire is accurate. I really wanted Aris to try and at least get one game out, but it seems that TWA just wants this bagged and shipped. And go on with the day, basically, in this King of the Sea 18. 2 minutes on the timer, and not really any hope in sight for Aris at this point.
No, it does not look like it.
Maybe if Aris uses La 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 as a radar to... Oh, and there's a perma fire on the Summers as well, which might have him lit up for the Marceau. Not at this range.
He is not at this time. No, it's too far out.
Yeah, it's just difficult.
And the Laffy has the smoke between him and him, so he's okay.
Yeah. La 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 now having to tank a Moskva Bongo at the same time with a crossfire from the Petropavlovsk. Bongo evading torpedoes from the Summers. The Summers from Vilex even just smoking up the Bongo to get some close range shots eventually. I don't know, man. I'm not sure what they can do. We do have some interesting Petropavlovsk crossfire here, but again, like too much HP to deal with, too much position advantage to fight through.
Yes. It's 4v8.
Just difficult.
Sorry, 5 versus 8. Those are long odds.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, really nicely played on TWA's, smelling the home push on Aris side and pulling the trigger on an AB push as well, killing the Sibir so quick with HE spam.
Yes.
Sibir should be able to heal through so much, but at the same time, sustain heavy fire from a team like TWA will take care of any battleships in the game.
Yeah. La 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 just
going down, of
it's
course.
a Petro, but so much fire against it. Not a lot you can do there.
Yeah. Well, I will say it now. Congratulations for TWA for being the winners of King of the Sea 18. and taking it 3-0 against Aris. Aris showing us a good time. Let's say they did their best, honestly.
They've been the underdogs throughout.
Yes.
And they have got all the way to second place.
They should be really happy about their performance versus #1 team of UU.
For sure. Like, they cannot take issue with this result.
So huge congratulations for both teams. Huge props to Aris for pushing it all the way to the grand finals. And of course, well done to TWA for winning King of the Sea 18 this year.
Yes.
That is a dominant showing from TWA, showing why they are the best in the world. So well done to the whole crew from TWA, and honestly, great job to everybody that competed to get here. That is a huge amount of effort, time, and energy that's got to be able to showcase your skills to the whole world. So congratulations, TWA. You absolutely deserve to win that. Thanks for giving us some amazing matches, even before this. But yes, that was a pretty dominant showing, even at the end there. All 3 sweeps coming out of both of these matches, taking down Resin and taking down Aris in the very finals for 6 wins in a row. That is hard to be able to say you can do at the highest level of this game that we have available.
Yeah, super dominant showing from them again. I mean, we've seen TWA just to win in these fashions in the past multiple times, and this time again just showing why they are the best in the world, you can say. And yeah, just ultimately an expected result, but nevertheless, let's not forget that Aris did actually pull up some great games here in this tournament. They managed to get into second place, which is something that, yeah, I mean, second in the world is also, it's a title that's, yeah, that still means something, has some weight to it. So obviously they will be disappointed, but nevertheless, you got to second, so you can be proud of yourselves.
No, absolutely. And I believe that CL is still putting up a really good fight up against Resin as we speak. So the fact that the third place is such a heated contention as well, and Aris was able to take that win just by the skin of their teeth, really kind of just shows how close that combat was. And likewise, shows kind of how dominant TWA was. So really impressive bout for both of them. I did want to give a quick update to everybody in chat. Did have a chance to see a lot of people are collecting that Colombo mission for the Salt and Stone skin. That is a mission that you do have to complete 4 steps in game, so it isn't going to be automatically granted to your inventory. First of all, make sure that you do claim the drop in your Steam or your Twitch profile. So click your icon, go down to the drops, claim the drop that way, and then once you get into game, check your combat missions under COTS, and then you will see the mission chain there. It is a 4-step chain. So if that clears up any confusion, hopefully you guys enjoy that beautiful skin that the team has been putting together for this last year. But we are going to be able to take a quick look at this render. This is the grand final, so if you missed it just by a couple minutes, or if you want to see and kind of brush up for yourself on the best team in the world, officially we can say that, I think, right now.
Yeah. Well,
this is how you'd approach this map. So we're going to be able to kind of see in real time what their strategy was, if they changed it up from the other matches that they had in this series. But holy crap, it was a pretty dominant showing. So let's get into that.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, let's just take a brief look at this game 3 here. Obviously, it was a pretty dominant one, but I'm gonna point out some key features here that this game had in store for us. Deployment, obviously, already being quite heavily favored towards the home cap push here from Aris. So, yeah.
Yeah. So it seems like. I mean, it was interesting. I was actually, when I originally saw this, I kind of liked it for Aris. Because I was thinking, okay, what do we usually see? It's like, if you have the winning force where all the points are, that's typically setting you up in a pretty strong position. I think they got it pretty much darn near the same amount of time. They're technically slightly ahead there. And this, this Marceau, standoff they had here, even if he has to back away, if this, they have so many forces dedicated on this side that they can really kind of capitalize over here.
Yeah.
I was like, that's going to be pretty good, but unfortunately, that's not how it ended up panning out.
No, I mean, we can go through the match a little bit more now. The Marceau obviously had an engagement here with the Lafay at the start. This capture point A going towards TWA's favor here. Yeah, early engagements, just mean that Marceau has to pull off a little bit further away. Salem, not being the fastest ship, right, takes a while until it gets to this position. Obviously also has only 8.5 kilometer radar, so obviously presses the radar button, but it was just not enough to actually defend the A-cap here. So obviously that's a great start for TWA.
I do see this March coming in, definitely getting the nice smoke and spotting capabilities with a whole bunch of firepower behind it, which does look pretty intimidating. Sabir even to be able to sneak in and try to capture that B point because they did get the A so quickly, which is kind of a good move.
Yeah, so I mean we can see here that Aris is really putting all eggs into one basket, right? I mean they just really need this C push to go really well for them. They need to actually pick up a lot of kills here, because if we just look at this excluded fight, I mean, it's a 6 versus 3, right? So you can't really expect anything to go well here for Aris. They do put the CB here into B cap, although I mean we saw it in the game. It really didn't really work the way they wanted to. It can't ever get the cap because of the spotting that the DDs are able to provide. Bungo, Lafay, Marceau being able to shoot it. Later on we see that the Moskva even face tanks the Sibir in order to deal damage to it as well.
Yeah.
It's just overall a tricky spot, and yeah, one that I might not agree with so much.
I kind of wish I'd seen, and you can tell me why this might be wrong, but when they noticed that they weren't necessarily going to win this this point when they were getting contested with the Laffy, I kind of wish instead of sticking around and potentially trying to compete for it, because they're not really doing much right now, is like, okay, let's really commit to these 3 zones. So they really already have a lot of pressure coming this way. I kind of wish I saw the Salem and the Marceau move in with the Sabir to really kind of claim at least 2 of these points, and then really have a strong point on the C, and maybe hold off against all the forces that might come around here, because that would push their position. But
yeah,
I mean, is that would that have been a potential maneuver, or is that you think they're doing the right thing?
I mean,
right now?
I think the Marceau is already kind of rotating. They're realizing now, okay, we can't really fight for that, right? And the problem here is with the Sibir being the only ship on B cap, it's just not enough, right? I mean, it's a 4 versus 1 in this situation here. The Sibir can't really go anywhere because if he does reverse too far, the Petrol here and the Svea in this position are also being able to shoot him. Maybe there's a slight position here where he gets unspotted, but again, it's just not. It's not a good position, and he just commits too early, right?
Yeah.
The push hasn't progressed to an extent where you could allow yourself to actually move into this spot. TWA didn't really have the B cap point, right? So there wasn't really a need for the Sibir to move in so early, and he's just paying the price of putting himself into that B cap too early.
I mean, I think TWA has shown time and time again, I think it was the first match in this series, it's just like, even with a smaller force of 3 ships, they're able to hold off a freaking armada, and this one's even larger than I think they saw in the first match. So just the, again, testament to being able to know your ship, know how to make it the most use out of it, know how to work together, coordinate, and really just be in the right position to just get enough defense and stall long enough for the rest of the team to come back in, and you know, the rest is history here in a bit.
Yeah, I mean, the Sibir does get killed off. We had some nice shots here on the Sommers from TWA. Ultimately, sure, they do get that capture point for themselves, but Sibir does get killed off. Marceau just has to give ground here. TWA just immediately realizing this, pulling up lots of their forces into the B cap here. Point is basically the last man standing on the C cap, but even then he's just there now to cause as much trouble as possible. They obviously leave him there to die in this situation, because it's not really important anymore for the overall victory to keep him alive, because they have gained so much space here in the center of the map.
I do want to shout out just like the game sense, I think is the right word, for Svea and the Petropavlovs to stay up in A, even though they saw, you know, how freaking threatening this is. And this is like, you know, the juicy part of the map. They still stuck around. They knew there might be someone still lurking in the shadows behind this island, which he definitely tried to sneak out and capture that A point because they desperately needed something to happen. But surprise, surprise, still 2 boats there, takes them out immediately. And now they're ready to come back and really kind of close the deal.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they do kill off the Salem here, which now completely frees off the A cap. Marceau wins the 1-on-1. Obviously is in a good position to now proceed towards the D cap here. isn't really able to get the capture on the decap now. Stormer's throwing himself in there. But again, I mean, not a lot of options left for Aris here. Points are whittling down. You can see everyone's clumped up in the center, just not really moving anywhere because they know they will win this game on 2 capture zones.
Yeah, there you go. 6 minutes left, about halfway through.
Exactly.
Jeez, what
that's all she
a
wrote.
final game. Dominant showing. Good job, TWA. You really know how to play a game, and I've learned a lot from seeing it too. So I hope everybody in chat has really taken something away from this. It's really cool to see all these ships play at the highest capabilities. Obviously, slightly different from ranked. I think it's a completely different ball game when you're limited to so many ships and so many fans and everything. But it is kind of give you some really cool just perspective of like what the top players are doing for their competitive battles.
Indeed.
So I think we are going to take a quick look at the bracket overall and see kind of how we got here. Obviously, there is still one game going on. We are still waiting for the results. Looks like, wow, CL actually has been able to take another game off of Resin for that third place. So even more of a testament to Aris, because of how close that last game, at least we saw between TWA and Resin. If CL is actually able to push them back and Aris was able to beat them, that's a really close matchup between these last 4 teams.
Indeed.
So that is going to be the final victory for TWA. Still waiting a little bit on the third place, so keep an eye on that, everybody, as we are waiting to see who the results are going to be for all of the prize money to be distributed. But 25K, the biggest pot, and I think it's the biggest pot for COTS ever, is going out to TWA for $25,000, which is pretty cool.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So I know that we are going to be trying to do a little interview with TWA themselves. So Kenny Mod is going to be joining us from the ether momentarily, so we can ask some questions individually. So if you guys have any questions on chat, I'll try to keep it up. Except we are in the future, so we won't be able to do it.
Yeah, we are.
So send your questions into the future a few minutes if you can. I think there might be a DeLorean that you can use to do that. But we hope to have some insights from the TWA team themselves as to some of the strategies to get here.
Hello.
Hello, hello. Can you hear us?
Yep, yeah, all good. All clear.
Get him on.
Apparently not.
Hello?
I almost hear you coming through.
We have some.
I think he might be stuck in the past. He's trying to get into the future right now too.
Studio will try to fix it, and we'll be able to hear you soon.
Okay.
Oh, wait. He's coming back.
Well,
that's the issue when you're working with time and all the mumbo jumbo, timey-wimey ball of nonsense. It's tricky, but he's getting here shortly.
yeah, I mean, it will be nice if we can get that interview going. I mean, it's always nice to kind of get the perspective from the teams themselves, right? Obviously, they are riding the wave of excitement right now after this victory of King of the Sea 18. But it's always very just a different kind of perspective that these players can provide. Obviously, having been playing this tournament for, like 3 or 4 weeks now.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. Have you actually had a chance to play with Kenny Mod before?
Yeah, of course. I've played with him for, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so you guys are going to be a couple
I know the
buddies
guy very well.
talk about it. What position does he typically play?
Cruisers. Most of the time, cruisers. He's also very important to the team because every time Kenny's not with the team loses. So.
Okay, good to know. So the two of you are a couple of cruiser buddies.
Yeah,
sticking together. Is he one of the radar cruisers? I'm assuming that's kind of like more passive, like holding down, or does he stay more on the flanks?
Yeah, he's one of the people who play a lot of radar cruisers. Just typically in the driver's seat, calling some shots as well. He's super experienced. Hopefully we can hear from him in just a second here. But yeah, I mean, these kind of players who've been in the scene for as long as I have been as well, just have so much knowledge that they can add to these teams, to these situations. They always know exactly how to react, and yeah, it's good stuff.
So, being a person who's been in his shoes right now, what is the typical kind of like celebration process for like coming off of the high of actually finally winning this tournament after so long?
Yeah, I mean, it's funny that you asked because TWA has a very nice tradition of celebrating victories together that has been going on for quite some time. It's It's kind of cringy, maybe you could say, but yeah, they always like to listen to "We Are the Champions" at the end of a tournament victory. So yeah, I hope that they will do that as well, and I'll be sure that they will do this as well.
Okay, well, let's find out. Maybe we'll hear it in the background as we are bringing him in live in a moment here. Test number 2. Can you hear us, Kenny?
Is it working now? Can you hear me better?
Perfect. Yeah, we can hear.
Perfect. Yeah, I can hear you. It's just a mine. Sorry.
No, fantastic. Well, hey, congratulations. How's it feel? You guys just secured yourself $25,000, but is it more important that you guys have secured yourself as Kings of the Sea once again, or how does that money feel?
I think we're quite happy to win after. I mean, you know, we can call it a disappointing result last year. I think
well, hey, you've
definitely
secured it.
Didn't show ourselves very well last year.
It was a pretty dominant showing, I gotta say, across the match. Which of the matches coming into this to get to the finals were you guys most worried about?
I think it's. I mean, it has to be the Rain series, right? I think they're the. At least from our perspective, it's like they are one of the biggest competition. They are probably one of the. I mean, they are. I think the second, like us and them, I think are the best 2 teams.
Okay.
It's hard to, sometimes hard to tell from these formats. I don't think that it's not like there's teams that can't just win series against us both. I think, but if we were to play a series against other teams multiple times, I would feel like we're the 2 likely to come out on top. Just like that series definitely was the one. Going into this weekend as well, where we're thinking it's like our toughest series, especially with how it went yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, holy crap, putting us on edge as far as just like having that draw. We didn't quite know what to do about it. So was that a big
can't get any closer than a draw?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think after the loop game also coming right down to the wire, I think certainly quite a relief. I think after that series.
Oh, very cool. One question I have, unfortunately, we weren't able to see it, but I was obviously coming up from the NA side of things. Really proud to see Resin make it so far into the tournament. How were those matches before you came in here into the final?
I mean, it was. I think it was a reasonable game. I think like all 3 games were fairly drawn out. It's no like they put up good resistance. It's like they were perfectly capable, I think, of winning some of those games as well. It's not like they were. I mean, they deserve to be 3rd place, and I think WMI results as well show it. It's like 2 tournaments in a row where they're consistently placing quite highly. I think they are quite a strong team.
That's definitely awesome to see. So I do want to hand it over to Blood Legend here, as I think the 2 of you guys have some camaraderie from past experiences. So any questions that you want to kind of share with the TLB team? Since you're not there?
I mean, there's not much to say. I mean, obviously, congrats, Kenny. I know that you guys will be celebrating in style later on after this interview. And yeah, I mean, just tell me about how the feeling just kind of developed as the team just progressed through the 1-0, 2-0. I mean, you must have kind of felt that the victory is going to come, right?
I mean, I think. What do you mean? Sorry, you mean during the Swiss or?
Yeah, just during the series now that you just played.
Yeah, I mean, coming into it, obviously. I mean, they've just come off a 3-2, really kind of nail biter series. Yeah. We were a little bit, I guess, weren't quite expecting the set of bans that we ended up with. Mm-hmm. Kind of expecting them to ban Petro.
Yeah, having all the radar.
It's kind of helped our prep when it turns around and it's open. And after the first game, I think we feel quite comfortable after the first game because it didn't feel like there was really anything special, any kind of cheese ready for us, or any sort of creative. I think they were quite tired after their previous series.
And tell me about that silver blade shot on that PVO at the start of game 2, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, that was almost 100-0.
It's like we're going into that game a little bit wide, thinking actually that they have actually more bombs than us. Yeah, we're a little bit wide. It's actually if we take this kind of what we're expecting to be a fist fight on A, are we really going to come out ahead? And then it's like you just have this it is actually what they're playing, and then all of a sudden you have Silver just just 50k the PVA.
Yeah, as he does.
I mean, there was a it's kind of his thing. He'll just randomly, sometimes he'll just randomly be white barring people. I can't remember who it was the other day on hotspots. Someone's Vincent on the 10 line as well. It's like the same incident. And,
I did want to ask. So we did have two an awesome showing from Killer Bin and Robin, who were casting all of your matches. I think they had a question regarding some of the prep work that the team might have done, especially with some of the new maps that we threw into the mix. So I'm going to hand it off to Robin to ask a couple questions to you.
Fair enough, I guess. I mean, I know that you guys do your homework. You've been doing this for long enough that sometimes you might not have to do your homework as much as you used to. But yeah, I just wanted to ask you, is King of the Sea still exciting because the format of the maps and the layouts is still changing? And does this keep you on your toe as a team to basically keep the work going, keep the training going, and keep the prep and the strats fresh, basically, or not?
I mean, for me at least, it's like I find it quite. It's nice that it's always something different. It's like, just new maps. There's no like perfect cap layouts, right? No, but just as long as it's something different, it's like northern waters. These maps, when you put like a different cap layout on it, it just changes how the map works a bit. So it's like interesting to kind of. It's not a full reset, but it's like almost just a fresh map. You have to approach some of these maps quite differently, which keeps it interesting. Obviously, you have new ships, new formats. I mean, this year having all the usually banned unobtainables being available to play, I think also changed things up a too. You have so many more ships of, you have the Puertos, the PBOs. I think that saw a lot of play. Some BBs as well, especially ships like Rhode Island. So many interesting things you can do with some of these quite unique ships. I mean, Småland as well. At least for me, there's like so many interesting things you can do, especially when you mix in some new cap layouts as well.
All right, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, I'm going to give some final words, and then I know you're probably ready to go out and celebrate and maybe breathe after how much work and effort's gone into getting here.
Take some time to breathe.
Yeah, I want to have Killer Ben ask anything that he might have said because he's been watching closely.
I guess it's just more a question of with all the tension, obviously, with the other set going as long as it did you guys feel more relaxed going into the final because you had a bit longer of a breather, or do you prefer to go from sort of adrenaline to adrenaline?
I think it's certainly good to have some. I mean, for us, having the time to sit there and watch them play and think about what we want to do in that series a bit more. I'd definitely much rather be that team than having to be going straight into next series with only half an hour, 40 minutes. Yeah. Obviously, before the day, you've done a bit of prep about your potential. Like we've prepped for a potential second series, but obviously most of your prep goes into the first series.
Was there any bands in particular?
Just having a moment to breathe is good.
Yeah, I was just curious if there were any bands in particular that was kind of like a quick audible from having that extra breathing room and be able to watch their plays and be like, oh yeah, they're playing this really well. We should probably limit that option.
I think it was just more time to consider options. Like we have like had a group of ships that we thought we might want to ban into them, and it's like just deciding actually which ones we want to go with, what we want the game to maybe look like.
Cool. All right, well, hey, from the entire team here, thank you for putting on such an incredible show for us and the audience. You had tens of thousands of people watching you this entire weekend, and I think a lot of people have been really impressed. So thanks so much time you've put into the game and the dedication that you put into making your team get to this point and be on this stage. So we're incredibly grateful. So thanks for putting in such a show, and congratulations.
I'd like to thank the organisers as well. As usual, tournament wouldn't go ahead without them, right? All the organisers and volunteers put their time aside as well.
No, absolutely.
It's much appreciated.
Yeah, I mean that's a good segue for us. We were actually going to give us some time. So you guys, everybody at home and on Twitch, don't understand like how much manpower needs to go in to make an operation like this go to work. So here in the studio, I think there's 10 of us crammed in this room all weekend as we're trying to make this go from behind the scenes. And I almost think I have the easy part, just being able to kind of talk and just seeing just kind of this orchestra unfold in front of me from all the effort. So we do have a big shout out to the help that we've made from the teams across the globe, both in the studio here today and across the world. So I want to call out all the coordinators by name. So Fryce, Mini Hannibal, Ocean Lemon, also happy birthday from yesterday. Everybody in chat, please wish Lemon a happy birthday. The Azure, Tier 10 CV Aquila, Austin, I'm mispronouncing that. Estusian,
Yes.
thank you, appreciate it. M Jester and VR4M. Thank you so much for helping coordinate and making everything as smooth as it was. Obviously, when it's a live event, it's difficult to do all that, but you guys are incredible, and this would not have been possible without you.
Of course, and we also do have a lot of adjudicators still helping all the games run as smooth as possible. So yeah, thank you, the Big M, Utstad, Killsteel, Xernios, Mega Galate, Role Leo, Absolute Black, Fluffy, Quincy, and Shiraz. Thank you guys very much for being able to provide that help.
Yes, and without the referees, none of the games would go anywhere near as smoothly as they always do, so special thanks to Bob Boberson, Floppies, Index, Soup Mysterious, Florindi, Probabilisty, Sonic, Please Buff Bourguignon, Wolfman, Taipan, Shokaku, 858673992, Sealy, Hayase Yuka, Lebu Samot, QW1, Hebe, Bajatsu, Dehydrant, Moinaskiel, The Holy AP Shell, Hillbilly, Fafner, Paplet, Onoki, Apprentice, and Coincidence.
Take a deep breath. That's a lot. And obviously, as Sursnarf has put it so well, thank you very much for Captain Stewie, for Trackpad, all the community streamers which have been covering the event and the games that the official cast couldn't cover, and of course all the Twitch moderators working extra time to make sure that the proper spam is made in the chat and not any random spam, of course. And personally I would like to, of course, thank all the staff in the Belgrade studio today, the video team, the sound team, all the people working to get us the live replays from the game. As Sursnaf said, there's a lot of manpower behind this, so I would like to get a small round of applause for the room. Thank you very much, because you guys are making it possible. And of course, thank you, the viewers, for dropping in and watching this tournament. I hope you had a bunch of fun, and can't wait for the next iteration of COTS whenever that happens.
Yeah. Honestly, that's a huge thing too. Like, all of you guys, thousands of you could be doing anything with your weekends, but you're sharing it with us. And I know there are some pretty great drops, but also it's just the community come together for 10 years of COTS and this game to be in existence. So without all of you guys, we wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be able to do all of this amazing things. So thank you. Thanks for tuning in. We want to ask if you please have a few minutes. There is a survey that's been pinned quite a few times. Again, thanks to our Twitch moderators. It would mean the world to us if you would spend a few extra minutes. So much time and effort has gone into this, and we all want the experience to be even better next year. So please fill out that survey. Let us know how we did. This is my first time, so let me know how I can improve. I'm sure there's an infinite ways that I can do that. So please fill out the survey and let us know what you thought of this year's broadcast and what we can do to improve next year's. Also, there was a shout out to the other community streamers that are happening right now. I know a few of you may have popped in a little bit late to the stream and are maybe a few percentage points away from getting that mission. Make sure you drop over to one of the other community streamer channels as you can continue to get that Twitch drop. Quick reminder, if you are not understanding how to get it, it is a mission, so make sure you are collecting it from your Twitch profile just by clicking your profile and going down to drops. And then once you get into game, it is a 4-part mission, so you're not going to get it right away. So make sure you do that, and also use those King of the Sea tokens. So anybody who is missing those tokens, make sure you go find them. There was a Portical article drop, I think, and there was a few other ways that you can get them. Obviously, you got another 150 yesterday, but all of that will go away as we do have a really big change of season coming with 14.11 on Wednesday if you're in NA, on Thursday for the rest of the world. So make sure you make use of those tokens before they go away. I know the Unmoored skin and the Interstellar are both really, really cool. Another couple of lines that I'm gonna have to grind to be able to use those skins. So I think that is gonna be a wrap, everybody. We made it through another COTS 2025 COTS 18, COTS 19 coming down the barrel, already starting planning work from that. It really takes that much work. You guys got to see how many people we need to coordinate around the globe to make this broadcast happen. And again, it wouldn't exist if it wasn't for all of you guys tuning in. So from Sir Snarf, going back to NA bright and early just next week, getting ready for the next stream. So I'll see you guys on Wednesday from NA. But thank you so much for being here. I'll hand it off to the rest of the crew.
Yeah. Thanks a lot for, again, having me here. I hope I could provide a lot of analysis to you, and you enjoyed all those replay renders that we provided. And hopefully you guys have a great evening.
Did you had fun, Kilobin?
I did.
All right. Well, that's it. That's all I have to say. It was fun. Thank you for inviting me for casting. And until the next time, have a good one and take it easy.
All right,
Take care,
guys.
everyone.
Have a good night. Be good to each other. Until next year.